Chapter 39. Miracle Commerce only had these two products? If you think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. Meng Qinggu stood in the spacious hall. Facing the attention of the crowd, she calmly said, "The appearance of these two inventions will undoubtedly greatly improve the quality and efficiency of people's lives. It will also be enough to create a rich and powerful large-scale commerce. But the ideals of miracle commerce are not limited to this. We have even higher goals and dreams." That magnetic voice was comparable to the sirens of the mysterious straits. It had a kind of irresistible charm, causing one's heart to be enchanted, unconsciously immersing themselves in it. Miracle commerce is an enterprise that aims to promote the prosperity of the human race. Meng Qingwu's voice rose. Her tone was crisp and clear, like a sharp knife cutting through ice, causing one's body to tremble. "We hope to rely on our own efforts to make the human race immortal on this piece of land, to make the human race glorious forever on this piece of land, to make us create the greatest civilization in history. We hope to create a commerce that will be remembered by history." See, the entire audience was shocked. For a woman to say such words, what kind of boldness did she have? The human race was not the only race on the continent. It was not necessarily the strongest race, but it was still a top-tier race. The human race population was more than 100 billion. The human territory was vast and boundless, and the human empires were scattered everywhere. This, Southern Xia, was only a small kingdom with a population of 1 to 200 million. A true top-tier existence would not even bother to take a piss in such a small place. A prefecture under the governance of a small kingdom, or to be more precise, a small merchant guild in a small city under a prefecture, actually wanted to strengthen the race as its goal. It was too idealistic. Meng Qingwu's cheeks were boiling hot. This was all taught by this fellow. This boast was definitely too big. But since there was no tax to pay for boasting, and it was not against the law, then she might as well boast to death. A new commerce had just been established. It needed a lot of attention. It would not be wrong if she did not shock people to death, shouting the slogan loud and clear. It would not be wrong. Meng Qinggu was not a simple person. Although it was hard for her to say it, she still raised her passion and shouted loudly. Miracle commerce was born to create miracles. Miracle commerce was born to change the entire world. Miracle commerce will not be proud of a small achievement in a small field. This is only the beginning. Pa pa pa. The audience applauded. Meng Qinggu saw that the atmosphere was just right, so she immediately returned to the main topic. Nanyun Commerce is one of the chambers of commerce that is on board the miracle ship. It is fully responsible for the research, production, and sales of talismans and medicines. Today, I invite everyone to witness the brand new appearance of Nanyun Commerce. Talisman crafting and alchemy were undoubtedly one of the most profitable industries. Because it was very profitable, the competition was fierce. There were dozens of companies in Tiannan City, so it was not easy to lose them. Didn't Nanyun Commerce suffer because of this? Fall apart, fall into debt, and finally fall to the point where they had to sell their buttocks? Meng Qinggu brought a chamber of commerce that was about to go bankrupt to the summit. Didn't she feel that it was degrading? Miracle Commerce announces to everyone the latest talisman pill research results. Meng Qinggu moved her body slightly to the side, making an inviting gesture. Southern Cloud Commerce's chief talisman crafting consultant Zhang Liqing and Southern Cloud Commerce's chief alchemy consultant Xiong Tianyan. His words reminded everyone present of what had happened. Zhang Liqing, Xiong Tianyan, these two represented Tiannan City's top-level talisman crafting and alchemy, and now they had openly joined Nanyun Commerce. Who dared to say that Nanyun Commerce was about to go bankrupt? Who dared to say that Nanyun Commerce was so poor that they had to sell their buttocks? Even if there was no mother company with a bright future, Zhang Liqing and Xiong Tianyan were enough to support Tiannan City's top alchemy and talisman crafting company. How many talisman blueprints did Zhang Liqing have? How many alchemy recipes did Xiong Tianyan have? Zhang Liqing was the president of the Talisman Guild. How many connections did he have? Xiong Tianyan was an elder of the Alchemist Guild, as well as one of the bosses behind Tiannan City's alchemy market. How many resources did he have? Under the strong alliance, not to mention Nanyun Commerce's background. Even if it was a naked chamber of commerce, it could still become a powerful existence in Tiannan City. Zhang Liqing slowly walked onto the stage. This old man, who used to wear a plain gray robe, looked skinny and haggard, was now wearing a very formal robe. His face was ruddy, his spirit was hale and hearty, as if he was 10 years younger. Master Zhang! Master Zhang! Master Zhang! Countless people excitedly cheered. Zhang Liqing's position in Tiannan City was very high. He was the idol of countless young people. Zhang Liqing revealed a gentle smile, both hands placating the boiling crowd. After everyone calmed down, he slowly spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Although his tone was low, it was clear and powerful. First of all, to be able to stand here, I want to thank Miracle Commerce. I am officially indebted to the President's care, allowing this old and useless body of mine to stand up again, to play a small role. To let this old man whose body is half buried in the soil obtain a new opportunity and development. Thank you, Miracle Commerce. Thank you, President. He suddenly turned his head and solemnly bowed to Chu Tian and the others. Too crazy, too shocking. This was an awakened soul cultivator. This was a talisman master. To be able to do this, it really made people admire him. Zhang Liqing continued to say, "To tell the truth, I am already very old. So old that I can't keep up with the times, what the future will be like. I may not be able to see it. But I will do my best, adding bricks and tiles to Miracle Commerce, using my life's knowledge, to make a final contribution to the kingdom." The audience burst into a wave of applause. Look at him, the demeanor of a scholar, really too humble. A master belittling himself to elevate the company. Just this point was enough to make the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. At this time, several members of the Talisman Master Guild, holding an incomparably large scroll, walked onto the stage. In front of countless people, they slowly unfolded the scroll, a complex and exquisite, like a piece of art, perfectly presented itself in front of everyone. Was this a talisman design? It was simply like an art. Nangong Yi, Xiongbing's eyes stared straight. This is the new talisman design that this old man has painstakingly researched for 2 years. Finally, with the help of Miracle Commerce, this level 1 talisman, rock skin, is exclusively produced and sold by Southern Cloud Commerce. This will be the most outstanding level 1 talisman in Central State, or even the kingdom, in the past 10 years. This rock skin talisman is very easy to control. There are no side effects. It can make one skin as hard as rock, easily resist fire, reduce attacks, slashes, and damage from long and short-range weapons. This is a very practical talisman. I believe that in the talisman market, it will definitely be able to occupy a place. Zhang Liqing began to speak eloquently, from academic to practical. He introduced the rock skin from different angles. This made everyone shocked. This really was a wonderful design. Its effect and technology was many years ahead of its time. Southern Cloud Commerce had not been able to expand for many years. One reason was because they were being suppressed by their competitors. But the main reason was because their talisman products were too outdated. Talismans were a kind of thing that changed very quickly. Even if it was the same type or even the same type of talisman, every year there would be a new, improved version. The appearance of a new, improved version meant that the old version would be eliminated from the market. Southern Cloud Commerce did not have a powerful talisman master. They did not have enough funds to introduce new designs. They mainly focused on traditional talismans that were difficult to improve. Conforming to the norm without any special features, they lacked competitiveness. But now it was different. The rock skin talisman was unique to Southern Cloud Commerce. It was also many years ahead of time, making it impossible for other commerce to imitate it, let alone surpass it. This meant that Southern Cloud Commerce had a fist-level product, completely changing the passive defensive situation. They had the ability and qualifications to launch a fierce counterattack against opponents like Wolf Fong Commerce. Zhang Liqing finished announcing the new talisman product. Xiong Tianyan immediately walked out. Friends, fellow citizens, hello everyone. I am Xiong Tianyan of the Alchemist Association. I am currently the Chief Pharmaceutical Consultant of Southern Cloud Commerce. Xiong Tianyan's reputation could not compare to Zhang Liqing's, but this person's potential was extremely strong. Xiong Tianyan was only 30-something years old. He had already achieved very impressive results in the field of alchemy. His strength was also extremely tyrannical. Given time, his future was limitless. I am a rough person. I don't really know how to speak. Xiong Tianyan's loud and clear voice reverberated throughout the hall. I only want to say one thing. Miracle Commerce is definitely a great organization. I did not choose Miracle Commerce. I still do not have the qualifications. It was Miracle Commerce that chose me. For this, I am deeply honored, but also feel heavy pressure, because my ability is not enough to bear this glory. Xiong Bing's face was filled with astonishment. When did this guy become so humble? This was impossible. How could Xiong Bing not understand his own little brother? This guy's personality was like a barrel of gunpowder, and he was also quite arrogant. These kinds of words should not come out of his mouth. Xiong Tianyan continued to announce in a clear voice. Let's cut the nonsense. I will announce Nanyun Commerce's new type of pills. Nanyun Commerce will release 2 new types of pills. They are the Crimson Lotus Pill and the Training Qi Pill. The Crimson Lotus Pill was a rare emergency medicine. The Training Qi Pill was a rare and priceless elixir. Chu Tian did not take out other pills and talismans, mainly because Tiannan City was barren, special talisman and alchemy materials could not be found, so he did not know what kind of talisman could be made and what kind of pills could be refined. Secondly, the 2 big industries, talisman and alchemy, had already formed a very mature market. The cake had basically been divided up by everyone. Nanyun Commerce's sudden rise would definitely take away other people's cake. As the saying goes, cutting off one's path to wealth is like killing one's parents. Before the commerce's strength was strong enough, if their performance was too eye-catching, to the point of not giving other commerce a chance to survive, then the consequences would be hard to say. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, not to mention these old foxes. First releasing 2 or 3 products, not only could they increase Nanyun Commerce's reputation, but they would also not force the other forces into a dead end. Once Miracle Commerce had a firm foothold, they would slowly nibble away bit by bit, using the method of boiling a frog in warm water, breaking down the other commerce's resistance. When they came back to their senses, it would already be too late. My God, is this true? Even the worst trash can use the Training Qi Pill to become a body refinement cultivator? The side effects of the Crimson Lotus Pill are really this light? Our mercenary group must buy a large batch. The products released by Nanyun Commerce also caused a sensation at the summit. At this point, Tiannan Summit meeting became a one-man show for Miracle Commerce. Layer after layer of shock, layer after layer of climax. The atmosphere of the entire summit was pushed to the peak. No one noticed in a corner a sinister middle-aged man was hiding. A black robe tightly wrapped around his body. A gloomy hood covered his entire face. It was Yi Xiong himself. Yi Xiong pretended to leave the guild, but in reality, he had secretly come back to investigate. With one look, his heart was filled with fear. The existence of Miracle Commerce threatened the position of Wolf Fong Commerce, and even threatened the entire mercenary group, and even the Ye family's position. Yi Xiong was very clear on Meng Qingwu's ability. She had external talent, was good at strategizing, good at management, but lacked internal talent. It was impossible for her to invent electric lights, magic pots, not to mention talismans and pills. Could it also be Chu Tian? It was becoming more and more difficult to see through him. Yi Xiong's gaze was like a wolf hiding in the forest, flashing an extremely dangerous light. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Poison? Assassination? No matter what, he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Nangong, he was a very troublesome fellow. Directly killing him would not be easy. It is impossible for a person to appear out of thin air. Yi Xiong pondered for a moment, then ordered the people beside him. Let all the intelligence departments investigate Chu Tian. I want to know his exact origin. Birth, origin, experience, what relatives he has, where he has lived. Within 2 days, you must find out everything for me. Yes, Miracle Commerce's speech had already ended. Yi Xiong was also not interested in watching anymore, only leaving behind a black, cloaked figure. He silently walked into the dark corridor. Chapter 40. In the middle of the night, the Meng clan was brightly lit and the table was filled with sumptuous food and wine. Everyone did well. For the commerce. Cheers! Chu Tian, Meng Qingguo, Meng Ingying Nangongyan, Xiongyan, Zhang Liqing, men and women, young and old, all raised their cups in celebration. Zhang Liqing sat among them. He was undoubtedly an exception, a noble scholar with clean sleeves. He was someone who disdained to engage in commercial activities to avoid being tainted by the stench of money and tarnishing his reputation. But this time, he did not hesitate to openly join Nanyun commerce. Why was he an exception? Was it to repay the kindness of saving his life? No, perhaps there was this reason, but it was not the main reason. Zhang Liqing's vision was extremely accurate. He had already keenly discovered that there was something different about Chu Tian. It was a kind of ambition, it was a kind of fantasy, it was a kind of spirit, it was a kind of stubbornness. Under the youthful appearance, there was an outstanding and advanced heart beating. Under the frivolous personality, there was a deep and intelligent soul. The moment the miracle ship set sail, it was destined not to be a plaything. It was filled with ideals, ambitions, and feelings. But what kind of mentality did Chu Tian have when he created it? Just how far could this ship go? It really made people look forward to it. Zhang Liqing was already over 70 years old. He had already reached the twilight years of his life, but he had never felt so young before. The newly born Miracle Commerce was facing a dangerous situation. It was also the time when he was needed the most. If he retreated this time, he was afraid that he would regret it for the rest of his life. The summit meeting went through several twists and turns, but in the end it ended perfectly. The first step in our success is all thanks to you. Meng Qingguo personally gave a toast to Chu Tian. On behalf of all the partners, I will first give you a toast. Young miss is too polite. If you say it like this, I will become arrogant, Chu Tian happily said. Actually, it is not all my credit. At most, it is 99%. Everyone burst into laughter. This fellow really didn't know what modesty was. Meng Ingying took a sip of red wine and stared at Chu Tian with her black eyes. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. This guy is a little bad, a little arrogant, and a little frivolous. But with him by my side, it seems that nothing is difficult. As long as he was by her side, she felt very safe. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, everyone enjoyed themselves to the fullest. Meng Qingguo wasn't paralyzed by alcohol. Her mind was clear as she said, "Everyone, the smooth birth of the Chamber of Commerce is certainly worth celebrating. But this is only the first step. We must not be careless. Now, I will talk a little about a few problems that need to be solved. First, the factory that produces electric lights is not complete yet. Secondly, the restaurant is still in preparation and needs to open as soon as possible. Thirdly, the structure of our Chamber of Commerce is in a mess. From the management to the production line, we lack manpower, money, and materials. There's almost nothing we don't lack. We need to solve this problem as soon as possible." Meng Qingwu's words. Everyone calmed down. The Chamber of Commerce's infrastructure was weak, and it was unable to form a strong enough production line. It was fine if they lacked money, but the most troublesome thing was that they lacked manpower. It wasn't that they couldn't recruit people, but it was difficult to recruit people that they could trust. Chu Tian didn't feel it was difficult. You can't become fat in one bite. The Chamber of Commerce was still in its early stages and couldn't take care of everything. This was only a matter of time, and it would be solved sooner or later. Chu Tian asked, "Is there anything else that's difficult?" "I'm afraid it's the product itself." Meng Qingwu's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The source energy electric light needs source energy to be activated. Every 5 minutes of source energy should be enough to maintain the light for around an hour. But of the 3 million people in South Sky City, only 200,000 have source energy cultivators. This means that ordinary people still can't use the electric light. For Meng Qingwu to be able to recognize this point, Chu Tian felt quite satisfied. Meng Yingying suddenly had an idea and immediately raised her small white hand. Meng Qingwu saw her little sister's positive reaction and showed a gratified smile. She warmly asked, "Yingying, what do you want to say?" I have an idea." Meng Yingying's little face was slightly red as she nervously clenched her fists. She then glanced at Chu Tian and stammered, "We can open up a charging station and hire cultivators to work. They can charge the lights of ordinary people. This way, the problem will be solved." Xiong Yen hurriedly said, "Teacher is right. If we can charge for charging like this, wouldn't we be able to earn a lot of money? The Chamber of Commerce is so short of money. This is a good idea." Meng Qingwu lightly shook her head, not agreeing with this idea. Chu Tian answered the specific reason for her. "Our electric lights' selling points are cheap, convenient, safe, and practical. If we do this, we'll lose the core advantage. It's better to light candles." Meng Yingying's small face fell and revealed a disappointed expression. Chu Tian comforted the little girl. "Your idea is actually quite good. It's just that when you apply it to electric lights, your thinking isn't quite right." Meng Yingying smiled sweetly and didn't mind. Chu Tian continued, "I've thought about the solution a long time ago. I'm going to develop a kind of cheap solid energy that can be used for a long time, or develop a solar energy charging array. This way, we can solve the electric light's energy problem." Meng Qingwu's eyes lit up. "Can it be done?" Chu Tian was full of confidence. "What? You don't believe me? Your job is to build and manage the Chamber of Commerce. You don't need to worry about technical problems. With me around, everything will be fine." Although Chu Tian was conceited and arrogant, he was still quite reliable. Meng Qingwu felt as if she had just eaten a tranquilizer. The biggest problem was solved. A servant hurriedly ran in and presented a letter, an invitation from the mayor's mansion. "Sir Chu Tian is invited to attend the year-end handover ceremony of the resource site tomorrow." Chu Tian was at a loss when he heard this. Division ceremony? This summit competition is held for the division of land. Nangonyan looked at him with a strange expression. "You don't even know this, and you're going to attend the summit?" He really didn't know. So the summit competition had such an important meaning? However, it wasn't a bad thing. Chu Tian accepted the invitation with peace of mind. "Let me tell you, that guy is very sneaky. You have to be careful." Nangonyan was not very assured with Chu Tian. "Remember, don't accept any benefits. He never does anything without benefits. The more generous he is, the more it means that he wants to take advantage of you. As for things like investments, you can just kick him away and piss that old ghost off, who asked him to not give me money in the beginning." Miss Nangon was indeed incomparably valiant. However, Chu Tian remembered her words. Meng Qingwu stood up and said, "It's getting late. Let's call it a day. Go back and rest." Everyone was a little tired. They immediately dispersed to rest. Chu Tian had long since stopped living in a small house. Now he moved into a small house with 2 entrances. It was quiet and comfortable, suitable for cultivation and research. Inside the small house, it was quiet and a cool breeze blew against his face. Chu Tian took a breath of the cool air. His brain, gradually cooled down. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. His dark eyes reflected the starlight, and his gaze was a little dazed. The dark sky was filled with stars. 30,000 years ago, 30,000 years later, this starry sky had never changed since ancient times. However, under the starry sky, all living beings rose and fell, alternating with each other, forming an endless cycle until the day the world was destroyed. History, to bystanders, was a pale description, but to those who experienced it, it was a life of flesh and blood. In any case, Chu Tian could really feel it. No matter how beautiful you were, no matter how talented you were, what was the use? You were just a grain of sand in the long river of history. Meng Qingguo, Meng Yingying Nangongyan, and so on, all of them were vivid figures. Thousands of years later, who would still know that they existed? Emperors and hegemons roamed the world. Looking down on the world, they only caused a small wave, painstakingly cultivating, fighting for fame and fortune. In the end, they still turned to dust. If you think like that, then living a life is quite boring. Chu Tian had crossed two different spaces, a whole 30,000 years apart. He had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He could not help but have some strange and crazy thoughts. For example, could living beings live forever? In history, the maximum lifespan of the human race was more than 1,000 years. This was the limit of mortals. It was said that beyond this limit was the realm of gods. Then, could mortals break through the limit? Yes, they definitely could. 30,000 years later, the continent's radical scholars believed that the knowledge and wisdom that humans currently possessed was enough to challenge the limit. The continent's youngest great sage, Chu Tian, happened to be a member of the radical scholars. For the sake of debating this topic, Chu Tian had no lack of bickering with those stubborn old men. However, although that civilization was extremely prosperous, the continent's resources were severely depleted. They could only stay in theory and had no way to put it into practice. Finally, Chu Tian did not need to argue anymore. Miracle commerce would be the stepping stone for Chu Tian to realize his ambition. Miracle commerce was not only the miracle of this era, it would also become Chu Tian's miracle, grasping knowledge and wisdom from 30,000 years ago, as well as the abundant spiritual energy and natural resources of 30,000 years ago. This was an advantage that no one had ever had. If he did not grasp it well, wouldn't it be a waste? Chu Tian was not a person who was content with his lot, so he wanted to give it a try. He wanted to challenge the limits of humanity. He wanted to explore the realm of gods. Would he succeed? He did not know. There was no precedent in history. However, to a person like him, success or failure did not matter. It was better to fight against the heavens than to fight against humans. The process of fighting was endless joy, wasn't it? Everyone needed to have their own dreams, or they would lose their way on the road of cultivation. Chu Tian's dream was to surpass the limits of mortals. He wanted to see, for thousands of years, what the world that he had been dreaming of was like. Chu Tian was still too weak. Becoming stronger was the most important thing now. Although there were many ways, Chu Tian had grasped 30,000 years of wisdom. As long as he had enough money and resources, Chu Tian was confident that he could smash an idiot like Meng Yingying into the top expert of the continent. The problem was that he did not have money and resources. What was the use of this knowledge? Would he dare to take it out and sell it? A man's wealth is his own ruin. Even ordinary people understood this, so how could Chu Tian not understand? Currently, he had only revealed 1 in a million, but it had already attracted the attention of the Ye family. They almost used a conspiracy to control Chu Tian, making him never see the light of day, and use him as a walking dictionary. Chu Tian did not have a strong enough force to protect him, so he could not take out too much knowledge to avoid attracting the attention of some top forces. This time he had established the Chamber of Commerce with a bang for no other reason. Chu Tian needed a force of his own. Not only could it provide him with protection, but it would also be a good foundation and preparation for him to plunder resources and make money in the future. In this way, not only would he be able to achieve his goals, but he would also be able to establish his career and influence. He would also be able to experience the joy of teaching this era and changing this world. Why not? Just thinking about it made him feel fulfilled. Chu Tian's heart was filled with pride, and his sleepiness was gone. He immediately went back to his room, found a milky white pill, and swallowed it. Soul-gathering pill. This was refined from the spirit medicine in the cave, and it was also the last pill. Chu Tian felt the spirit energy in his meridians become stronger and stronger, like a monkey. He jumped into the small courtyard and began to stretch his muscles, practicing a set of fist techniques. Punches like spears, palms like knives. Every move was filled with elegance and charm. After a few hours, Chu Tian's body gradually heated up, and his pores emitted a white mist of spirit energy. He did not feel the slightest bit tired, but instead became more and more energetic. "Ha!" Chu Tian suddenly shouted. An exuberant aura of origin energy gushed out from his body and suddenly transformed into small, white cyclones around him. Chu Tian's aura suddenly increased by 30 to 40%. As expected, yet another breakthrough. From the peak of the 6th rank of body refinement to the 7th rank of body refinement, the entire process only took half a month. From the 1st rank to the 7th rank, it could be said to be a miraculous speed. Although he had a breakthrough, he was not too happy. The spirit medicine in the cave was finished, and there was still a big gap from the awakened soul realm, and there was less than 2 months left. Chu Tian was clear, with this body's current aptitude, to rely on solid cultivation to become an awakened soul cultivator in less than 2 months? Dream on. Without 5 to 8 years of hard work. Don't even think about it. Although this body had soaked in the spirit spring, and its aptitude had improved, at most it could be considered a genius in this small place. If it was taken to the whole continent, it would not even be worth a fart. The Ye family, the Du family, and especially Yi Xiong would not let him go. No one could guess what kind of sinister methods these grandsons would use next. Yi Xiong and Du Jintian, to be able to become overlords, were not ordinary people. But the fortuitous encounter in the blood-patterned flood python's cave was difficult to replicate, and he could not encounter this kind of good thing every time he went out, right? In the end, he was still short of money. Chu Tian could not sit still and wait for death, so he had to make money as soon as possible. First, he had to collect a large amount of resources and throw his cultivation into the 9th body refinement layer. As long as he could awaken a trace of his spirit, Chu Tian was confident that an ordinary 1st layer awakened soul cultivator would not be able to deal with him. However, in the end, a long night is fraught with dreams. Before Chu Tian could grow to the point where he could directly confront Yi Xiong, he would face the danger of being killed at any time. He still needed the protection of Zhang Liqing, Xiongbing, and Nangong Yi, especially Nangong Yi. Although he did not have a deep foundation in Tianan City, he was still the city lord, and his position and power were the highest. This was also the reason why Chu Tian wanted to show his mind eye at the summit. The Nangong family was one of the 3 great families in the kingdom. It was impossible for Nangong not to see through the mind eye. If he saw through the mind eye, it was impossible for him not to value Chu Tian. But there was a limit to how much he valued Chu Tian. Yi Xiong would not make a move for now, but once he made a move, it would be as powerful as a thunderbolt. He even had the confidence to make Nangong Yi retreat. In order for Nangong Yi to protect Chu Tian, it was hard to say how much he was willing to pay. The mayor was the only person in Tiannan City that could protect Miracle Commerce. If Miracle Commerce wanted to start steadily, there was only one way, and that was to find a way to pull him onto the chariot, letting the mayor's daughter, Nangong Yin, join them from a certain point of view was for this purpose. This was not enough. Chu Tian had to do something to strengthen the mayor's confidence in him. No matter what happened in the future, the mayor could stand by his side without hesitation. Calculating the time, the sun was about to rise. Chu Tian stopped thinking there was always a way. First he would go and meet the mayor Nangong Yi. Chapter 41. Early in the morning, a majestic bronze bull carriage appeared at the entrance. 100 or so mayor's palace guards dressed in heavy armor, like 2 neat rows of tin cans, stood at the entrance to welcome Chu Tian out, sending a carriage and sending an escort team. The mayor's sincerity was quite high. The distribution of several territories should not have much to do with the mayor. But now the mayor not only personally received him, but also sent a luxurious lineup to welcome him. His intention to curry favor with Chu Tian was obvious. Of course, it was hard to guarantee that there were no ulterior motives, but for a small citizen to receive the mayor's attention, no matter how you looked at it, it was a glorious thing. Chu Tian was not nervous at all, going up a mountain of swords to get back 2 tails of iron, going down a frying pan without forgetting to bring a bar of soap to bathe. This was his usual style. The word fear could not be found in his dictionary. Chu Tian straightforwardly sat in the majestic large beast carriage, escorted by 100 or so guards to the outskirts of the city. Nangong Yi walked over. "President Chu Tian, you've come." Wine, red long-sleeved formal attire. The appearance was straight, the lines were smooth, the outside was tied with a large white cloak, and on his head was a white velvet hat. Paired with his upright and resolute face with a bit of beard, his entire body was filled with a noble aura. "I've made the mayor wait for a long time." Chu Tian walked up to the 2-meter-tall body and patted the bronze barbaric bull skin that was as hard as iron and stone. He clicked his tongue in praise. The mayor is the mayor, even the carriage is different. This bronze bull's battle strength, I'm afraid it's equivalent to a cultivator at the 7th or 8th layer of body refinement. Its defensive ability is comparable to a 9th layer body refinement demon beast. Nangong Yi's eyes flashed, and he immediately smiled and said, "This carriage comes from Imperial City. The bronze bull has been professionally tamed, absolutely obeying the master's orders. It has tyrannical endurance, good battle strength, can pull a carriage, and can also be an escort. Among all the carriages in Tiannan City, this carriage can at least be ranked in the top 10. A carriage from Imperial City? It was definitely a high-end brand. Nangong Yi continued to introduce. The carriage is 10 feet high and 8 feet wide. The interior is cast from cold iron, and the exterior is wrapped in fire copper. The carvings are exquisite, and the construction is perfect. While traveling, you will not feel any bumps. It has a strong defensive ability and can withstand the attacks of cultivators below the awakened soul realm, thus ensuring the safety of the master." Chu Tian nodded. Good. Nangong Yi observed the changes in Chu Tian's expression. Without warning, he said, "This is our first official meeting, so I didn't prepare any gifts. If you like the bronze barbaric ox carriage, I'll give it to you as a meeting gift." "How about that?" "No way, so generous? Those who are unaccountably solicitous are hiding evil intentions." The city lord was a shrewd old fox. He would not give it away for no reason. Chu Tian pretended to be bashful and said, "How could I do that?" Nangong Yi smiled faintly and said, "There are a few more in the city lord's mansion. I don't mind giving you one. Besides, you've made a lot of enemies. My informant brought back information that Yi Xiong has started to secretly investigate you." "Investigate? Huh. What do I have to investigate?" "I don't know about that, but Yi Xiong has sent several groups of people to Central State. I don't know what kind of conspiracy he's brewing." Chu Tian's sword-like eyebrows twisted. "There's such a thing. Don't worry too much. Although the Ye family is very powerful, South Sky City is only a small territory. They still have to give me face." Nangong Yi put on a very righteous posture. "But it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a hidden arrow. The safety of the bronze barbaric ox carriage is more than enough to deal with a sneak attack. You need it more than I do." Chu Tian did not refuse this time. "All right, since the city lord is so kind, then I'll be unreasonable if I refuse again. Many thanks to the city lord for the carriage. Nan Gong Yan's warning was thrown to the back of his mind. Chu Tian did not care about any schemes. How could a man not have a good carriage? In South Sky City, this bronze barbaric ox carriage was a very high-grade item. Driving it on the streets would definitely be very eye-catching. Nan Gong secretly nodded. The city lord's gift was accepted without batting an eyelid. Moreover, he accepted it with a clear conscience. It was as if it was a gift from a son to his father. This little brat's skin is really thick. He will definitely become a great person in the future. The bronze barbaric ox carriage was not a high-grade item in Royal City. It was bought for 10,000 gold coins. In a place like South Sky City, even if you had the money, you wouldn't be able to buy it. The price would at least double. Nan Gongyi's heart was bleeding, but his expression did not change. He cheerfully said, "You are the champion of the competition. You can monopolize the rights to mine 4 mines for a year. In addition, the rights to use the forest and spirit fields will also belong to you. The time limit is also 1 year." Chu Tian was a little hesitant. Nan Gongyi's eyes were sharp. He instantly saw through Chu Tian's thoughts. You can also transfer the rights to another family. This way, you can earn a transfer fee and save time and effort. What do you think? He understood. This old fox had his eyes on these big pieces of meat. Miracle Commerce was a newly established company. They did not have enough people. How could they find a group of miners and farmers to mine the land? Even if they found a group of miners and farmers, would Miracle Commerce be able to mine the resources in peace? Don't be stupid. With the resource allocation agreement, the Ye family and Du family would not dare cause trouble in the open, but they would definitely play dirty tricks behind the scenes. Miracle Commerce had just been established. They needed to concentrate on their work. They did not have the energy to deal with these things. The profits from the mines, spirit fields, and forest were not small. Now, other than the city lord's palace, no one dared to take this hot potato. Chu Tian remained calm. I'm not dead yet. I'll go take a look first. All right. This city lord will introduce them to you. The city lord's heart was very depressed. This sly fellow. I've given you the benefits, and the hint is so obvious. You're still pretending to be stupid. There were a total of 4 mines. 1 crystal mine and 3 metal mines. The crystal mine was the most valuable. It could produce level 1 fire crystals. Its value surpassed the sum of the other 3 mines. The forest and spirit fields were also not bad. The forest was a very ideal hunting area. It had a large area. Not only could it be used for hunting, it could also be used for grazing. There were often wild spirit herbs and spirit herbs. As for the spirit fields, there was no need to talk about them. All the land in the city had been cleared and could be used to grow herbs. It was really rich. No wonder the large families were fighting so hard for it. But although the resource fields were attractive, Miracle Commerce did not have the ability to mine them. Because there was no other choice, Nan Gongyi had him. How could this work? Chu Tian had a free and easy personality. He did not care about the gains and losses, but he was not someone who was willing to be ripped off. He might as well drag it out and whet Nan Gongyi's appetite. If he took the initiative to open his mouth, then the initiative would fall into Chu Tian's hands. Chu Tian would be able to obtain even more benefits. But Nan Gongyi was not an ordinary person. How could he not know the secret? Although he wanted it, he did not open his mouth. He even pretended to be indifferent. He pretended to be enthusiastic as he brought Chu Tian around. This was a genius youth who had comprehended the profound meaning of the mind's eye. He definitely could not become enemies with him. From the beginning, Nan Gongyi had never thought of using threats or promises. Getting these resources from his hands was a good thing. If he really did not want to hand them over, then Nan Gongyi would not do anything to him. The two of them wandered around like this for several hours. Suddenly, a mine that was different from the others appeared in front of them. There were no miners in this mine. Instead, it was surrounded by soldiers. If one did not look carefully, they would think it was a military camp in the wilderness. Chu Tian asked curiously, "What's with this mine?" Nan Gong replied, "Oh, you mean it? This is a liquid crystal mine. It's not worth much. It is controlled by the mayor's palace. They are mainly afraid of demon beasts or criminals breaking in. After all, liquid crystal is a very dangerous thing. If it causes a big explosion, South Sky City will be greatly affected." Chu Tian's eyes lit up. "Liquid crystal? It's crystal oil." "That's right, it's this thing. Let's go in and take a look." The two of them walked into the mine. The mine's mining equipment was very simple. It didn't even need any mining equipment. After walking into the mine, there was a small cliff. The cliff was about 10 meters tall, and there was a bright, white object at the bottom. The bright, white object was not a solid. It was a kind of low-viscosity, gelatinous liquid. The color was very pure, and there were almost no impurities. It flowed at an extremely slow speed, forming a small lake. It was like a white mirror placed in the cave. Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of uncontrollable surprise. Is this crystal oil mine completely controlled by the mayor's palace? Strange. What's wrong with this brat? Crystal oil was an extremely cheap resource, and very few people used it. The supply of crystal oil far exceeded the demand, which led to many crystal oil mines with abundant reserves that almost no one cared about. Just the Central State City alone had a lot of crystal oil mines that were idle. How could this brat be interested in this thing? The mayor nodded. "That's right. I want this crystal oil mine." Chu Tian quickly calmed himself down and resolutely said, "I'll trade the mine, the forest, and the spirit fields for this year." Nan Gong staggered and almost fell. "What did you say? You want this broken crystal oil mine?" Chu Tian nodded and said, "I have a condition. The mayor must send guards to assist miracle commerce in mining. Can you accept this?" Did this brat's brain go haywire? This world really had good things like meat pies falling from the sky. "It's a deal. It's a deal." Nan Gong was secretly delighted. He chuckled and said, "I won't hide it from you. South Sky City's oil mine is very rich. In the entire Central State, you won't be able to find two that can compare. Although the price of crystal oil is not high, it's rich in reserves. After all, Miracle Commerce is unable to mine these resources for a year. In comparison, this crystal oil mine is a permanent mining right. You can wait for the conditions to mature and mine for 10 or 20 years. Who knows, you might even earn more." When Nan Gong said this, he did not believe it himself. Mining for oil to make money? Only ghosts would believe it. A broken crystal oil mine in exchange for so many high-quality resources. It was really a good deal. The reason the mayor thought this way was because crystal oil was extremely unstable. If it was violently shaken or mixed with other substances, it would immediately explode. So far, other than a few dangerous weapons that could use crystal oil, there were no other uses for crystal oil. Although this crystal oil mine was not small, no one had ever fought for it. It had always been in the hands of the mayor, and the mayor had never seriously mined it. This thing could not be sold. If it was dug up and stored in the city, it would become a ticking time bomb. If one day it went out of control, it would be a terrible thing. How could Chu Tian not know what the mayor was thinking? This idiot. Chu Tian's eyes revealed a trace of pity. Crystal oil, also known as liquid crystal, was not a real crystal stone. It was not even an ordinary mineral, but a kind of microorganism. This kind of microorganism was found in large amounts in crystal ores and mainly fed on crystal ores. After the microorganism died, a large amount of it would precipitate in the rock layer. Under a specific environment, after billions of years of evolution, it would eventually become the precious crystal oil. In the history of the continent, crystal oil had played an important role. It was the fuel of civilization, the blood of science and technology, the foundation of industry, the master of war, and the backing of a country's power. 20,000 years later, wherever there was intelligent life, crystal oil had already been mined out. This kind of resource had become an extremely rare and precious resource on the continent. Countries often fought over a single crystal oil mine, resulting in tragic wars and killings. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, the crystal oil on the continent had basically been completely exhausted. People had no choice but to use the extraterrestrial and planar mines to obtain energy at a very high price. They could only reminisce about the past golden age in endless regret. Now, crystal oil was cheaper than iron ore. Crystal oil was divided into 3 grades. The first grade was gold, the second was silver, and the third was white. This was the lowest grade white oil mine. Now it was almost worthless. But in 10,000 years or so, this oil mine's value would be enough to buy a few states' worth of fertile land with more than enough. Oil mine in hand. Miracle commerce was like the heavens helping him. Chu Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately said to Nangong, First, help me get a bottle of oil back. I want to carefully study it. Nangong hurriedly advised, the crystal oil is very unstable after leaving the mine. The slightest vibration or penetration will immediately cause a terrifying explosion. Unless it's a professional, no one would dare to touch it. Don't be reckless. Chu Tian said, I know what I'm doing. Let's hurry back to the city and sign the resource exchange agreement. Those resource sites will all belong to the city, Lord's mansion. Nangong suddenly felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Wasn't it just a bottle of oil? Let him bring it back. In any case, with me watching over it, there shouldn't be any big problems. Let's hurry up and sign the agreement. Chapter 42. Mayor's Palace. The two of them signed a resource exchange contract. The moment the contract was completed, Nangong believed it was true. How could there be such a stupid idiot in this world? Exchanging a pile of high-quality resources for a broken oil mine. The mayor asked himself if he was pressuring him, but this little brat willingly took it out. Of course, the mayor could not contain his joy. Perhaps even in his dreams, he would never have thought that 1 year later he would beat his chest and stamp his feet in frustration, while the mayor was secretly delighted. Chu Tian picked up a pen and paper and wrote a long paragraph. This was a dozen recipes that Chu Tian had written down. Mayor, can you help me take a look at these recipes? Which of the ingredients can be found in South Sky City? I need them urgently. The ingredients were actually very common. However, South Sky City was a small place with poor resources. Writing a bit more was just a bit of insurance. I haven't seen most of them, but South Sky City has all the ingredients listed in the 8th recipe. Nangong thought that it was convenient to pick up some shit and straightforwardly said, the mayor's palace has them in stock. If you need them urgently, I'll have someone send them over. Chu Tian's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of something. Okay, then I'll have to trouble the mayor. That's great. With the ingredients, he could refine the crystal oil. This was indeed an era of abundant resources. If this kind of treasure was not sought after, then how many important natural resources were there that people did not know about? With Chu Tian's foresight, he would definitely be ahead of everyone else and take all the rare resources of the continent for himself. Then he would create an everlasting, glorious history. Nangong carefully looked at the list of ingredients. Blue crystal sand, crystal dust, moonlight grass, red coral juice. A strong dissolving agent. Strange, blue crystal sand and crystal dust are refining materials. Blue crystal sand can greatly increase the sharpness of weapons. Crystal dust can increase the strength of weapons. Moonlight grass is an alchemy material, and red coral juice is a talisman material. How could these materials be used together? It doesn't look like refining weapons or alchemy. Chu Tian didn't expect Nangong to know so much about materials. It seems that the city lord has a wide range of knowledge. Nangong said bluntly, I've studied refining before, but I don't dare say I'm very skilled. I'm quite famous in Imperial City. These words sounded humble on the surface, but in fact they were not. What kind of place was Royal City? Since he dared to say that he had some fame in Imperial City, he might as well just say that he was #1 in South Sky City. Chu Tian was a little curious about the refining technology of this era. He asked thoughtfully, "Does the city lord have any works? Let me broaden my horizons." Nangong, he took out a short sword from his waist. This sword was only 2.5 feet in length. It was entirely scarlet red, and the blade was curved like a poisonous snake. It was smooth and sharp, and there were some symbols engraved on it. I made this flaming serpent sword myself. This sword was Nangong Yi's proudest work. How could a country bumpkin like him have ever seen such a masterpiece? Chu Tian was shocked on the spot, then he bowed his head. The city lord wouldn't last long. Who would have thought that Chu Tian would lightly say, "It's all right"? What do you mean, it's all right? Do you even have eyes? Nangong Yi's brows wrinkled. Could it be that President Chu Tian also knows how to refine weapons? I've dabbled a little, but I can see a few problems. Chu Tian took the flaming serpent sword and slowly closed his eyes. His fingers lightly brushed the blade of the flaming serpent sword. An invisible wave slowly spread out. Mind's eye. He once again had the mind's eye. Nangong Yi was so excited that he couldn't help but take a step back. Nangong Yi knew that the mind's eye could see through people's minds. It wasn't mind reading, but it could distinguish evil thoughts, good thoughts, happiness, anger, sorrow, joy, etc. The city lord had just used a worthless oil mine to exchange for so many resources. Now he had a guilty conscience. His fingers lightly brushed the back of the sword. Chu Tian opened his eyes. Taking the volcano crystal as the core, forging the body with the red vein steel, refining it for 49 days, using the flame lizard's blood, the raging flame beast scales, sealing the scarlet flame snake soul, and adding 3 arrays, they are not a single mistake. Not a single mistake. This was too shocking. The city lord muttered to himself, "The legends are indeed true. Once the mind's eye is opened, everything can be seen. Spirit, matter, energy, nothing can escape the mind's eye." Terrifying. This kind of power could see through the enemy's flaws and thoughts in battle, allowing him to gain the upper hand. This kind of ability could be used to find treasures. Some treasures looked plain and unadorned. Normal people couldn't identify them, but they couldn't escape the mind's eye. Nangong, he was envious and jealous. This kid wasn't even 18 years old. How could he have this kind of abnormal ability? Chu Tian calmly smiled, pretending to be mysterious, and said, "The mind's eye is not mysterious. It's just a very ordinary ability. Can't you stop pretending? You're just showing off. You want to anger this city lord to death." Nangong Yi smiled bitterly. President Chu Tian really knows how to joke. How many people in the entire kingdom have the mind's eye? This kingdom is too small. Chu Tian paused, then slowly explained, whether it's hyperfocus or the mind's eye, they are all abilities produced from the spirit and consciousness, commonly known as divine sense. As a member of the Nangong family, Nangong, he was experienced and knowledgeable, but this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Divine sense? Can you tell me the specifics? Divine sense and strength aren't directly related, but there are high and low realms. Chu Tian paused, then continued. The first realm is the so-called hyperfocus. It only distributes the divine sense to the organs, thus strengthening the sensory abilities. The second realm is the so-called mind's eye. At this time, the spirit and consciousness can separate from the body, using an ability that surpasses the senses of the body to sense matter, ability, and even spiritual changes. This young man was truly unfathomable. In just a few words, he had opened up an unheard of and unknown domain. Nangong, he revealed a dazed expression. Could it be that there is a higher level of divine sense than the mind's eye? Chu Tian nodded his head and said, "Of course there is. Once a true expert's divine sense is released, within 1,000 feet, every flower, every grass, every insect, every ant can be seen. Ghosts, evil spirits, demons, all have nowhere to hide. When one reaches an even higher realm, the divine sense can leave the body and travel thousands of miles, coming and going freely. What's more, it can turn into physical energy, control the thoughts of others, and even kill people with a single thought. The legendary highest realm. With a single thought, flowers bloom, with a single thought like a deity. That legendary highest realm. Even Chu Tian hadn't reached it. That was a realm in theory. Perhaps it had already surpassed the limits of mortals. Nangong, he was a bit dazed. He had never heard of this before. The human body actually contained this kind of ability. What realm has your divine sense reached? Haha, the city lord thinks too highly of me. Although this divine sense is not directly related to cultivation, it is indeed directly affected by mental strength. My low cultivation limits the growth of my mental strength. Although I can open the mind's eye, it is still very difficult and can only be used for a short period of time. This was really unbelievable. Chu Tian's words were like a fantasy story. Nangong Yi had a strong intuition that this person's words were not fake. For the first time, Nangong Yi realized how big this world was and how small he was. From this guy's tone, increasing divine sense was as easy as drinking plain water. The reason why he could only open the mind's eye was because his strength was too low. Chu Tian sighed and said, "On the path of refining, divine sense is especially important. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but if you don't even have the subtlety realm, even if you have talent, it will be difficult to achieve great success." Saying this, Chu Tian returned the flaming serpent sword to Nangong. "I feel that the flaming serpent soul within the flaming serpent sword is very weak. I suggest that you prepare some soul-nurturing grass and nourish it for a month or two. The sword's power will definitely double." Nangong Yi's expression became complicated. He hesitated for a few seconds and said, "I have a request." Chu Tian pretended to be surprised. "What does the city lord need from this one?" Nangong Yi cupped his hands towards Chu Tian. "Can you teach me how to cultivate divine sense?" Chu Tian smiled and said, "Divine sense is different from elemental energy. There is no specific technique to cultivate. Mental and spiritual things are deep and ethereal, mainly relying on personal comprehension and transformation. Once you comprehend it, you can create something out of nothing." Actually, there were techniques to cultivate divine sense. However, these techniques were too difficult and could not be cultivated with Southern Xia's resources. Chu Tian had other plans and was not prepared to reveal these. "Sai, if that's the case, I'm not fated." Chu Tian saw Nangong Yi's dejected face and said, "The city lord does not need to belittle yourself. Your talent is not bad. What you lack is a bit of luck." Luck? Everyone lacked luck. Being born required luck. Cultivation required luck. Fortuitous encounters required luck. Who did not lack luck? Chu Tian suddenly changed the topic. I may be able to provide a technique that can temper one's mental power. Although it cannot directly cultivate divine sense, it can be of some assistance. I believe that people with good comprehension, as long as they persevere for a period of time, reaching the minute subtlety realm will not be a problem." Nangong, he revealed a look of ecstasy, really? Chu Tian's eyes flashed a trace of craftiness. "However, city lord, this method is not ready-made and I have not taught it to anyone, so I will need a long time to organize my thoughts and summarize my experience. Only then can I write it out." "How long do you need?" "About a month." Nangong, he was very anxious. "So long?" Chu Tian said seriously, "Mental training is not a trivial matter. If something goes wrong, there will be endless consequences. If it's light, you will become disabled or insane. If it's heavy, you will die. I must not be careless. I must organize my thoughts." This kid is half lying. He definitely has this method. Nangong, he firmly believed this. But does he really need a month? Probably not. This brat is delaying on purpose so that I can protect him at all costs in this 1 month's time. The temptation is too great. This is a technique that can assist in cultivating divine sense. Its value is probably even more precious than the Nangong family's ancestral technique, burning the heavens technique. Because no matter how strong burning the heavens technique is, it is still a technique with astonishing, destructive power. The kingdom does not lack such techniques, and the continent does not lack them. Chu Tian's mental training technique is indeed a rare commodity. Not to mention the kingdom does not have it. It would be difficult to find it in other countries. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Nangong Yi to not know about it. Good. More haste makes waste. 1 month it is. If this method really works, my Nangong family will thank you. Chu Tian did not change his expression, revealing a proud smile. His goal has been achieved. No matter what the Ye family's plot, the mayor will protect him even if he has to sacrifice his life. Unless the Ye family's methods are so strong that even the mayor cannot protect him, Chu Tian is safe. As for 1 month later, there is nothing to worry about. As long as everything goes smoothly, Chu Tian will most likely be awake by then. At this time, a servant came in pushing cart. Inside were several crystal jars containing blue crystal sand, crystal dust, moonlight grass powder, and red coral juice. The materials have arrived. Chu Tian checked to make sure there were no problems. He carefully moved out the small bucket filled with crystal oil. I want to start an experiment. If the mayor is interested, you can stay and watch. Could it be that this experiment is related to crystal oil? What kind of extremely dangerous substance is crystal oil? Can that thing be touched casually? If something happens to this kid, the mayor will suffer a great loss. Nangong Yi's heart was already itching for the mental training technique. He could not directly prohibit Chu Tian from experimenting, so he simply stayed and watched. Then this mayor will watch President Chu Tian's methods. Chapter 43. Blue crystal sand, crystal dust, moonlight grass powder, scarlet coral juice. The 4 materials were mixed in a ratio of 3:1:1:1. A strong dissolving agent was added to the mixture and stirred for more than 10 minutes to make 100 milliliters of a blue saturated solution. After precipitation and filtration, a pure solution was extracted. Nangong Yi was amazed. Chu Tian's technique was very skillful, not at all like that of a young novice. It was just that these materials were neither fish nor fowl, neither 3 nor 4, and he did not want to do them at all. Why were they mixed together? Chu Tian poured the solution into a refining bottle and heated it to a boiling state. The refining bottle was a bottle specially used to refine potions. Could it be used to refine potions? That's impossible. Chu Tian calmly picked up a red crystal pen, calmed himself down, and then began to work. When the thin tip of the brush gently landed on the stage, it was as if it had been bestowed with a life of its own. It drew mysterious runes on a machine-like scale, and with a sense of artistic beauty, it gradually sketched out perfect patterns. Nangong Yi could not help but be absent-minded, unconsciously indulging in it. Perfect brush technique. Perfect technique. Not to mention the source energy array itself. If the top masters in Imperial City saw Chu Tian's technique, they would be so ashamed that they would commit suicide. Chu Tian calmly put away the pen. A triangular, complex array had been perfectly presented. Source energy arrays were the basis of all production activities, whether it was talisman making, alchemy, or weapon forging. The level of a source energy array a person could draw was directly related to their spiritual power. The stronger their spiritual power, the higher the level of the source energy array they could draw. Chu Tian's current cultivation was too weak, so he could only draw a level 1 source energy array. When he gave Xiong Yan the level 2 antidote array, he only provided a blueprint of the array and did not directly draw the source energy array. Because his spiritual power was not enough, Zhang Liqing, who was in the awakened soul realm, could draw it himself. Refining crude oil was not a complicated technique. A level 1 array was enough. Chu Tian finished his preparations and immediately opened the oil bottle. He carefully lifted the bottle and looked like he was about to pour the crystal oil out. Nan Gongyi's eyes suddenly widened. Crazy! This guy is crazy. He really wanted to experiment with crystal oil. Nan Gongyi's expression turned ugly, but he didn't dare to rush up and snatch it. He immediately tried his best to dissuade him. Don't mess around. The nature of this crystal oil is extremely unstable. If even a little bit of crystal oil goes out of control, it will cause a terrifying explosion. Destroying the house is a small matter, but if you lose your life, then, for thousands of years, people had tried countless times to control this powerful energy. It was just that a series of terrible accidents and bloody and painful lessons kept emerging. It was as if they were announcing to the people that the crystal oil was uncontrollable. Once the crystal oil was overheated, there would be a violent tremor and the mixture of substances would most likely explode. This power was enough to blast a hole in the city lord's mansion. It didn't matter if the city lord's mansion was blown up, but if Chu Tian died, where would Nangong-yi find the secret method that could assist in cultivating divine sense? Who would have thought that the brat would not appreciate it at all? Instead, he said confidently, "Don't worry, City Lord. I know what I'm doing." "What the hell do you have in mind? You don't even know that your life is hanging by a thread. Quickly stop." The City Lord almost knelt down in front of Chu Tian. However, this reckless guy still poured the crystal oil into the refining bottle. The moment the crystal oil and the blue crystal sand solution fused, the temperature soared and a large amount of bubbles continuously gushed out. The entire refining bottle began to shake and a destructive energy was brewing inside. Nangong-yi's soul almost flew out. "Quickly run. It's going to explode." Even if it was an awakened soul realm cultivator, with such a close distance, with the terrifying destructive power of the crystal oil going out of control, it would be hard to avoid the danger of being seriously injured. Chu Tian still turned a deaf ear to him and acted as if the city lord did not exist. His two hands pressed on the refining table, and his spirit energy suddenly flowed into the array. The array lit up and an invisible force poured into the refining bottle. This was simply suicide. Was the crystal oil mixture not enough? This kind of notoriously unstable substance was actually treated like a medicine by Chu Tian and refined it with a source energy array. This kind of crazy method, there was probably no one else on the continent that could do it. Even if Nangong-yi wanted to stop it, it was too late. Because the moment the crystal oil went out of control, the refining bottle exploded with a strong reaction and a dazzling light burst out, just like a small sun. Not good. Nangong-yi reflexively released his spirit energy. The red energy condensed into a protective cover on the surface of his body as he prepared to receive the terrifying explosion. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Hey, why is it still fine? Nangong-yi broke out in a cold sweat as his eyes widened. The light inside the refining bottle had mostly dissipated. It was like a solidified beam of blue and white light, no longer as dazzling as before. Nangong-yi's eyes bulged like a dead fish's, and he could not speak for a long time. The crystal oil did not go out of control and explode. Was this an illusion? Was the reaction controlled? But this was impossible. Nangong-yi's brain could not process this at all. Chu Tian took out 5 strong crystal tubes and used the blue and white liquid inside the refining bottle. He slowly poured it into the crystal tubes and sealed them with copper lids. 5 cylindrical crystal tubes were placed in front of him. Each crystal tube was filled with the blue and white liquid, like a short stick condensed from blue and white light. Nangong-yi recovered with great difficulty and asked with a trembling voice, You controlled the crystal oil's energy. How did you do it?" Chu Tian calmly smiled. "What do you think?" Nangong-yi felt that his understanding had been completely overturned. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. Chu Tian acted as if he had just finished a trivial matter. There is nothing impossible in this world. It is just that we have not found the method. Do you know how the crystal oil is formed? How could I not know? People on the continent have long studied it. A large number of mysterious microorganisms live in the crystal mines and devour the crystals. After they die, they precipitate, and after a long time, they finally transform into a strange high-energy substance. What does this have to do with controlling the crystal oil? Then why not use your brain and find a way to control it from the source? Don't play with this city, Lord. Are the two related? Stupid. Stupid to the extreme. Chu Tian shook his head and sighed. The microorganisms that survive by devouring crystals also have a strong energy when they are alive. Why are they so stable and never explode? Why is it that after they die, the crystal oil that precipitates from their corpses becomes so unstable? How could Nangong know this? Chu Tian directly replied, because the body of the crystal-devouring microorganisms secrete a mysterious substance. This substance is called inert substance by scholars. Its effect is to suppress the active energy. It is like freezing boiling water into ice. The composition does not change, but it loses its active nature. Nangong, you seem to have thought of something. You mean, that's right. As long as the composition of the innate substance is analyzed, it can be refined. Chu Tian picked up the refining bottle. Therefore, I did not control the crystal oil, but only sealed it. It has already become a safe product. Even if it is stored on a large scale, there will not be any danger. To prove himself, Chu Tian poured the rest of the liquid into the furnace. When the blue and white liquid came into contact with the flame, there was not the slightest reaction. It was as if it had completely turned into a different substance. Everyone was thinking about how to use the energy of the crystal oil. Chu Tian did the opposite and suppressed the energy of the crystal oil. When the crystal oil was poured into the furnace, there was not the slightest bit of abnormality. It did not evaporate, nor did it explode. It was really incredible. Nangong still did not understand. After the crystal oil is completely inert, no matter how it is heated, shaken, or added reagents, the crystal oil will not have any reaction. Then how can the energy of the crystal oil be developed? Chu Tian mysteriously smiled. I am still researching it. Maybe in a few days I will be able to figure it out. The answer to this question was actually very simple. However, Chu Tian would not reveal it for the time being. Once the continent grasped this technology, civilization would advance by leaps and bounds. Chu Tian's purpose in putting on such a show was very simple. It was to make the mayor feel at ease. This dangerous thing was contraband. With the support of Chu Tian's technology, the crude oil extracted by miracle commerce would be refined and filled with barrels of it in the warehouse. There would not be any accidents and safety could be ensured. Nangong, fiercely, wiped the sweat off his forehead. If he stayed with Chu Tian for too long, he would definitely suffer from a heart attack. Chu Tian did not seem to know how to develop the crystal oil. He only knew how to control and stabilize the crystal oil. This kind of method was enough to cause a huge sensation. Nangong finally understood why Chu Tian wanted an oil mine. Nangong had an idea. What if this kid invented a method to extract the energy of the crystal oil? Wouldn't the value of the crystal oil skyrocket by dozens of times? Damn, if I knew earlier, it would not be so easy for him to get an oil mine. The mayor secretly pondered. He prepared to take out a sum of money from his private treasury and secretly buy a few oil mines to try his luck. Maybe in a few years he would make a fortune. The crazy idea of investing in an oil mine. A normal person would not be able to think of it. 10 minutes ago, the mayor also thought that an oil mine was a waste resource that no one wanted. In such a short period of time, there was such a big change in opinion. It was all because of this youth. After all, this was a guy who repeatedly created miracles. Nangong said with a heartfelt sigh, Your level of erudition leaves this mayor in the dust. Was there even a need to say it? In my eyes, what difference is there between you and a primitive? In the future, even a 3-year-old child would be more knowledgeable than you. Chu Tian put the 5 crystal tubes in place. Sir Mayor, I need to go back and do some simple tests. I will take my leave first. Nangong Yi had no way to put on the airs of the mayor in front of the mysterious Chu Tian. He could only say, I will send an escort team to escort you back. Many thanks, Sir Mayor. Chu Tian walked 2 steps before suddenly thinking of something. He stopped and turned around to say to the mayor, in 2 days, Miracle Food and Beverages first hotel will open. I hope that Sir Mayor can come and support us at that time. Your daughter has a share in this. A hotel opening, and he wanted the mayor to support it? This kind of request was a bit excessive. Nangong Yi helplessly agreed. Even if he didn't consider his relationship with Chu Tian, with his daughter's temper, if he didn't go, she would tear down the mayor's palace. Nangong Yi personally sent Chu Tian out. He also sent 100 elite team to escort Chu Tian the entire way. Today, Nangong Yi personally saw Chu Tian not only for the resource fields, but also to test Chu Tian. Finally, he also wanted to discuss the matter of letting him invest in Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian's performance far surpassed Nangong Yi's imagination. This made Nangong Yi even more determined to protect him. Although he might have to pay a price for offending the Ye family, it was worth it to rope in Chu Tian. Nangong Yi didn't even mention the matter of investing in Miracle Commerce, because Chu Tian would never agree. Since it was like this, why destroy their relationship? Nangong Yin had already joined Miracle Commerce and became one of the executives. Chapter 44. Evening. Meng Qinggu came back with a tired face. Is the president back? The president came back a long time ago. What is he doing? He locked himself in his room after coming back from the mayor's mansion. It's been half a day. We don't know what he's doing. What kind of mysterious things was this guy up to? Meng Qinggu went directly to Chu Tian's room and knocked on the door. The wooden door opened and half a head popped out. Ah, eldest miss? The eldest young miss wore a white dress that was like a veil as she walked out, and she seemed as if she was within the mist. Besides her black hair, her entire body was pure white like snow, and her appearance was exquisite and otherworldly, causing her to have an otherworldly and dreamlike feeling. Beautiful. The beauty of the eldest young miss simply had no blind spots. No matter when or where, she would always give people a breathtaking feeling. Chu Tian grabbed the eldest miss' hand. I was just about to go find you. Let's talk in the room. Meng Qinggu was pulled into the room by this guy in front of the guards. Her face became hot and she glared at him. Can you pay attention to your image? You don't want your face, but I do. Sorry. Isn't this because I'm happy? Meng Qinggu's face was full of resentment. We're about to die from exhaustion. It's fine if you don't come to help. But what is there to be happy about? Oh, right. How did your discussion with the mayor go? Chu Tian poured a cup of tea for the eldest miss. I considered the actual situation of Miracle Commerce, so I did him a favor and transferred all the resources to the mayor's mansion. Meng Qinggu was not surprised. We are in need of money. The transfer fee from the mayor should be quite a lot, right? No, not even a single copper coin. What? Not even a single copper coin? Meng Qinggu was speechless. The mayor could not bully people like this, right? Chu Tian laughed. Because I used these resources to exchange with the mayor for the permanent development rights of a crystal oil mine. Crystal oil mine? Meng Qinggu almost vomited blood. What kind of brain circuit does this guy have? Meng Qinggu realized that if she stayed with him, she would get a heart attack sooner or later. Young miss, don't be so angry. Please look at me. Chu Tian's pitch-black eyes were like the stars in the night sky. His gaze was extremely penetrating, as if he could see through people. Meng Qinggu's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly looked away. Sneaky eyes, why are you looking at me? Such an unparalleled handsome face was actually described as a shifty-eyed face. Women were indeed creatures that liked to speak in reverse. I mean, do I look like someone who would suffer a loss? What do you mean? As if performing a magic trick, Chu Tian took out a crystal tube from his pocket. Miss Ketch. The crystal tube had a cylindrical shape and was sealed with a glowing liquid. Could it be crystal oil? Meng Qingguo trembled in fright. The crystal tube directly fell to the ground and bounced a few centimeters high. Not good. Something big was going to happen. Her beautiful cheeks turned white from fright. Chu Tian picked it up and placed it in Meng Qingguo's hands. Don't be afraid. Crude oil is indeed an unstable substance, but after special processing, crystal oil has become extremely stable. Really? Meng Qingguo patted her chest and almost had a heart attack from fright. She suspiciously looked at the crystal tube. The blue and white viscous substance emitted a faint glow, making her cheeks look even more beautiful. Normal crystal oil is pure white. This is indeed a bit different. Chu Tian said in high spirits. It's not just different, take a closer look. Meng Qingguo found that the top of the crystal tube was sealed with a thin piece of copper. This copper piece was engraved with a few symbols and lines. At first glance, it looked like a pattern, but in reality it was a source energy array. Chu Tian laughed. This is an energy output array. It has been modified into a level 1 source energy battery. Come, let me show you. Chu Tian took out a pear-shaped light bulb and attached the source energy battery to the bottom of the light bulb. An incredible scene appeared. The source energy array inside the light bulb blossomed with light. Chu Tian did not use any spirit energy. The light bulb was activated. Meng Qingguo seemed to realize something incredible. Could it be the source energy battery can be used to power the source energy array and replace people in activating the light bulb? Correct. Heavens! Meng Qingguo's breathing became rapid and her chest heaved up and down. She hurriedly asked, "How much energy is stored inside?" Chu Tian replied, "If an entire bustling street is filled with electric lights, it should be enough to supply energy for a year." Powerful. Too powerful. Simply incredible. Meng Qingguo suspected that she was dreaming. This crystal tube had a capacity of 100 milliliters, and crystal oil was only a few dozen milliliters. Could it supply a bustling street with electricity for an entire year? What kind of cheap material was crystal oil? The price of this energy was just too cheap. If Miracle Commerce had this cheap energy, then wouldn't it be able to develop by leaps and bounds? The source energy battery could turn waste into treasure, turning something rotten into something magical. It could even be used in a series of products. Its significance and value was hard to estimate. It could even be said that this was an epic-making invention. Chu Tian was very satisfied with the young Miss Reaction. Since the mayor is guarding this treasure mountain and doesn't know how to use it, then let us help him develop it. The scale of this oil mine is not small. It is enough for us to take the lead. I plan to build a battery factory and turn South Sky City into an energy production base. Crystal oil energy was a kind of biological energy, so it was different from normal crystal stones. It could directly release a kind of energy similar to source energy and could be used to operate source energy arrays. All of the continent's technology was based on source energy arrays. The source energy battery was like a master key that could unlock all technology. Without this key, no matter how many things Chu Tian invented, it would be impossible to popularize them. Energy was the foundation of everything. Even waste could be turned into treasure. This invention had the power to change the continent's civilization. Was there anything in this world that Chu Tian couldn't do? The source energy battery was actually a low-end energy source. Chu Tian didn't know how many years it had been since he eliminated it, but for the modern civilization, it was definitely a milestone. Too advanced an invention, too advanced technology, Could the current level of infrastructure and production be achieved? Don't joke around. An era where crystal oil was like gutter oil was like a primitive man who had just discovered fire. Did you expect them to develop magic crystal cannons? There was no doubt. Chu Tian had once again given Meng Qinggu a big surprise. Chu Tian had once again given Miracle Commerce a big gift. Even if Miracle Commerce didn't do anything, as long as they spread the technology and waited for the oil mine to appreciate, they would be able to make a fortune, surpassing any company in South Sky City. But what did an oil mine count for? Miracle Commerce wanted more benefits. The source energy battery was different from the electric lamp. This could become the capital to move unhindered across the world in the future. It didn't matter if other things were leaked, but the source energy battery production technology must be kept a secret. Meng Qinggu quickly gave a suggestion. The time to build a battery factory is not yet right. You must protect the battery production technology. You must not let it leak out. Chu Tian was surprised. Why? Think about it. People still haven't realized the value of crystal oil, so it is very connected. But once they realize in less than a year or two, all the oil mines will be occupied by the major powers. Losing the initiative is a small matter, but once the source energy batteries are madly produced, with our pitiful productivity, we, Miracle Commerce, will not be able to take any advantage. This great invention will ultimately become a wedding dress for others. The modern era did not have copyright awareness, so there was no such thing as a patent. In the competition between merchant families, there was no such thing as piracy and genuine products. The fist was the reason. When others stole your technology and made a lot of money, who would you go to reason with? Could it be that you had to call out to the people to protect genuine products, respect intellectual property, not buy pirated products, and establish core values? It would be strange if people didn't think you were crazy and beat you to death. Chu Tian carefully thought about it. He was indeed eager for quick success. Meng Qinggu pondered for a few seconds before saying, "We can't start mass production of the source energy batteries for now, but we can first buy large amounts of raw materials and secretly refine a batch of crystal oil, storing it in preparation. Once we have enough funds, we can buy other oil mines. Once the production equipment and manpower are up to standard, we can start mass production of the batteries." Miracle Commerce has the young miss at the helm. It really is like adding wings to a tiger. Meng Qingwu's cheeks turned slightly red. She avoided this topic and said, "Stop being so glib and worry about yourself. After the summit, the Ye family hasn't made a move, so I feel a little uneasy." Chu Tian shrugged. "The general's house and the mayor's house are both on our side. If Yi Xiong wants to make a move on me, how could it be that easy? Even if that's the case, we still can't be careless." The young miss took out a few thick pieces of paper and handed them to Chu Tian. "I've prepared something for you. Take a look first." "What is this?" "I've compiled all the drugs that have been circulating in the city recently. Take a look and see if there are any that you can use. Also, I've found a way to get a ticket to the black market through my connections." What is the black market? The black market is a very special market. It's very chaotic and dangerous, but it's said that treasures often appear. If there is no other way, then we'll take the risk and try our luck. The young miss looked cold on the surface, but her heart was actually very warm. She usually didn't care about anything, but in fact she was even more anxious than Chu Tian, afraid that she would miss out on some useful herbs. Chu Tian was quite touched. "How much money do we have left?" Meng Qinggu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "I've been spending a lot of money recently, so the company really doesn't have any spare money. But we can borrow some from Xiong Tianyan and Master Zhang. Rare elixirs cost at least 1,000 gold coins, and some even cost several thousand gold coins. And this was only a level 1 elixir. This was only the expenses of a body refinement cultivator. After reaching the awakened soul realm, the consumption of elixirs would increase by more than 10 times. If one practiced a special cultivation technique, they would need special materials, and the expenses would increase even more. Most of the experts relied on money to become strong. Which disciple of a large family didn't spend a lot of money on them? It was very hard for a poor disciple to stand out. Those without talent would only be like this for a lifetime. As for those with talent, they would still have to rely on others or even sell themselves to a large family to increase their strength in order to obtain more resources. Of course, there were a few people with monstrous talent and monstrous luck. They would encounter many fortuitous encounters and eventually become a peak expert. But this kind of person was hard to find in a million. Chu Tian was anxious to establish his own company and influence. Wasn't it so that he could easily occupy more resources and pave the way for the future? He couldn't let down the young Mrs. Intentions. Chu Tian quickly looked over the list. The two eras were separated by tens of thousands of years. The names of the herbs were not the same, but the value of the materials could be seen. True elixirs needed thousands of years to grow, so they contained a large amount of spirit energy, which could directly increase one's cultivation. This kind of heaven and earth treasure was very expensive. As for the commonly used herbs, they grew quickly and could be artificially cultivated. They were mainly used to refine recovery, treatment, detoxification, and other fast-consuming medicines. So their price was not even a tenth of the former. The herbs on this list were generally worth a dozen silver coins to a dozen gold coins. Such cheap materials. How could there be a real treasure? There was no other way. South Sky City, and even the entire kingdom, was remote, the spiritual energy was thin, and the resources were barren. Heaven and earth treasures were really rare. While Chu Tian was feeling disappointed, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, What's with this meteor grass?" Meng Qinggu glanced at the herb Chu Tian pointed out. Meteor grass is a very common material, but its habits are very strange. It only grows in a basin 200 miles south. It can't be found anywhere else. It is said that this basin was created by an ancient meteorite, so people call this material meteor grass. Chu Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter. How effective is it? Didn't this fellow know everything? How could he have never seen meteor grass before? It had to be known that the production of meteor grass in South Sky City was very high, so it should be considered a common material. Meteor grass can be refined into a medicine to treat bone injuries. For example, if it was a bone fracture caused by an external force, it would normally take more than 10 days to recover. But if you use this medicine, you would be able to recover overnight. Of course, it is mainly for people under the awakened soul realm. Awakened soul realm cultivators have very strong bones and meridians, so they are not easily damaged. But once they are damaged, it is very difficult to recover. Chu Tian suddenly revealed an excited expression. "Ha ha! What meteor grass? This is clearly meteorite grass. Our luck is really not bad. This thing is very useful to us." Chapter 45. Meteor grass was indeed meteorite grass. Meteorite grass, as the name implied, was a special kind of meteorite that fell to the earth. The material from the sky soaked into the soil, giving birth to a magical herb. This kind of material was not an elixir, but its value was very shocking. Only the direct descendants of the nobles would not hesitate to buy meteorite grass. In this era, it was treated as a specialized medicine for bone injuries. This was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. This was clearly a great bargain, like the oil mine. It wasn't that Chu Tian was too lucky, it was that this era was too stupid. Chu Tian didn't even think before saying, "I'm prepared to buy large amounts of meteor grass in the long run. Let's talk about it after 10,000. 10,000? Meng Qinggu was shocked. Although meteor grass was not an elixir, it was still worth 10 gold coins. You want to buy all of the meteor grass in South Sky City? Meteorite grass is not used like this. It needs to be used in large amounts to show its true value. 10,000 is considered a small amount. It's only enough for us to use for a few days. To be honest, I'm planning on buying the entire basin." "Buying the entire basin?" Although meteor grass was not an elixir or treasure, it was still a very good medicine. Medicine made from meteor grass was sold very well on the market, and the demand was very high. The meteor grass basin was controlled by a large family. If he wanted to buy the entire basin, how much money would he have to spend? Meng Qingguo finally couldn't help but ask, "What is the use of meteor grass? Is it worth your attention?" Chu Tian didn't answer and looked her up and down. Meng Qingguo felt a pair of eyes sweep over her body, and her cheeks couldn't help turning slightly red. She rebuked him in a rebuking tone. "I'm asking you a question. What are you looking at me for? Does the young miss have a chronic illness? How do you know? Did Ying tell you?" "I can see it," Chu Tian said with a faint smile. "Your meridians were innately injured, so you were born with a chronic illness. Every night you feel unbearable pain, and when you use spirit energy, the pain is even more intense. Am I right?" Chu Tian even knew this. Could it be that this fellow knew how to calculate? Even his younger sister didn't know about this. When her mother was pregnant, she was ambushed by her enemies and was seriously injured. Although she miraculously survived and gave birth to Meng Qingguo 2 months later, Meng Qingguo's meridians were damaged. Although she wasn't a cripple, it brought many inconveniences. Meng Qingguo couldn't make a move easily. Once she used her origin power to fight with others, her meridians would be stimulated and she would be bitten by hundreds of ants. The pain would be unbearable. This was a congenital deficiency, so there was no cure. Chu Tian confidently said, "There are many ways to treat it. Meteor grass can reconstruct the muscles and bones, and that is one of them." "Really? How could this congenital deficiency be cured?" This problem had brought him too much trouble and pain. Over the past 20 years, it had gradually become a habit, but he had never dared to hope that it could be cured. Chu Tian still had a smile on his face. "If you don't believe me, then let's make a bet. If I can cure you with meteor grass, then you have to kiss me. If I can't do it, then I'll kiss you. No one loses out. What do you think?" Meng Qingguo stared at him. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll really get angry." This young miss, her face was too thin and she was so fierce. He couldn't joke around with her. Chu Tian quickly put away his playful appearance. Calm down, but I have to buy the meteor grass," Meng Qingguo said in a worried voice. 10,000 would require at least 100,000 gold coins. The company is very tight on money right now, so I'm afraid we won't be able to take it out in a short amount of time. Ying and I aren't worried. It's fine as long as it's enough for you to use. What are you afraid of? Isn't the restaurant about to open? Even if that's the case, but don't say any more. Chu Tian was filled with confidence in miracle dining. "I have a premonition that our first pot of gold is about to fall into our hands. I don't like to drag things out, so the 10,000 must be delivered as soon as possible. I need to use it immediately." "All right, 10,000 is 10,000. Who told you to be the chairman?" 10,000 meteor grass was a large burden on the company, but she didn't doubt Chu Tian's words at all. If they didn't have enough money, they could still ask Xiong Tianyan to borrow some. Lacking money. The most important thing now was to let the Miracle Dining Company officially start operations. As an important brand under the Miracle Group, the Miracle Dining Company naturally received a lot of attention. But the person in charge of the company was Meng Ying and Nan Gongyan, which caused a huge uproar in South Sky City. One was a witch with explosive, destructive power. The other was a cute and silly girl. These two beauties were quite famous in the city, but they weren't serious people. Letting them be in charge of such an important company, wasn't this just messing around? When the news was released, ridicule, doubt, sarcasm, and all kinds of rumors quickly spread throughout the city, looking down on people. Under the anger of Meng Ying and Nan Gongyan, Meng Ying and Nan Gongyan clenched their teeth and pushed forward. Those who looked down on them, when the time came, their eyes would pop out. For the opening of the restaurant, the two were busy from day to night. They spent almost 24 hours in the restaurant without any time to rest. They put all their effort into decorating, planning, and advertising, taking care of almost everything. Meng Qingguo also wanted to train her little sister, so she was responsible for supporting them from behind. If they needed people, they needed things, and if they needed money, they needed money. Unless there was a big mistake, she wouldn't stand in front of the stage to personally command them. Chu Tian, this hands-off shopkeeper, didn't know anything. He just felt strange that he hadn't seen Meng Yingying for 2 days. Until the day before the opening, Meng Yingying called Chu Tian over to do a final technical inspection before the opening. This was a prime location in the center of South Sky City. A 4-story high restaurant was located near the intersection. The location was very convenient. The restaurant was tall and large, and the decorations were very exquisite. There was a large golden sign that had a few words written on it. It could be clearly seen from several hundred meters away. Yingying, Hot Pot City. Chu Tian was happy seeing this. This name is a little interesting. Meng Yingying's little face turned red. Elder sister said that the Miracle restaurants are divided into low, middle, and high grade. This is a low-grade restaurant, catering to ordinary cultivators and mercenaries. Therefore, it is cheap and convenient to attract customers in the form of hot pot. Chu Tian didn't understand this at all, so he curiously asked, "Then what are the middle grade and high grade restaurants called?" The middle grade restaurant is named Cloud Realm after elder sister Nangong. It is mainly a large buffet restaurant. Finally, the Miracle Grand Hotel is a high grade restaurant. It has expensive and luxurious high grade dishes that attract the upper class. The hot pot restaurant was cheap and lively, the buffet restaurant was convenient and fast, and the high grade hotel was high grade. The 3 restaurants corresponded to different classes of customers. Chu Tian wasn't good at doing business, but it was fine as long as he had the young miss. Yingying Hot Pot City had a total of 4 floors. It was a large restaurant that Southern Cloud Commerce spent tens of thousands of gold coins to buy. Each floor had over 100 tables and several private rooms. It could hold a total of 800 to 900 people. After 10 days of modification, each table had a source energy pot. The source energy pot was embedded in the table and couldn't be taken away. This was to ensure that the source energy pot wouldn't be lost. Everyone was nervously preparing. 6-7 workers were building a platform in front of the Hot Pot City. The waiters of the Hot Pot City were 80 employees that Southern Cloud Commerce had transferred over. They were busy cleaning the floor, arranging potted plants, and hanging decorations. There were more than 10 chefs in the kitchen, processing fresh ingredients like pork, mutton, beef, venison, and so on. Of course, they were all low-level demon beast meat. The base of the hot pot also took a lot of effort. They were all dead demon beast meat and herbs that had been boiled in advance. Chu Tian's job was to check the source energy pots. He wanted to make sure that the source energy pots could be used normally when they opened. Otherwise, if there was a problem on the first day, it wouldn't be good. "I've checked everything. There are no problems. You can rest assured." Nan Gongyin and Meng Yingying let out a sigh of relief. They went back and held an emergency meeting, making a prediction for tomorrow's unexpected situation. Although they had only prepared for 10 days, looking at the current situation, it was already very thorough. There shouldn't be any internal accidents. The only thing they needed to guard against was the interference of hostile forces. However, tomorrow Nangong, Yi Xiongbing, and the others would all be present. Even if Yi Xiong wanted to retaliate against Chu Tian, it wouldn't be easy to do so in this situation. Meng Yingying was looking forward to it, but she was also nervous. "Do you think we can do it tomorrow? What if there's a problem?" Nan Gongyin slapped the table and angrily spat. "Don't jinx it. We've been working hard these past few days. Our brains have been squeezed dry. How could there still be an accident?" That was what she said. But everyone could see that Nan Gongyin was more nervous than anyone else. Meng Qingguo understood their feelings. who didn't have a first time. She smiled and comforted them. We've already done what we needed to do, so don't let your imagination run wild. You haven't had a good rest these past few days, so you should have a good night's sleep to prepare for tomorrow's opening. This was an advertisement that had been placed at the summit. Just the new source energy cooking gimmick was enough to attract countless people. Not to mention the mayor, the generals, the Symbol Masters Association chairman, etc. This large group of people had all returned. Didn't they understand the effect of a celebrity? Naturally, there would be many people coming with these important people. The celebrity effect, the summit hype, the source energy restaurant gimmick. With this combination, it would be hard for this restaurant not to become popular. They didn't know what to worry about. Chu Tian wanted to say a few words of encouragement, but who knew that he wouldn't be able to open his mouth. The door was knocked open. A guard tumbled into the room. Chairman! Chairman! Something bad has happened. Two people are fighting on the street. Not only did they damage the restaurant, our staff went to stop them, but they were also injured. The situation is very bad right now. I'm afraid it's not good. Please go take a look. Everyone heard this. They were all shocked. Damn, which bastard was it that dared to cause trouble at such a critical time? Why did they have to fight on the street? Why did they have to fight on this street? Why did they have to fight on this street? Why did they have to fight on this street? Why did they have to fight on this street? This street was so long. What was even more hateful was destroying the restaurant on the day before the opening. Wasn't this clearly looking for trouble? Nan Gongyin angrily jumped up. Bastard! Who dares to cause trouble at this time? This old lady wants their lives. Chapter 46. Two young men, one holding a saber and the other a sword, stood facing each other in front of the Hot Pot City's entrance. The two of them were handsome and had extraordinary looks. One look and you could tell that they were outstanding people. Third brother's three-gale sword, its power is like a gale. It's exquisite. I concede defeat. Ha! 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 Ninth brother, don't underestimate yourself. Your burning flame saber technique is becoming more and more powerful. I almost couldn't block it. I've recently practiced a new reverse wave saber technique. I've never tried it on anyone before. I don't know how powerful it is. Ha! Ha! What a coincidence. This brother is also hiding something. Let's go again. The two of them talked loudly, treating the people around them like air. The onlookers were filled with awe. Although these two young men were new faces and they had never heard of them in South Sky City, from the competition just now, the two of them had high cultivation bases and strong martial skills. They were not inferior to the top geniuses of South Sky City. At this time, an angry roar came from the distance. Bastard! A ball of fire descended from the sky and heavily smashed into the ground. The scorching energy spread out and instantly smashed two large pits in the ground. Nan Gongyen's body was covered in flames, and she slowly stood up. Her body was surrounded by flames, and her long red hair danced in the wind. She was like an angry goddess, and the fire phoenix source spirit was faintly discernible, making it hard for people to look straight at her. Such a strong aura, such a terrifying aura. The onlookers quickly retreated in fear. The sword-holding youth revealed a trace of fear. Fire Phoenix's power? Your South Sky City's famous super genius, Nan Gongyin. Yingying Hot Pot City's exterior was seriously damaged. Tomorrow's ribbon-cutting platform had completely collapsed, and the restaurant sign had been cut off. There were several injured employees and guards lying on the ground, moaning in pain. The ground was also a mess. Fortunately, the damage was only to the exterior. There shouldn't be any internal damage. Even so, this still brought a lot of trouble to Miracle Commerce. Nan Gongyin was so angry that she almost lost her mind. Why did you do this? The two youths looked at each other, and their eyes flashed a trace of mischief. They replied with a smile. It was fun. Fun? Fun. These bastards causing trouble on the eve of the grand opening was just for fun? "This beautiful lady, why are you so angry?" The blade-wielding youth laughed and waved his hand, saying, "We just broke a few things and injured a few servants along the way. How much money do you want? We'll pay for it. We'll pay double. Compensate? Can you afford it?" Nangong Yin angrily roared, "I want your lives. Watch my palm. Nangong, wait." Chu Tian, Meng Qingguo, and Meng Yingying walked out from the crowd. When Meng Yingying saw that the hot pot city was damaged, sparkling tears immediately welled up in her eyes. For more than 10 days, Meng Yingying had devoted herself to the restaurant. Every decoration and even every ornament was the result of Meng Yingying's painstaking efforts. Who would have thought that after leaving for a short while he would be in such a state? How could she not be sad? How could she not feel heartache? Meng Yingying gritted her teeth in anger. Her little sister's painstaking efforts being wasted like this. Meng Qingguo also felt indignant. However, she forcefully suppressed her anger and calmly asked, "Who are you people? We haven't offended you." Meng Qingguo was naturally cautious. She didn't dare act rashly before clearly understanding the other party. What if it was a trap? The blade-wielding youth didn't even look at her and clearly said, "Who we are, a small character like you, doesn't have the qualifications to know. If you know what's good for you, then quickly scram. Don't disturb my fun." The blade-wielding youth wildly laughed. "Ha ha ha. Third brother, you're really cold-hearted? Such a beauty that can cause the downfall of a country came to strike up a conversation with you. How could you not say anything? Beauty, if you come over and kiss me, I'll tell you who we are." The blade-wielding youth carefully sized up Meng Qingguo. "Oh, I didn't think that a small place like Tiannan City could actually produce several outstanding beauties. What's the point of staying in a small place like this? Why don't you come with me to Zhong State? I'll guarantee that you'll live the life of a noble lady." The blade-wielding youth wretchedly smiled. "A noble lady in the day and a slut in the night. Don't forget to take care of my little brother." These two people were really too arrogant, publicly insulting Meng Qingguo in front of everyone. Even Yi Han couldn't be worse. However, a person couldn't be so arrogant and despotic for no reason. These two people's backgrounds were definitely not simple. These two people should have come from Zhong State. Only people from Zhong State main city would have this kind of superiority. Moreover, this was probably their first time coming to Tiannan City. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them not to recognize Meng Qingguo. This was really strange. Why would they make life difficult for miracle commerce the first time they came to Tiannan City? Nangong Yin couldn't bear it anymore. "Sister Qingwu, they're going too far. For trash like them, I can kill them in one move." "Nangong Yin, we know you and we also know that you're strong. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. You better not meddle in other people's business." The blade-wielding youth didn't seem to know the relationship between Nangong Yin and Hot Pot City. Instead, he loudly said, "If you don't want to cause trouble for Nangong Yi, then obediently get out of my way." "That's right." The blade-wielding youth also loudly shouted, "Chu Tian, I didn't think you would fall to this point, relying on a few women to live off of you. If you're a man, then don't hide behind a woman. Come out." The three women revealed a surprised expression. These two people knew Chu Tian? Their target was also Chu Tian? Why? If it wasn't the Ye family or the Du family, then could it be Chu Tian's old enemies? The blade-wielding youth coldly smiled and said, "I'll count to 3 if you don't obediently roll out and kneel in front of us to apologize. Then we'll burn down your shop." Sure enough, they were old enemies. Chu Tian scratched his head, but there were some things that didn't need to be understood, so he walked out without any hesitation. The blade-wielding youth snorted and said, "Did you not understand our words? Kneel down." Chu Tian smiled and said, "You two seem to like to compete. How about we have a spar?" A trace of surprise flashed in the two youths' eyes, and they simultaneously laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You trash, you actually want to challenge us." "Ridiculous. This is too ridiculous. Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you want to come one by one or all at once? There couldn't be a mistake, right? Was this really Chu Tian? This was the cowardly and timid fellow from back then? This was the fellow that bullied them back then and didn't even dare to fart? This person stood here, and although his appearance was the same, his temperament was completely different. The blade-wielding youth felt insulted and couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Ninth brother, this bastard dares to not kneel in front of us, and even dares to shamelessly challenge us. This is simply going against the heavens. Do you know what to do?" "I understand. I'll go cripple him, so he'll remember." The blade-wielding youth sneered as he walked over. "You want to pretend you don't know us? Is that possible? A bastard will always be a bastard. Even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to change it. Watch my blade." The blade-wielding youth roared, and his long blade burst forth with a white blade aura, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. It tore through the air with an ear-piercing screech, as if it wanted to tear space apart, and fiercely chopped towards Chu Tian's knees. "I'll first break your legs!" Nan Gongyan clenched her fist. Meng Qinggu stopped her. He can handle it. The blade-wielding youth's strength was only at the 7th body refinement layer. This kind of strength was similar to Luo Yu at the summit. From this, it could be seen that the blade-wielding youth was not from Tiannan City, or else if he knew that Chu Tian had defeated Luo Yu in one move, he would not have dared to be so careless. Chu Tian's lips curled into a cold smile, and with a low roar he pointed with his right hand. Scram! Dang! His finger, without any deviation, landed on the blade. Like a clap of thunder, the white blade aura directly shattered. The blade-wielding youth retreated, staggered 6 or 7 steps, and finally steadied his body. He saw that in the center of the long blade that was forged from 100-tempered steel, there was actually a hole the size of a finger, casually breaking the blade aura with a finger, even leaving a hole in the fine steel blade. What kind of strength was this? Cripple me? With just you? Chu Tian casually waved his finger again. The strong aura turned into invisible finger chi, and once again heavily struck the blade. This 100-tempered steel blade directly broke, and the finger chi directly shot into the youth's chest, directly severing several meridians. Pooh! The youth spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted in fear, "Ah, stop!" Chu Tian's 10 fingers all turned pale gold, shooting out several finger chi in the air, instantly passing through his body, simultaneously severing several of the most important meridians. The youth was continuously pierced by the finger chi, and with a pitiful cry he fell down, feeling that all of his meridians were damaged, and he could not use spirit energy. His face instantly turned ashen, and he shouted in fear, "Wait, I admit defeat. I don't want to fight any more." "Admit defeat? Do you really think that I, your father, am a spineless coward?" Chu Tian seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. These two fellows came to cause trouble the day before the restaurant's grand opening. Not only did they cause great trouble for Miracle Commerce, they even wanted to cripple Chu Tian on the spot. Now that they could not win, they could just admit defeat? So, another finger chi shot out. The last main meridian was shattered. The blade-wielding youth shouted in despair, "No!" The sword-wielding youth could no longer remain calm. "You dare injure my 9th brother! Die!" A long sword flew through the air, and a pale green sword chi whistled out. Chu Tian disdainfully dispersed the sword chi with one palm. "You're only SOO." His 2 legs lightly jumped, and like a gust of wind, he suddenly attacked. Not good. The sword-wielding youth stabilized his body in midair, and hurriedly released 4 or 5 sword chi, weaving into a beautiful sword net, attempting to block Chu Tian's powerful attack. Too weak. Can't even withstand a single blow. Chu Tian's powerful palm ignored the defense and instantly penetrated the sword net and heavily landed on the sword-wielding youth's abdomen, directly shattering his dantian. Ah! The sword-wielding youth screamed, and like a meteor he flew out and heavily fell to the ground, and his sword also fell to the side. Chu Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. A seventh body refinement layer, and a peak seventh body refinement layer. With just this little bit of strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? With just this little bit of strength, you dare to go against miracle commerce? The onlookers revealed a look of horror. The Tiannan City summit had only been 2 days. Chu Tian's strength seemed to have increased by a large amount. The joint attack of 2 experts at the 7th level of body refinement was easily defeated by him, and from the looks of it, they had already been completely crippled. Nan Gongyan's face revealed a look of shock. This little brat is too abnormal. If this continues, his cultivation will surpass me. It is just a matter of time. How did he improve so quickly? Next time there is a chance, I must force him to tell me his secret. How is this possible? You really are Chu Tian. The 2 youths looked at him with a face full of horror. The Chu Tian that did not have any cultivation and was like a waste. When did he become so strong? The Chu Tian that could be trampled on at any time and was treated as a plaything. Now he was treating them as playthings? What a big contrast. It was simply impossible to accept. Third brother, no. My meridians are all broken. My magic power is also scattered. Chu Tian, you are so ruthless. The 2 of them never thought that they would end up like this. They were originally talented people, but because of such a small matter, they were finally reduced to a waste, unable to cultivate any more. Regret, fear, resentment, all at the same time. Chu Tian was simply a demon. Ruthless? Chu Tian revealed a trace of playfulness. When you wanted to waste me, why didn't you think it was ruthless? Messing with my company. You should be prepared. I didn't kill you. That is already merciful. Bold, unfilial son. A deep voice came from a nearby tea house. A teacup shot out from the window of a private room and spun at high speed towards Chu Tian. There was still an expert. Chu Tian's iron fist smashed down, a crisp cracking sound, and the teacup immediately broke into pieces. Chu Tian was also forced back a small step. Judging from the strength, this person's strength was probably at the peak of the 8th body refinement layer. Nan Gongyan coldly snorted. What scoundrel! Come out for me. Chapter 47. A red-robed, middle-aged man jumped down from the tea house. He had short black curly hair, a beard around his mouth, and several jade rings on his hands. He was obviously a rich person. The 2 youths hurriedly shouted, "Seventh uncle, save me." The middle-aged man glanced at the 2 and coldly snorted. You can't even beat a bastard. You have lost face for the family. What use do you have? 7th uncle, you. The 2 youths' faces were ashen. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this bastard have? How did he become so strong in just a few short months? The middle-aged man's expression was very arrogant, but there was a trace of uncontrollable surprise in his eyes. He looked up and down at Chu Tian anxiously. Everyone thought you were dead. Who knew that you, the shame of the family, would live until today? And your cultivation is not weak. These strange people, where did they come from? Chu Tian was not in a hurry to make a move. This matter was very strange, and if he wanted to beat them up, he had to beat them up, clearly. He could not beat them up carelessly, and in the end he did not even know who he was beating up. The middle-aged man revealed a mocking and disdainful expression. A few ignorant women, actually standing up for a bastard? Do you know his identity? Do you know who he is? Nan Gongyan coldly snorted. Now he is our boss. He is 100 times stronger than you, despicable people. The middle-aged man retorted. The Nangong family is one of the 3 great families of the kingdom, but you are mixing with a bastard. You are really disgracing the name of the Nangong family. Nan Gongyan angrily rebuked. If your mouth doesn't know how to speak, I will help you tear it apart. This was really strange. This guy obviously knew Chu Tian. Not only did he know Chu Tian, he also knew Chu Tian very well. Chu Tian definitely did not remember meeting this person. Otherwise, with Chu Tian's temper and style, this guy could not stand and walk. There was one possibility. This body's original owner was an acquaintance of the original Chu Tian. This was difficult because the real Chu Tian had already disappeared, and his memory was basically gone. Chu Tian did not know what happened in the past. Who were they? Chu Tian's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "What business do you have with me?" The middle-aged man bellowed in a domineering manner, "You're a bastard that shouldn't have been born, but you still have the blood of the Chu family flowing in your veins. You escaped from the Chu family, rebelled against the clan, and fled. You won't be forgiven even if you die 10,000 times. Moreover, you've injured 2 of your elder brothers, which adds to your crime. How dare you ask such a question?" Betrayal? What does that mean? Who the hell was this guy? The middle-aged man thought that he had subdued him and said with a sneer, "When the news that you were still alive reached the family, it caused quite a commotion. The family didn't believe it at first, so they sent me to check it out myself. Who would have thought that not only are you still alive, you also seem to have had a fortuitous encounter? But now that he has fallen into our hands, his good luck ends here." Meng Qinggu and the other 2 girls thought to themselves, "Is this guy Chu Tian's elder? But so what if he was an elder? Calling him a bastard, calling him trash, insulting people like this. How could there be such an elder?" Chu Tian looked at this idiot with pity in his eyes. "So you're saying that you've come to kill me?" The middle-aged man once again put on an aloof face. The crime of rebelling against a clan is unforgivable. Even 1,000 cuts wouldn't be enough. However, I'll give you a chance since your parents are already dead. Meng Qinggu suddenly thought of something. Chu family, Central State Chu family. Could it be that Chu Tian was a member of the Central State Chu family? The Central State Chu family was a large family. Their influence was not inferior to the Ye family. Perhaps Chu Tian was a member of the Central State Chu family. Because of some accident, he was reduced to a slave. The family thought that Chu Tian had died, so they didn't investigate. Now they received news that Chu Tian was alive and well, and had even privately established a company. So they sent people to South Sky City to investigate. With this explanation, everything made sense. This was also why these people were so dismissive of Chu Tian. It could be said that they had watched Chu Tian grow up, but because they knew him too well, it affected their judgment. No one knew what happened to Chu Tian later on. Or perhaps the news that Chu Tian was still alive was deliberately leaked to Central State by someone who hid some of the contents. The goal was to provoke conflict between Chu Tian and the family, using a borrowed knife to kill him. This was most likely a plot to sow discord. Chu Tian said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "What do you want me to do?" "Your company seems to be doing quite well." The middle-aged man revealed a greedy expression. "Give me all your shares, cripple your cultivation, and follow me back to the family to receive punishment. This way, I can help you plead for mercy and temporarily let you escape from the death penalty. This is your only chance to live. I hope you grasp this opportunity well." Chu Tian loudly laughed. "You still dare to laugh. I am your father's 7th cousin, an upright monk. You are a bastard that should not have been born into this world. I only gave you one chance because of him. If you don't cherish it, then don't blame the family for being ruthless. The Meng family is only a small family in South Sky City. In front of the Chu family, it can't even be considered as a speck of dust." This fellow seemed to understand Chu Tian very well, so he already had Chu Tian in his grasp. "I'm very sorry." Chu Tian was no longer the Chu Tian of the past, but he wanted to understand what happened to this body, so he asked, "There are some things that I can't remember clearly. How did I betray the Chu family? Can you tell me again?" The middle-aged man's face was full of suspicion. Could it be that he had forgotten? What kind of fortuitous encounter did this bastard encounter? "Fine. I'll let you remember clearly. Your father was originally a direct descendant of the Chu family. Originally, he had high hopes, but he fell in love with an enemy slut. Ignoring the family's opposition, he eloped and ran away, finally giving birth to a bastard like you. 10 years ago, your father and that slut were captured by the family. The family head was very righteous and only killed that slut, allowing you and your father to live and even allowing you to study. Who knew that half a year ago, your father, who didn't know what was good for him, escaped with you again. In the end, he was executed on the spot for the crime of betraying the family. You little bastard unexpectedly escaped and lived to this day. But since you've already been discovered by us, then obediently accept your fate. The Chu family's rules are very strict. This time no one can save you. Both parents died. Many years of humiliation. Running away alone. In the end, even being reduced to a slave. Was this what Chu Tian had experienced before? Meng Qingguo and Meng Yingying were stunned. They simply couldn't believe that Chu Tian's fate was actually so rough. This usually carefree and optimistic young man was a young man. He actually had such an unbearable past. The two sisters suddenly sympathized with Chu Tian. At the same time, they sincerely admired him. You still have the cheek to say such filthy things? Nan Gongyin had a fiery temper. She couldn't stand it at all. Her face flushed red. What a vicious family! The middle-aged man snorted coldly. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. The Chu family's rules are very strict. It's not up to others to tell us what to do. Even the kingdom's laws can't interfere with a family's private affairs. The Nangong family has no right to interfere with the Chu family's internal affairs. Is that so? Nan Gongyan's eyes flashed with killing intent. What if I have to interfere? The middle-aged man revealed a fearful expression. You dare? Strange. Why was her reaction so intense? Chu Tian was just a bastard from the Chu family. A person like Nan Gongyan. How could she be related to this bastard? This woman's cultivation was very high. It would be difficult to deal with her. The middle-aged man underestimated the power around Chu Tian. However, he couldn't admit defeat now. The Nangong family messed up the Chu family's internal affairs. If this was reported to the main city, Nangong Yi's position as the city lord would be in danger. Another bastard who used his father as an excuse. However, what he said wasn't wrong. The one who came to provoke the Ye family was someone from Nangong Yun's side. However, the Chu family was different. They came to find trouble in the name of the family's private affairs. The large clans in this era usually had a high degree of autonomy. It was a taboo of the kingdom for outsiders to interfere with the clan's internal affairs. However, so what if it was a taboo? No matter what, they couldn't let them take Chu Tian away. Chu Tian walked out. Nangong, get out of the way. Chu Tianyu, I'll do it myself. Chu Tian's dark eyes flickered. Forget it. Since I borrowed this body to be reborn, I owe the original owner a favor. The karma of this identity, Chu Tian, should shoulder it all for him. Chu Tian could feel a trace of restlessness in the depths of his soul. That youth had already disappeared, but there was still a trace of hatred left in his soul. Revenge for killing his mother. Revenge for killing his father. 10 years of house arrest and torture. What kind of humiliation was that? However, it's all over. From now on, you can rest in peace. I'll help you take revenge. I'll help you wipe out this humiliation. That restlessness gradually subsided. The middle-aged man saw Chu Tian's cold gaze and suddenly felt a chill. What do you want to do? Kill you. A moment ago, it was as calm as water. Suddenly, it was filled with killing intent. The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly tried to block. However, Chu Tian's strength was far beyond his imagination. He shattered the bones in his arm with one palm and then landed on his face. The violent force sent him flying more than 10 meters away. The middle-aged man revealed a look of fear. How was this possible? Although Chu Tian had been reborn, he was at most at the 7th level of body refinement. He was at the peak of the 8th level of body refinement. How was it possible that he couldn't even block one move from Chu Tian? What he found most difficult to believe was, why did Chu Tian dare to make a move? Wasn't this bastard's fear of the Chu family already ingrained in his bones and soul? The middle-aged man panicked. If you dare to kill me, you'll become the enemy of the entire Chu family. Chu Tian struck the top of his head with his palm, half of his head stuffed into his chest. I'll take back what the Chu family owes me. Killing you is just collecting some interest. The two youths were scared out of their wits. Murder. Although 7th uncle was a minor member of the Chu family, he was still a true member of the Chu family. This bastard who couldn't even enter the family tree actually killed 7th uncle. Strip these two fellows and throw them into the busy streets. Hang them up as an example to others. The guards had long been unhappy with this fellow. They quickly stripped him of his clothes and carried him away as if he was a pig. Damn it, what bad luck! Meeting such a bastard, his good mood for the day was ruined. Chu Tian even dared to kill Yi Xiong's son. What does this fellow count as? Since he had offended the Ye family, he didn't care about the Chu family. If he had the ability, then come. Nan Gongyin looked at Chu Tian in surprise. I didn't think that you were a member of the Chu family. Chu Tian curled his lips in disdain. What Chu family member? Didn't you hear that fellow say I was a bastard? This kind of fellow who doesn't know what's good for him. I'll cripple every time I see one. Meng Qinggu wrinkled her brow and said, I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. Meng Yingying asked why. Miracle Commerce has only been established for a few days. How could the Central State Chu family know about it? That's right, South Sky City and Central State Main City are separated by 1,000 li. It would take several days for news to travel back and forth. Our company has just been established. How could they receive the news so quickly? Nan Gongyin nodded her head. Unless someone deliberately sent the news to Central State. I don't think it's just that. Meng Qinggu revealed a trace of worry. The Chu family clearly received the news, but they didn't know the specifics. They didn't even know that Nan Gongyin is a shareholder of the company. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent these small characters to verify it. In my opinion, someone deliberately leaked the news to the Chu family and then deliberately hid it. Their goal is to sow discord between Chu Tian and the family. That's right. Today's matter, even if Chu Tian didn't personally make a move, the three fellows would most likely be killed by Nan Gongyin. Once the three of them were killed, the Chu family would definitely be enraged. Whether or not Chu Tian personally made a move, they definitely wouldn't let Chu Tian go. Because this was an internal matter of the family, the mayor couldn't interfere with it. Otherwise, it would touch some bottom line. What a good plot to kill with a borrowed knife. As for who the mastermind was, there was no need to guess. Let's not worry about this for now. Chu Tian didn't care too much about it. The most important thing right now is to open the hot pot city. Today's matter can be treated as if it didn't happen. Don't let it affect Miracle Commerce's morale. The arrow was knocked, it had to be released. Although there was a special situation, it couldn't affect tomorrow. This small source energy hot pot city didn't just represent a restaurant. It was also the first time Miracle Commerce had officially opened for business. This had a very important meaning, and there couldn't be any accidents. He was already feeling nervous. Now there was this interlude. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Of course, Chu Tian was an exception. What scene hadn't he seen before? This didn't count for anything. He went back to his room and fell asleep. Chapter 48. The next morning, the sky was not even bright. The sky was still not bright. Chu Tian was fiercely shaken awake. An obedient, oval-shaped face appeared in front of him. Her complexion was incomparably white and tender, like cream, as if water was about to drip out. Looking down along her snow-white neck, he could see the snow-white peaks on her chest, surging like waves and deep ravines. Her eyes were flowing, her elegant eyebrows were slender, and a pair of black eyes were staring at him. Chu Tian turned over and continued to sleep, his mouth still muttering, "Where did this fairy-like beauty come from? It seems like I'm still dreaming." Meng Yingying's little face was boiling hot. Her heart was filled with sweetness. She didn't know how this fellow's mouth grew. It was clearly very irritating, but she couldn't get angry. She pounced forward like a hungry tiger, scratching and clawing. "Wake up! Wake up! Today is a big day. You must attend." Chu Tian was dragged out. They quickly rushed to Yingying's hot pot city. Nan Gongyin rarely wore a formal dress. Her usually loose hair was carefully tied up. Her facial features were exquisite. Her figure was tall, and she had the demeanor of a noble young lady. Of course, that was if she didn't speak. Nan Gongyin anxiously ran over, shouting, "Hey, why are you so late? Today was the opening day of the shop. Quickly come and help." The few of them hurriedly made their preparations. In the east, the fiery red sun slowly rose. 80 waiters, wearing the same uniform, neatly stood in front of the hot pot city. Meng Qinggu came. She was wearing a dignified and beautiful dress. Her figure was tall, her figure was light. Her words and actions were dignified and elegant. Her black hair was like lacquer, her skin like jade, her beautiful eyes sparkled. Every frown and smile revealed an indescribable charm. She was like a budding peony, beautiful but not seductive, gorgeous but not uncommon, charming and incomparable. "Congratulations, young miss." "Congratulations, second miss." "Congratulations, teacher." Zhang Liqing and Xiong Tianyan came early to congratulate her. Because the opening of the hotel under the banner of Miracle Commerce was big news in South Sky City. As the time dragged on, more and more people came to see the excitement. Not long after, the area was packed to the brim. Some second- and third-rate clans sent people to deliver congratulatory gifts. At this time, an extremely luxurious beast carriage slowly drove over, under the escort of more than 10 city Lord Mansion guards. Nangong appeared on the stage, causing the crowd to cheer. "The city lord has arrived. Even the city lord has come." The onlookers were all shocked. They had never heard of a hotel opening that could attract the city lord to come and support it. The ribbon-cutting ceremony could begin. Meng Qinggu was the vice chairman of the Miracle Group, so she personally came on stage to host. Then she invited the 2 chairmen of the Miracle Food and Beverage Company to speak before finally inviting the guests to come on stage. Nangong Yi, Zhang Liqing, Xiong Tianyan, Chu Tian, Meng Qinggu, Meng Yingying, and Nangong Yin. The audience was in an uproar. They were all important people. At this time, a group of beautiful ceremonial ladies appeared. Each one of them was holding a tray covered in red cloth, and there was a pair of scissors on the tray. The ceremonial ladies pulled the red silk far away. "The ribbon-cutting ceremony will now begin." Everyone picked up the copper scissors at the same time and cut the red silk in front of them. Instantly, the drums and bells rang out as everyone celebrated. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Although this ceremony was very troublesome, it was still necessary. Finding a celebrity and then using this opportunity to hype things up, a small restaurant opening that attracted the city lord and the chairman of the Symbol Technique Guild. It would be hard for it not to be popular in the future. Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyin looked at each other and nodded at each other. Meng Yingying announced in a loud voice, "Dear friends, dear citizens, today is the grand opening of Yingying's Elemental Hot Pot Restaurant. In order to repay everyone's support and love, within the first 10 days, for every 5 gold coins you spend, you will receive 1 gold coin back in cash. You can spend as much as you want in this store." Everyone cheered. Chu Tian was stunned. He asked Meng Qinggu, "Spend back in cash? Did you teach this?" Meng Qinggu had a blank face. "No, what's spend back in cash?" "Fuck, Don't tell me South Sky City doesn't have a spend back in cash? Chu Tian seemed to have discovered a shocking fact. This idea couldn't have been thought up by these two fellows, right? Meng Yingying continued to announce. Other than the discount coupons, Yingying's Source Energy Hot Pot City will also issue membership cards. Holding a membership card, you will enjoy a 30% discount, as well as a variety of special privileges. Nan Gongyin stood up and added, the Miracle Dining membership card is not only valid in the Source Energy Hot Pot City, it can also be used in other Miracle Dining stores. In order to celebrate the opening, within 3 days you will receive 10 gold coins if you charge 100 gold coins, 30 gold coins if you charge 200 gold coins, 80 gold coins if you charge 300 gold coins, and 100 gold coins if you charge 500 gold coins. Time is limited, so please take advantage of this opportunity. Meng Qingguo was dumbfounded. These two people really hid their strength well. In this era, demon beasts ran rampant. The land was vast and the population was sparse, so the traffic was blocked, information was difficult to transmit, and the business model was very simple. Spending back, membership cards, and other business methods had never appeared in South Sky City before. Who would have thought that the first to introduce it would actually be two playboys? Nangong Yi's old tears almost flowed down. God bless the Nangong family. His daughter had a fire phoenix source spirit. Now that she followed this group of people, her brain had also leveled up. Her future prospects were limitless. The Hot Pot City officially opened for business. Countless customers swarmed in. The Source Energy restaurant only ate demon beast meat, so most of the customers were cultivators. South Sky City had a total of 200,000 cultivators. This empty market had great potential. The waiter handed over the menu. Black iron wild boar meat, 30 silver coins each. Moonlight yak meat, 40 silver coins each. Twin antelope meat, 40 silver coins each. Giant hooved deer beast meat, 50 silver coins each. The customers looked at the menu and were surprised to find that the price of each meat dish was between 20 to 50 silver coins, and the price of the vegetarian dishes did not exceed 20 silver coins. This was not expensive. Some of the top restaurants in South Sky City, which served ordinary food, had similar prices. Yingying Source Energy Hot Pot City was a Source Energy restaurant. They only served demon beast meat, and there was only one in South Sky City. They thought that the price would be sky high, but they did not expect it to be so affordable. When the dishes were served, people were a little disappointed because the portions were too small. A plate of moonlight yak meat was only a quarter of the price of a steak from Meng Yingying's stall. After all, hot pot was not very popular in South Sky City. People were used to eating in traditional restaurants. So naturally they felt that the amount of hot pot was too small. But thinking about it, the customers here were all cultivators, so the price was within an acceptable range. This was a Source Energy restaurant, a restaurant exclusive to cultivators. They couldn't expect it to be the same price as a normal restaurant, right? Moreover, didn't this place have a membership card system? With a membership card, not only would they be able to eat, they would also get a discount. Of course, most of the people here had never eaten food cooked with spirit energy, so whether it was delicious or not, they had to try it to know. Plate after plate of beef and pork were poured into the special Source Energy pot. Not long after, an incomparably tempting fragrance filled the entire restaurant. The entire street could smell this strange fragrance. This was not something that normal food could compare to. This pork is too delicious. That's right. The black iron boar's meat is hard and tough. But after cooking it in this pot for 5 to 6 minutes, it actually became so tender and delicious. It's really too delicious. You guys quickly try this beef. I've never eaten such good demon beast meat before. This money was really well spent. Let's get a membership card. We'll eat here from now on. Boss, we want everyone to get a membership card. When Meng Qingguo bought the restaurant, she had made a special design, leaving a small area to allow customers to bring their own meat and charging a fixed fee based on the number of people. After all, demon beasts were not farmed. The daily flow of demon beast meat was all purchased from the market. Hot Pot City could not provide a steady supply of ingredients on the menu every day, so doing this could alleviate some of the problems. The entire Hot Pot City was overcrowded. There were several hundred people lining up outside. This was the one and only source energy cooking in the world. Who didn't want to try it? Mang Ingying and Nan Gongyin saw that the business was so good, their mouths were almost crooked from smiling. Every dish here, that was 5 to 10 times the profit. If the business was this good every day, just this Ingying Hot Pot City would become a big money tree. This was just the beginning. This was just the beginning of Miracle Commerce's food and beverage. This was just the beginning of Miracle Commerce's food and beverage. Chu Tian, Xiaongbing, Nangong Yi, and Meng Qingguo, the four of them sat in a private room, ordering a table full of chives. Interesting, interesting. Eating while cultivating, this is the best of both worlds. Ha, 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 ha. Xiaongbing released his spirit energy, only to see the inside of the pot suddenly covered with an invisible energy. A wave of heat surged out. A few thin pieces of lamb, as long as they were placed in the pot, they would be cooked. Once it entered his stomach, his body became hot, his whole body relaxed, and with a jug of good wine, it was a rare enjoyment. Xiaongbing ate a total of 6 or 7 plates of meat. Still not satisfied, he ordered a dozen more plates. Then he gave a suggestion to Chu Tian. I found out that the food in your store is all level 1 demon beast meat. Why don't you provide level 2 demon beast meat? For us awakened soul cultivators, level 1 demon beast meat doesn't have much use for us anymore. Chu Tian nodded his head and said, level 2 ingredients require a level 2 cooking array, and it also requires an awakened soul cultivator to personally make it. There aren't many awakened soul cultivators in Tiannan City, so they haven't withdrawn yet. However, I can specially open a few luxurious private rooms, especially for awakened soul cultivators, but the prerequisite is that you have to apply for a gold membership card. Xiaongbing laughed. You little brat, you even dare to have ideas about me. The Miracle Dining membership card was divided into Black Iron member, Bronze member, Silver member, and Gold member. You only needed to top up 50 gold coins to become a Black Iron member, and you could only enjoy a 5% discount. A Gold member needed to top up 1,000 gold coins, and you could enjoy a 30% discount. 1,000 gold coins was not a small number. In Tiannan City, the people who had the ability to become a gold member were probably the first-class merchants or the first-class families. Xiaongbing heroically said, I will apply for a gold member. But then again, Xiaongbing's voice changed. Who doesn't know that the Nangong family has shares in the Miracle Dining, and the Xiong family shares are in the Southern Cloud Commerce. Now the Miracle Dining is so prosperous, but the Southern Cloud Commerce is half dead. This is not right. Chapter 49. Xiaongbing and Nangong wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. Miracle Commerce was just starting out, so they would definitely be lacking in funds. Wasn't this the best time to invest? Who would have thought that Hot Pot City's popularity would surpass everyone's imagination? Miracle Commerce would open 2 more restaurants in the short term, and in the future it would be a national chain. Would this kind of company be lacking in funds? Only an idiot would accept this investment. Luckily, Xiong Tianyan and Nangong had already become executives of the company, so they could be considered to have received a large piece of the cake in advance. Meng Qingguo quickly said, General Xiaongbing can be assured, Southern Cloud Commerce is one of the most important companies of Miracle Commerce. In the future, we will definitely not disappoint you. That's good, that's good. At this time, Nangong Yin anxiously rushed in. Without waiting for anyone to speak, she directly shouted at her father, Your precious daughter's business is just starting. Do you have the nerve to just sit here and eat like an idiot? At the very least, you should use your actions to support us, for example. Get 30 to 50 gold membership cards. Nangong, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Why do you need to get so many membership cards? Nonsense. Nan Gongyin excitedly said, Miracle Commerce will develop a national chain. The membership cards can be used in South Sky City, Central State Main City, and even in Imperial City. You have to know, the membership cards are limited. Even if you don't use them all, you can still give them to your friends. It's more cost-effective than gold and silver, don't you think? Nan Gong indignantly said. Don't talk about friends. If I continue to be squeezed by you, I'll be so poor that I won't have any friends. So long-winded. Then get a diamond membership card. It's not expensive. It's only 10,000 gold coins. At most, you can enjoy a 40% discount. We're doing a promotion. The more you charge, the more you get. It's equal to a 30% discount. You won't lose out. I'm only telling you this because you're my father. You can do as you see fit. How did this girl's mouth become so glib? Was it because she had been with Chu Tian for a long time? A normal meal in the Source Energy restaurant would cost at least a few gold coins, and this was only level 1 ingredients. In the future, they would prepare a private room for awakened soul cultivators, so the price would be even more expensive. Of course the food would be even better. He had to eat it anyway. Why not take advantage of the opening top-up event to apply for a so-called diamond membership card? Nan Gongyin saw that her father's expression was wavering, so she fanned the flames and said, Actually, we also have a Supreme membership card. You can directly enjoy a 50% discount if you spend 100,000 gold coins to buy one. All right. Stop it. Nan Gong, he wiped his sweat and took out a gold card from his pocket. This is 10,000 gold coins. Take it quickly. Chu Tian gave her a thumbs up. Nan Gongyin raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Then her eyes fell on Xiongbing. General Xiongbing, your general's office has been in Tiannan City for many years, and your financial power doesn't even lose to the mayor's palace. Do you want to apply for a prestigious Supreme membership card? It only costs 100,000 gold coins, and you can immediately show off your noble status. I think it's worth it. Xiongbing's face was covered in a waterfall of sweat. I'm already preparing to apply for a gold membership card. Gold membership card? How can you apply for a gold membership card? Nan Gongyin stared at him and shouted in an exaggerated manner. This is simply a naked insult. You can endure it, but I can't. Which idiot taught you to do this? I'll beat him until he learns how to be a person. Chu Tian trembled in fear. This fellow couldn't be serious, right? Fuck, this wild girl doesn't know how to speak. Asking Xiongbing to apply for a gold membership card. How could this be considered an insult? Only to see Nan Gongyen's beautiful voice. Who are you? The grand opening general of Tiannan City. What kind of status does the Xiong family have? A famous family of generals with countless generals. With such a distinguished status, they actually only apply for a gold membership card? I won't hide it from you. Even that old man Zhang and your little brother Xiong Tianyan have applied for a diamond membership card. What? Xiong Tianyan, that bastard. He's simply a black sheep. Nan Gongyen's expression was very exaggerated. I told you, those small mercenary leaders sitting in the main hall have applied for a gold membership card. That's right, your deputy general and the city defense generals have also applied for a gold membership card. Could it be that the Grand General of Tiannan City has fallen to the same level as a mercenary leader? Could it be that the Grand General of Tiannan City can't even compare to his own subordinates? If this gets out tomorrow, other people will think that you, General Xiongbing, are a pauper. What will you use to establish your prestige? What will you use to lead Tiannan City's army? Don't you think so? Miss Nan Gong, don't say any more. Xiongbing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll do it, okay? This is a 10,000 gold card. Take it. Nan Gongyin happily took the gold card. Chu Tian saw that she had killed another person, and his heart was very satisfied. Nan Gongyen's temperament was fierce, her martial strength was very strong, and her eloquence was not weak at all. Not bad, keep working hard. Who knew Nan Gongyen's gaze would fall on Chu Tian? Chu Tian, as the president, you should at least say something. Currently, Tiannan City only has one Supreme membership card. Don't you think? Damn! This, which doesn't even recognize her own family. Nangong, he looked at the dumbfounded Chu Tian with a pitiful gaze. You little brat, you obviously don't understand my daughter well enough. Xiong Bing snickered and secretly cursed. This little brat only knows how to take pleasure in other people's misfortune. Now does he know how powerful she is? The witch's nickname for so many years. It's not for nothing. Chu Tian shook his head like a rattledrum. You know, I don't have any money. I've been relying on the young miss. I'm so poor that I have to ask for permission to buy a new pair of underwear. Nangong Yin fiercely said, Stop pretending to be poor. You alone have 80% of the Miracle Group shares. We work ourselves to death and can only drink the soup from your back. You still dare to say you don't have any money? The Supreme membership card is yours. There's no room for discussion. You have to do it whether you want to or not. This fellow was too unreasonable. This was a blatant forced purchase. Nangong Yin fiercely pulled up her sleeve, revealing her pure white arm. What? You dare not give me face? If you don't have any money, can't you just owe me first? I'll pay you back in 2 months. It's over. It's over. It's all day long to be pecked in the eye. Chu Tian pinched his nose and admitted, You're amazing. I'll take care of it. Nangong Yen's face changed faster than flipping a book. She revealed a bright smile and said in a tender voice, The chairman sympathizes with his subordinates and fully supports us. I represent the entire Miracle Food and Beverage staff in thanking you. After speaking, she directly gave Chu Tian a big hug. This woman's temper was a bit violent, but her figure was not bad. She let Chu Tian experience what was called softness. But what was with this fellow's strange strength? Why did Chu Tian feel like he had been hugged by a bear? Nangong Yin had just taken care of Chu Tian when her phoenix eyes suddenly fell onto Meng Qingguo. The chairman supports us this much, then the vice chairman. Deranged. She didn't even let Meng Qingguo go. Plucking feathers from wild geese. This wasn't enough to describe her. Meng Qingguo's face changed. Without waiting for Nangong Yin to speak, she took out a gold card. Nangong Yin was so happy that her mouth was crooked. Just by moving her lips, she had earned 3 diamond members and a Supreme member. This feeling was too great. You guys slowly eat. I'm going next door. Nangong Yin quickly left the private room and ran next door. She didn't need to guess to know that the fellow in the private room next door was going to bleed. For an entire day, the several hundred seats in the restaurant were all filled with people. The queue outside did not decrease, but instead increased. Meng Yingying and Nangong Yin discussed with each other. In order to protect the rights of the members, anyone who had a membership card would have the right to make a reservation in advance. Like this, there were even more people applying for membership cards. Countless gold cards and cash flowed like water into the Miracle Commerce Treasury. That night, the detailed bill was calculated. Meng Yingying was so excited that she jumped 3 feet high. She pulled Chu Tian and shouted, Do you know how much we earned today? How much? 280,000 gold coins. Meng Yingying was so excited that she couldn't speak. When her elder sister was in charge of Southern Cloud Commerce, an entire year's worth of revenue was only this much. A small hot pot restaurant did it in a single day. Chu Tian was also shocked. How could it be this much? That's impossible. Meng Qingguo said with a faint smile, Did you add in the membership card's money? Meng Yingying scratched her head and laughed twice. She counted with her fingers. Today we sold 1 Supreme membership card, 8 Diamond membership cards, 35 Gold membership cards, and even more Silver, Bronze, and Black Iron membership cards. Not counting the membership cards, the money spent by the customers today is in the tens of thousands of gold coins. That's right. The membership card was the money that the customers saved. But once the membership was paid, they couldn't get a refund. The food in Ying's hot pot restaurant had a minimum profit of 500%, and the highest was 10 times the profit. Saving tens of thousands of gold coins was enough. Taking out hundreds of thousands was not a problem at all. Huge profits. Absolute huge profits. They earned so much that they wanted to vomit. Today's turnover was in the tens of thousands of gold coins. It was estimated that the popularity would continue for a long time. Chu Tian said, "After being poor for so many days, I can finally see the dawn of riches." A single-source energy hot pot restaurant was far from being able to satisfy the market. South Sky City had over 200,000 cultivators, and there were many merchants and nobles among the ordinary people without any cultivation. If they could properly develop it, just a single South Sky City market would be very shocking. People used to think that talismans and medicine were the most profitable businesses, and that food and beverages were the businesses of the lowest level merchants. But looking at it now, Miracle Commerce's food and beverage business made money quickly. Not only was it not inferior to talismans and medicine, it was even better. Miracle Commerce could not find a worthy opponent in South Sky City. How could it only be gold coins? Even using kilograms to calculate, it was not an exaggeration. Miracle Commerce's food and beverage had gone through a day of trial operation. Although they had obtained a very splendid result, it had also revealed some shortcomings. Meng Qinggu once again pulled out 100 people from South Cloud Commerce to be waiters. Nan Gongyin was afraid that there would be problems during the restaurant's operation, so she went to find her father. Under her constant pestering, he finally transferred over 200 people from the city, Lord's guards, to ensure the safety of the hot pot restaurant. The next day, the fire in the hot pot restaurant spread throughout the city. From the nobles to the common people, there was no one who didn't know about it. Everyone was proud to have a Miracle Commerce's food and beverage membership card. This had become a symbol of status and strength. Fire! Fire! Look at the newspaper. They're all talking about us. Meng Ying's little face was flushed red. She carried a large pile of newspapers as she rushed in. She presented it to Chu Tian like a treasure. Then she moved her little face over and looked at it with Chu Tian, a delicate face that was only a few centimeters long. It made Chu Tian have the urge to kiss her. However, considering that the little girl might go berserk, he dispelled this idea. South Sky City Daily headline: Ying's hot pot restaurant creates a commercial miracle. Daily revenue reaches 280,000 gold coins, shocking the entire city. People Weekly headline: From a rich family's playboy to a super rich person, the two beautiful chairwomen of Miracle Commerce's food and beverage. Mercenary Times headline: The best and hottest mercenary restaurant has appeared, causing the entire city's mercenaries to become hot in pursuit. Symbol Array Monthly headline: An epic-making invention, cooking source energy array. There was no new media in this era, but paper had long been invented. So the media that used paper as a medium, such as newspapers and weeklies, were currently the most popular media. Today, the heavyweight newspapers and periodicals had all been taken over by Miracle Commerce's food and beverage. It was not an exaggeration to call all of this a miracle. Chu Tian and Meng Ying had just finished reading the newspaper. At this time, Xiong Tianyan came in with several boxes. "Chairman, your meteor grass is here." That was great. This could be said to be double happiness. Miracle Commerce's food and beverage had won their first battle, and the herbs that Chu Tian wanted had arrived. Xiong Tianyan had a strange expression as he said, "This batch of meteor grass cost 140,000 gold coins. South Sky City's meteor grass is almost out of stock. The retail price of each piece of meteor grass has already risen to 20 gold coins." Chu Tian did not care about this. "You go and talk to the material supplier. Miracle Commerce is prepared to buy large amounts of meteor grass in the long term, at least 10,000 a week. The price can still be negotiated. Xiong Tianyan was shocked. That much? That's right, only more and no less. Now that miracle commerce was starting to make money, Chu Tian was full of confidence. This made Meng Yinying confused. Why are you buying so much meteor grass? Chu Tian mysteriously smiled and said, I'm preparing to close up for a day or two. I'll tell you when I come out. Meng Yinying discontentedly said, You're keeping me in suspense again. First bring the young miss to the spirit spring in the cave and then refine a qi training pill for her. Don't keep the pills I gave you. Eat them all and attack the seventh body refinement layer. Chu Tian waved his hand and said, Take the herbs away. I want to use them now. Chapter 50. Meteor grass was actually the meteorite grass that Chu Tian was familiar with. When this herb was first discovered, it was used to treat normal injuries to the meridians and bones. Although the effect was not bad, there were many substitutes for it. The effect of the meteor grass was mediocre, so people did not pay much attention to it. The true value of the meteorite grass was not for healing injuries. The meteorite grass was not simple. It contained the power of the stars. Therefore, it had the magical effect of repairing meridians, reshaping the flesh and bones, and refining the soul. It was a holy medicine for low-level cultivators. Nan Gongyin was talented. She could have broken through to the awakened soul realm long ago, but she forcefully suppressed her cultivation to the body refinement realm. What was it for? Wasn't it to build a good foundation? The foundation of the body refinement realm was the most important. After 30,000 years, the value of a single meteorite grass would be more than 10,000 times what it was now. However, because the energy of a single herb was weak, it could not achieve any effect. Currently, no one had discovered its miraculous effect. Only by using a large amount of meteorite grass at once and using a special method to guide it could one achieve the effect of the starlight refining body. Chu Tian was lucky. In this era, meteorite grass was cheap as hell. After 1,000 herbs went through ordinary refining steps, they finally turned into a large pot of blue liquid. Chu Tian added in a few body-strengthening supplementary materials and poured them all into a large crystal bucket. The crystal bucket was just big enough to fit a person inside. The entire bucket was engraved with dense runes, just like the stars in the sky, filled with a mysterious and vast aura. This was the level 1 starlight refining body array. The entire crystal bucket was like a large refining bottle, using the flesh as one of the refining materials, using the power of the stars to refine the body and soul, using the flesh as one of the refining materials, throwing it into the refining array to refine together with the other materials. Such a bold and unconstrained idea, such a crazy and fearless method. If it was spread outside, it would undoubtedly cause a huge sensation. Let's begin. Chu Tian sat down naked, gathered his spirit energy, and clapped his hands. The runes on the surface of the crystal bucket were all activated by the spirit energy, suddenly giving off a dazzling light. The medicinal liquid began to boil. Countless bubbles kept rolling, and blue specks of light seeped out. The power of the stars within the medicinal liquid struggled to come out. All of it was absorbed into Chu Tian's body through his pores. Awesome! An incomparably pure and ancient energy seeped into every corner of his body, nourishing every drop of blood and strengthening every inch of blood and bone. Starlight gathered in his body into a small stream, swimming between his meridians, expelling the impurities in his meridians and greatly expanding them. At the same time, a wisp of star power seeped into his soul. With his spirit and soul nourished, his mental power would naturally grow stronger. An ancient cultivation technique appeared in Chu Tian's mind. Starlight Immortal Body. This was an extremely powerful defensive cultivation art. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate because, in the process of cultivating it, one had to absorb the power of the stars. If one did not rely on external resources and could only cultivate in the starry night, the progress would be extremely slow. One might not even be able to cross the threshold in 5 to 8 years. Cultivating in the starlight body tempering array would allow one to quickly master a cultivation technique. Ever since Chu Tian came to this era, he had yet to practice a real martial art. The rushing heaven fist and diamond meridian severing finger were first-rate martial arts, but they could only be regarded as decent basic martial arts. They could be used to fight against low-level cultivators, but they couldn't be considered elegant. This starlight immortal body was an extremely precious cultivation technique in the future. Once practiced to the peak, the starlight would protect the body, and no evil could invade. Swallowing the power of the stars would allow one to quickly recover their spirit energy and injuries. Once this cultivation technique was successfully practiced, one would immediately be able to sweep away cultivators of the same level. One would even have the capital to challenge those of a higher level. The majority of high-level and special cultivation techniques required a large amount of resources to cultivate. The starlight immortal body was even more so. Every material in the continent that contained the power of the stars was a treasure that could reconstruct one's innate talent and cleanse one's marrows. How expensive would it be? With the current circumstances, it was also very expensive. Therefore, the starlight immortal body was almost lost in the future. Although Chu Tian had studied it before, he had never thought that he would be able to personally cultivate it one day. After a quarter of an hour, the blue liquid gradually became clear. Chu Tian's body was covered in a faint blue starlight. It was as if he was a piece of pure blue crystal. Not bad, not bad. The 1,000 pieces of meteorite grass were not wasted. Chu Tian had already reached the 8th body refinement layer. This was his first time using the starlight body tempering array, so his cultivation base had a very clear increase. In the future, the effects would gradually decrease. However, the biggest advantage of using the starlight body tempering array was to improve his physique and strengthen his foundation. If he could temper it for a long time, not only would the starlight immortal body become stronger, his physique would also become more and more terrifying. In the same realm, his spirit energy would be at least double that of a normal person. Hualala! The waves surged. Chu Tian put on some clothes and walked in front of the mirror to look at himself. His skin was as clear as jade. It was enough to make a woman go crazy with jealousy. Chu Tian gently clenched his fist, and a faint starlight filled the air. This was the power of the starlight immortal body. Of course, no cultivation technique could be achieved in one go. The cultivation level of the martial arts was divided into 4 levels: initial mastery, mastery, extraordinary mastery, and perfection. The deeper the cultivation technique, the stronger the effects. The starlight immortal body had 4 levels. It was clearly divided into glass body, diamond body, sacred light body, and immortal body. Chu Tian only had a bit of superficial knowledge. He was still far from reaching the small success glass body. But even so, Chu Tian's various defensive abilities had already been greatly increased. The more cultivation techniques one had, the better. If one wanted to choose a cultivation technique, there were 2 prerequisites. First, the cultivation technique must be compatible with one's source spirit. Second, it must not reject one's current cultivation technique. Nangong Yan's source spirit was the fire phoenix source spirit. She cultivated her family's fire-attributed cultivation technique, burning the heaven art, so it was compatible with her source spirit. On the other hand, if she cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation technique, even if it was stronger than the burning the heaven art, she would not be able to display its true power. It was very common for cultivation techniques to reject each other. Even if they were of the same attribute, they could still affect each other. Cultivation techniques were not important in quantity, but in quality. There were many cultivators who only practiced one cultivation technique in their life. Before a person was sure of their source spirit's attribute, they would not blindly practice a cultivation technique. The reason why Chu Tian chose the starlight immortal body as his first cultivation technique was not only because of its strong defensive and auxiliary abilities. In fact, the Starlight Immortal Body's greatest advantage was its nurturing and not fighting. This was an excellent body nurturing cultivation technique. It would not cause any side effects to the body. Rather, it would reconstruct the meridians, strengthen the physique, and increase one's innate talent. Although its defensive and auxiliary effects were strong, it was very gentle. It had zero rejection. In other words, no matter what source spirit they awakened, no matter what other cultivation technique they practiced in the future, this Starlight Immortal Body would not have any rejection. It would lay a strong foundation for development and remove all worries. There were many benefits and no harm. It was a truly excellent foundation establishment cultivation technique. It had been many years since someone had practiced the Starlight Immortal Body to the large success realm. It was almost lost on the continent. Chu Tian had come across it by chance, and with his photographic memory, he was able to memorize the cultivation technique. He was looking forward to it. With the continent's current willingness, there's hope for him to reach the large success realm of the sacred light body and even reach the highest realm of the Starlight Immortal Body. At the same time, Chu Tian realized a problem. This Starlight Immortal Body was almost lost. It was not because the cultivation technique was not good enough, but rather with the cultivation resources of the future, it was hard to support the cultivation of this cultivation technique. In the long river of history, how many cultivation techniques like the Starlight Immortal Body had been lost? In this era, perhaps there would be an even stronger ancient cultivation technique. Meng Qingguo and Meng Yingying had returned. Meng Qingguo had soaked in the spirit spring in the cave and had also taken a qi training pill. Now that her cultivation had reached the 7th body refinement layer, Chu Tian should fulfill his promise. Meng Yingying was filled with anticipation and surprise as she asked, Chu Tian, can you really help elder sister cure her hidden illness? Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. As long as she cooperates with the treatment, this is not a problem. Cooperate with the treatment? How could she not cooperate? This illness had existed since she was born and had been tormenting her for over 20 years. Meng Qingguo had taken all the medicine and tried all the methods, but there was no relief at all. Only Meng Qingguo knew the pain. Chu Tian said to Meng Yingying, Go and prepare a set of silver needles. All right. The little girl was very diligent, twisting her round buttocks as she ran to prepare. Chu Tian's face was solemn as he said to Meng Qingguo, Now, I'll pass you a cultivation technique. You have to remember it. It will be very useful in the future. It was not any other cultivation technique. It was the Starlight Immortal Body. When Meng Qingguo finished listening to the entire chant, she immediately revealed a shocked expression. This cultivation technique was very profound. It surpassed any inherited cultivation technique in the kingdom. It could almost be used to establish a sect. Meng Qingguo thought that Chu Tian had casually passed on a cultivation technique to her. She never would have thought that it would be such a powerful cultivation technique. The silver needles are here. Meng Yingying ran back, holding a delicate little box. Chu Tian had already used 1,000 pieces of meteorite grass to create a medicinal liquid that was placed in a crystal bucket. The blue liquid released a fragrant scent. It was time to start the treatment. Meng Yingying curiously looked at the medicinal liquid. This is the medicine for elder sister's illness? Why is there so much? Don't ask too much. Let's start. Next I'll use the flying needles. Meng Yingying quickly said, Then I'll leave first. You can't leave. First find me a piece of black cloth. What do you need a black cloth for? Chu Tian seriously said, I need to blindfold to do it. Meng Yingying stared at him with bulging eyes. Meng Yingying did not study much, but don't try to lie to me. How can I do acupuncture with my eyes blindfolded? Not to mention the flying needles. Is this curing or killing? I only have one elder sister. If she's injured, you'll have to pay for it. Meng Qinggu saw her little sister protect her like this, the corner of her mouth raised into a warm smile. And don't be so excited. Chu Tian, just directly apply the needles. There's no need to be so troublesome. No, I'm very serious. I have to use flying needles, and I have to blindfold my eyes. I'm so angry, Meng Yingying angrily said. Why must I blindfold my eyes with flying needles? What if I hurt my elder sister? No, I don't agree. Damn. You stupid girl, what do you know? Chu Tian directly hit Meng Yingying's head. Meng Yingying hugged her head in protest. Woo, why did you hit me? Chu Tian stared at her and reprimanded. Piercing the acupuncture points. You must be completely naked. This means that your elder sister must be completely naked. If I don't use flying needles, won't I touch all over? If I don't blindfold, won't I see everything? The two of them were both stunned. Chu Tian continued to spit and angrily said, What if you sisters use this as a threat and force me to marry her? You want to harm me? Pay. I won't fall for this trick. The two beautiful faces immediately flushed red. This bastard was so infuriating. He simply didn't know what to say. Meng Qinggu blushed and stammered, Do I have to take it off? Chu Tian nodded his head. You have to. Meng Qinggu's beautiful eyes flashed a strange color. You can really use flying needles with blindfold. Chu Tian was a bit unhappy. You don't believe me? No, don't be angry. Of course I believe you. It's just that. Meng Qinggu was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. Her head was almost buried in her towering chest as she softly said, This is really... Chu Tian snorted. Then hurry up and take off your clothes. I'm in a hurry. Meng Qinggu was a bit indignant. She was a very traditional and dignified woman. Asking her to take off her clothes in front of a grown man. She might as well kill her with a knife. This was a very difficult choice for a pure and clean woman. But in this guy's eyes, it was as easy as drinking water. Do I have to take off my clothes for acupuncture? Who knows if he's deliberately playing with me? Meng Qinggu was full of helplessness. She hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly made up her mind. Fine, I'll take it off. Meng Yingying exclaimed, Sister, are you really going to let this bastard take advantage of you? Nonsense. Who wants to take advantage of him? Meng Yingying glared at her sister. Her shy eyes were full of rebuke. Quickly find a piece of black cloth and cover his eyes for me. Meng Yingying could only find a black cloth. Sit. Meng Yingying stood behind him, tightly wrapping layer after layer. Because they were very close, he could clearly feel the aura emitted from the little lass's body. Moreover, her movements were very big, and her towering twin peaks would occasionally rub against Chu Tian's back, letting Chu Tian experience what was called softness. Even Meng Yingying had this kind of scale, not to mention Meng Qinggu. Unfortunately, he didn't have the fortune to see it. Tie it tightly. Chu Tian sat upright and still, looking like a gentleman. If your sister forces me to marry her, you have to be my witness. I didn't see anything, and I didn't touch anything. Meng Qinggu almost fainted from anger. Marrying you seems to be a loss? You shameless, thick-skinned bastard. I won't marry you, even if you wanna. Meng Yingying was so angry that she clenched her teeth. Her two hands fiercely tightened, wishing she could break his head and tie it into a dead knot. Chapter 51. Chu Tian innocently said, Start taking it off. Meng Yingying gave her sister a look. Don't worry, sister. I will keep an eye on him. Meng Qinggu tightly pursed her lips. Her devastatingly beautiful face was covered with a red glow. Her pair of bright and limpid eyes were like a pool of seductive spring water that could melt a person's bones and muscles. Sigh, just take it off. Chu Tian was kind enough to help treat her illness. His eyes were also blindfolded. If she was still being so unreasonable, it would be too much. Meng Qinggu trembled as she undid her clothes. The white gauze slowly fell to the ground. A pair of slender and smooth white jade legs, a full and round but a slender willow waist. It was hard to hold. It was enough to make women feel inferior. It stood proudly. Her black straight hair was untied. It was like a waterfall falling down. She was like a fairy from the heavens, beautiful beyond compare. Meng Yingying was stunned. So white, so beautiful. Sister's figure really made people jealous. Meng Qingwu was completely naked. Her whole body was uncomfortable as she stood there. Her skin was like jade and her eyes were like water. Compared to usual, she was less serious and dignified, but more delicate and charming. She was like a peony that was about to bloom, beautiful but not bewitching, gorgeous but not out of the ordinary, incomparable. Meng Yingying shouted, "Hey, sister has already taken off all your clothes. Why aren't you doing it?" When Meng Qinggu heard this, her cheeks flushed red, her face like a peach blossom. She secretly spat. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian said, "I know." Meng Qinggu was startled, her hands covering her chest. "How do you know?" "You can see." Chu Tian resisted the urge to laugh. "Idiot, my eyes are blindfolded. My ears are not blocked. I can't see. Can't I hear?" "So that's how it is." Chu Tian stood up slowly. "Are you ready? I'm going to start." Meng Qingwu's 2 hands tightly covered her chest, but it was a pity that her chest was too big. Just relying on her 2 arms was not enough to cover it all. Her expression was a little flustered. She was embarrassed from being naked, but she was also nervous about the flying needles piercing her acupuncture points. Since young, when had she ever been naked in front of a man? Also, could this congenital hidden illness really be cured? His heart was in a mess, as if it was beating a drum. Chu Tian took a deep breath. Heart's eye open. In an instant, all the meridians and acupoints in Meng Qingwu's body were seen through by Chu Tian. Chu Tian frowned. "Missy, how can I insert the needle with your arms in front of you? Move them away." "Oh." Meng Qingwu had just moved her hands away when she suddenly covered them. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she almost cried. You still say you can't see." Meng Yingying was so angry that she jumped up like an angry cub. "You bastard, you dare to bully sister. I'll fight you to the death." "Wait, don't be agitated, don't be agitated." Chu Tian accidentally ignited 2 barrels of gunpowder and hurriedly explained. "I can't see with my naked eyes, there's no doubt about this. I'm using the mind's eye. Do you understand the mind's eye?" The 2 girls looked at each other. Chu Tian said, "Simply put, in front of me, you are just a mixture of flesh, bones, spirit, and spirit. My mind's, I can't last long. If you don't cooperate, I won't be able to treat you today." Meng Qingwu bit her lips and slowly moved her arms away. "That's right. Listen to my instructions. Stand up straight. Close your legs and stick out your chest. That's right, just like that. Stick out your butt." Meng Qingwu gritted her teeth in anger. "Have you had enough?" All right. Maintain the status quo and don't move. Yingying, give me the needle." Meng Yingying did not dare be slow. She opened the small box and presented it with both hands. Her little face was filled with nervousness because this was the most crucial moment. Flying needles piercing acupuncture points was a legendary technique, and it was very difficult. With Chu Tian blindfolded, could he really do it? This wasn't a joke. A bit shallow, a bit deep, a bit off. There would be problems. The meridians and acupuncture points were very complex. How much control did it take to pierce the acupuncture points with flying needles? Pulling out the needle, piercing the acupuncture points. Meng Yingying did not even see it clearly before Chu Tian had already made his move. A silver light flashed and a thin needle pierced into her chest, going several centimeters in. The surface of the needle was filled with spirit energy, and it was still trembling. Meng Qingwu let out a soft moan. There was a slight numbing feeling, itchy but not painful, like a weak electric shock. Chu Tian knew that his spiritual energy was very weak and he could not keep his mind's eye open for a long time. So he had to speed up. Several needles shot out. A numbing feeling spread out as the needles pierced into her thighs and other sensitive areas. Meng Qingguo couldn't help letting out a groan. Her body was naturally very sensitive, and after being stimulated, her body had a hard-to-suppress reaction. She quickly clamped her legs together, and her face became even redder. Meng Yingying clenched her fists and nervously said to Chu Tian, "Hey, look at elder sister. Her breathing is becoming rapid and her body is turning red. Her legs are shaking a bit. She'll be fine, right?" This little girl. This was too embarrassing. Meng Qingguo quickly said, I'm fine." Chu Tian suddenly shouted, "Turn around!" Meng Qingguo quickly turned around and another 10 needles shot over. Her arms, shoulders, back, buttocks, and thighs were all pierced by the silver needles filled with spirit energy. So terrifying. So many needles pierced her body. Meng Yingying crossed her arms and shivered. "It's done." Chu Tian became very tired and could not use his mind's eye for a long time. This short period of time was already his limit. Don't move first. After a minute, the spirit energy will enter the meridians through the needles, and you can pull out the needles. Then sit in the bucket and begin the next step of treatment. A minute passed, and the needles no longer glowed. This meant that the spirit energy had entered the meridians. Meng Yingying quickly helped her elder sister pull out the needles. Meng Qingguo sat in the crystal bucket, and the blue liquid soaked her body. A refreshing feeling immediately enveloped her body. Chu Tian slowly walked over. Meng Qingguo's hands covered her chest as her 2 beautiful eyes panicked. She subconsciously wanted to stand up. "What are you doing here?" "Don't move." A pair of warm and strong palms pressed down on her shoulders, pushing her back into the crystal bucket. Meng Qingguo's face was so red that water could drip out. Looking at Chu Tian at such a close distance, that handsome face was filled with a serious expression. A wave of masculine aura rushed over, making her feel a little restless. The young Miss Skin was really smooth. It was like silk. Chu Tian reluctantly withdrew his hands and said in a serious tone, "I'm going to start the source energy array. You should practice according to the chant I just taught you. Don't be distracted during this process. I've already used the flying needles to open up your meridians and guide the star energy to repair your natural defects." Meng Qingguo's voice was as soft as a mosquito as she said, "I understand." Chu Tian's palm slapped the crystal bucket and the source energy array lit up. The medicinal liquid began to boil and countless rays of light were released, gathering towards Meng Qingguo's body. Meng Yingying was stunned. This was too mysterious. This cultivation method was too strange. He was actually refining a person in a bucket with a source energy array. Chu Tian revealed a tired expression. "Let's go out. The young miss can cultivate by herself. She can't be disturbed." The 2 of them left the room. Meng Qingguo let out a sigh of relief. Her wildly beating heart could not calm down for a long time. This bad fellow, he only knows how to bully me. Meng Qingguo revealed a hateful expression, but she still had the demeanor of a little girl. This was completely different from her usual strong female self. Meng Yingying dragged Chu Tian into the yard and personally helped Chu Tian take off the black cloth. A pair of large black eyes stared at Chu Tian for a few seconds. "Hey, are you all right?" "I didn't feel it before, but now that you mention it." "Ayo." Chu Tian blinked his eyes and shamelessly leaned forward. "I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Quickly help me up." "Scram." Meng Yingying dodged and gently kicked him. She didn't give him any face as she said, "Look at your red face. It doesn't look like you're going to faint at all. How is it? Are you happy that other men can't even touch elder sister's hand, but elder sister is standing naked in front of you? How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Chu Tian suspiciously looked at her. You wouldn't be jealous, right? Jealous? Impossible. There was a trace of panic in Meng Yingying's eyes, and she hurriedly explained. Don't talk nonsense. Why would I be jealous? I don't like you. Why would I be jealous? Besides, elder sister wouldn't like you. Are you sure that elder sister won't like me? Meng Yingying confidently said. I know elder sister. She will only like a true hero and great wisdom. Chu Tian shamelessly said. Isn't this the most straightforward portrayal of my life? Bah! Meng Yingying looked at him with a face full of disgust. Shameless womanizer, who would like you? After finishing this sentence, a trace of worry flashed in the little girl's eyes. Perhaps only she knew what she was thinking in her heart. It's wrong of you to say that. You're simply slandering my pure character. Chu Tian was puzzled. Shameless, I admit. How could I be a womanizer? I've been in this era for a long time, and I've only been close to your second miss. I haven't hooked up with many women. Although he admired the young Miss character and beauty, he never thought of doing anything out of line. An hour later, Meng Qinggu wore a white gown as she walked out of the room. Meng Qinggu had changed a lot. Her wet hair draped over her shoulders. Her skin was as warm as jade, and her snow-white skin was as smooth as ivory. She was even more beautiful than before, and her body was covered in a layer of starlight, making her look like a fairy. Meng Yingying immediately stopped bickering with Chu Tian. Elder sister, how are you? Yingying, I'm so happy. I'm really all better. Meng Qinggu excitedly hugged her little sister. I've also cultivated a very powerful cultivation technique. I can fight like a normal person from now on. I won't be bothered by this illness anymore. Chu Tian walked over and said with a laugh, Congratulations to the young miss for being cured and cultivating a godly cultivation technique. When Meng Qinggu saw him, her cheeks couldn't help burning. She didn't dare look at him and only thanked him in a low voice. It's all thanks to your help. Otherwise, not to mention cultivating, this illness would have tormented me for the rest of my life. I finally understand the true value of the meteor grass. A single person would need to consume 1,000 pieces of meteor grass to cultivate. A single person would need to spend at least 100,000 gold coins a month. This was only for one person. If 2, 3, or even more people cultivated the starlight immortal body, just how many materials and money would be needed? It was simply like a bottomless pit. When one cultivated the glass body, diamond body, and sacred light body, the consumption would increase several times. Meng Qinggu thought that the company was already making enough money, but now it seems like the profits were far from enough. This road had just begun. Meng Qinggu didn't care much about money before. She only considered running the company as a responsibility, or perhaps it was a way to show her value. Now her views had changed. Money was equal to resources, and resources were equal to strength. Even if a person was talented without any resources, their achievements would be limited. On the contrary, a person with mediocre resources, if they used a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, they could still become a top expert. Meng Qinggu deeply felt the importance of strength. Regarding running the company to earn money, she suddenly had an unprecedented passion. Chu Tian said, You too, Nangong, Old Xiong, and Old Zhang, as core members, you have the qualifications to cultivate the starlight immortal body. Although there aren't many people, the monthly consumption of meteor grass will be a large number. We must quickly earn more money. It would be best if we could buy the entire meteor grass basin in the future. Chu Tian had said this before. At that time, Meng Qinggu thought he was joking. Now it seemed like there was a need to buy the entire meteor grass basin. Only, with this kind of astronomical figure, how could miracle commerce afford it? Chu Tian was very straightforward. He immediately passed the starlight immortal body to Meng Yingying, Nangong Yun, Xiong Tianyan, and Zhang Liqing, letting them secretly practice this cultivation technique. Free cultivation technique. No extra fees were charged. Each person only needed to pay for the herbs, used during the cultivation process. Because, in Chu Tian's view, the starlight immortal body was not bad, but it was suitable for the early and middle stages. It was not a peak cultivation technique, but it was a peak foundation building cultivation technique. It was necessary to build a solid foundation for one's team. Chu Tian's nature was free and easy. He was not a selfish person. He did not like to haggle over every ounce. Xiong Tianyan and Zhang Liqing, because they were older, their cultivation speed was slower. Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyan had already touched the threshold after cultivating once. This starlight, immortal body, far surpassed the Nangong families, burning the heavens' art. For Chu Tian to take out such a wondrous technique to share, this kind of courage and breadth of mind was worthy of admiration. These people were even more determined to follow Chu Tian. While everyone was busy cultivating, a secret plan against Chu Tian was quietly being carried out somewhere in the city. Chapter 52. North of Tiannan City, there was an extremely luxurious mansion. Several mercenary teams were patrolling back and forth. On the right was a private beast farm, with 500 sturdy battle wolves, ready to arm a valiant wolf cavalry army at any time. A large beast carriage yard was located on the left, with over 100 private beast carriages parked there. The Ye family branch headquarters in Tiannan City. Several streets were under the control of the Ye family mercenaries. Even the mayor found it difficult to intervene. Their power and influence could be imagined. A magnificent beast carriage, along the wide street, slowly drove over. The beast pulling the carriage was a blue-striped wind deer. It had a strong body, beautiful appearance, elegant posture. It also emitted a strong aura. A person with such a beast pulling the carriage was definitely not an ordinary person. The blue-striped wind deer carriage stopped in front of the Yi mansion. A 40 to 50-year-old middle-aged man came out. Several mercenaries guarding the gate saw this person. They quickly pulled the beast carriage, bowed, and said, "Greetings, Sir Luo Yuanshan." This person was a bit short and fat. His head was a bit bald, but he had a hooked nose, eyes as sharp as an eagle. His body's aura was strong, giving people a strong sense of oppression. The mercenaries pulled the noble beast carriage into the beast carriage yard. At the same time respectfully said, "Please come in, Sir Luo. The patriarch has been waiting for a long time." In the Yi mansion's living room, there were 3 people sitting. One was Yi Xiong, one was Du Jintian, and the last one was a 30-year-old, a handsome young man. "Sir Luo, you finally arrived. Please come in." Yi Xiong's eyes flashed with a happy light. "Let me introduce you. This is Tiannan City's Du family patriarch, Du Jintian. This is Central State, Chu family's 3rd elder son, Chu Yi. It's young Master Chu Yi." Luo Yuanshan looked at the young man. Young Master Chu is so young, but his cultivation is already so deep. The Chu family having such a descendant, it really makes people envious. 30 years old, peak 9th body refinement layer. Naturally, he was one of the family's seedlings. Chu Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of arrogance, but his mouth pretended to be modest as he said, "Sir Luo thinks too highly of me. Actually, Chu Yi cannot be ranked in the top 10 of the Chu family. What's more, there's Chu Xinghe, the number 1 genius of the Chu family. How dare you call yourself a genius of the Chu family?" Chu Xinghe, the head of the Chu family, the son of Chu Jiangshan, awakened his source spirit at the age of 16, becoming one of the earliest Central State cultivators to enter the awakened soul realm. He is now 22 years old and has not revealed his strength for many years. No one knows how strong he is. At the same time, he is on par with the other 3 super geniuses of the Central State and is known as the Central State's 4 young masters. Chu Yi was considered a genius. If he were to be compared to Chu Xinghe, he would pale in comparison. Chu Xinghe not only had a top-grade source spirit, he had also practiced the Chu family's inherited cultivation technique, soul, sword secret art, to the level of mastery. He could sweep away all geniuses of the same level and could easily jump levels to fight. The most important thing was that Chu Xinghe was still young. His future potential was limitless. Central States, 4 young masters. Illustrious reputation. Chu Xinghe was not only one of the Central States' 4 young masters. He was also the head of the Central States' 4 young masters. His cultivation was something that many of the older generation could only look up to. The Chu family really is full of talents. It's time for them to prosper. A glorious and powerful era is just around the corner. Luo Yuanshan gave a long sigh. His voice suddenly changed. The Luo family has produced some disappointing fellows. My nephew Luo Yu died in the hands of a bastard. He really lost the Luo family's face. The Chu family's prestige is illustrious. Geniuses are like clouds, they have many talents. But because of an illegitimate bastard, their reputation has been ruined and they have been stained. Chu Yi stood up and said to Luo Yuanshan, I ask Sir Luo to be assured, the Chu family will not tolerate sand in their eyes. This time I personally came to South Sky City to execute this bastard. Yi Xiong and Du Jintian looked at each other. The so-called enemy of an enemy is a friend. Chu Tian's growth was too fast. It wouldn't be long before he would threaten the position of the 2 families. If they could join hands with the Chu family and the Luo family, even if it was that little brat Nangong, he would not be able to protect this cheap slave. This period of busy work had not been in vain. They had successfully borrowed the power of the Chu family and the Luo family. Chu Tian had 3 heads and 6 arms. He would not be able to escape unscathed. Luo Yuanshan rubbed the ring on his thumb. I heard that Nangong has been trying his best to protect this bastard. Yi Xiong nodded his head and replied, That's right, Nangong, he not only has a strong attitude, he has also arranged for experts to secretly monitor us. His daughter Nangong Yin is also very close to Chu Tian. Du Jintian added, Nangong Yin is not simple. This girl's reputation is not as good as the Central State 4 young masters, but her potential and talent are not inferior. Actually, she already has the conditions to break through to the awakened soul realm. So she has been stuck in the body refinement realm for a long time. It can be said that although she is only at the peak 9th body refinement layer, she has the ability to fight against a first awakened soul layer cultivator. Luo Yuanshan was very serious. A god-level source spirit user? I've heard of this before. Yi Xiong added, Other than Nangong Yin, alchemist Xiong Tianyan is not inferior. Xiong Tianyan is also very talented, but he is obsessed with alchemy, so his cultivation has been delayed. Otherwise, he would not be inferior to us. In addition, South Sky City's General Xiong Bing, Symbol Master Zhang Liqing, all of them could bring us trouble. Du Jintian nodded. It is because of this that we have been unable to make a move. Chu Yi was in a bit of disbelief. What kind of trash this bastard is, I am very clear on it. How could there be such an earth-shattering change in half a year of disappearance? Young Master Chu, this is where the problem lies. Yi Xiong used a suggestive tone to say, Something must have happened in this half a year of disappearance. Perhaps it was a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps it was some kind of inheritance. In short, Chu Tian already has the strength of the 6th or 7th body refinement layer. He can even easily skip levels to fight. No matter what fortuitous encounter or inheritance, I think it is definitely not a small matter. Chu Yi's eyes revealed a trace of greed. Really? That bastard really has some dogshit luck. Yi Xiong continued to say, Chu Tian also has a few special skills. He used them to establish a company, especially the Source Energy restaurant. The day before yesterday, he set a record of 280,000 gold coins. 280,000 gold coins. Luo Yuanshan and Chu Yi both sucked in a breath of cold air. Both of them were born in large clans. How could they not know the importance of money and resources to a cultivator? Fortuitous encounter, inheritance, money tree techniques. All of them aroused a strong greed. From their expressions, Yi Xiong's goal had already been achieved. Yi Xiong went straight to the point. Chu Tian is just a small character. If we spend a large sum of money to hire a death warrior to assassinate him, it is still in the bag. Even if Nangong he comes looking for trouble, we can just deny it. He can't do anything to us. Du Jintian understood Yi Xiong's meaning. Brother Ye's meaning is what we need to do is not as simple as killing him. Luo Yuanshan and Chu Yi secretly nodded. Letting him die a quick death. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Of course, it's not just that. Yi Xiong revealed a ruthless expression. Chu Tian's death is certain, but he can't die too easily. We need to let him suffer. We need to completely destroy his reputation. We also need to take back his things after everything is in our hands. The four of us will divide it equally. For people in particular, not four families. Luo Yuanshan and Chu Yi understood. Especially Chu Yi up until now. Although the Chu family was angry with Chu Tian's methods, they still did not put Chu Tian in their eyes. They did not know that Chu Tian had done such a big thing. Chu Yi did not report to the family. He secretly participated in the plan. If he obtained a large piece of the cake, wouldn't he be able to swallow it all? What you say is true. Luo Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction. Du Jintian said, Zhang Liqing and Nangong Yi are the biggest obstacles. Zhang Liqing has a wide network. He has enough power to launch a counterattack. Nangong Yi is the mayor. His personal strength is very strong. There is also Xiongbing who has a good relationship with him. Killing Chu Tian is easy, but taking away his company, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Actually, I've already thought about it. What kind of brilliant plan does Brother Yi have? Actually, it's very simple. We'll just use force. Luo Yuanshan said with interest. Using force? How do I get it? We must have a good reason. Yi Xiong already had a plan in mind. In a low voice, he slowly said, First, we need a legitimate reason. A reason that Nangong Yi cannot interfere. As long as we remove the obstacle, Nangong, wouldn't that little brat be at our mercy? Luo Yuanshan quickly asked, Has Brother Yi already found a suitable reason? No, I haven't. Brother Ye's tone changed, but young Master Chu can provide a suitable reason. Chu Yi was a little confused. Why would I have one? Yi Xiong said, Chu Tian was a waste half a year ago. He was under house arrest for 10 years. He did not have the opportunity to come into contact with any knowledge. But after defecting to the Chu family for half a year, he suddenly has this much knowledge. Then, where did these things come from? Chu Yi was not a stupid person. He immediately understood. The Chu family is a large academic family. They have a deep understanding of cutting-edge technology. When the Chu Tian father and son defected to the Chu family, they stole the Chu family's most important secret knowledge. They also used this stolen knowledge to establish their company. That's right. Yi Xiong nodded in satisfaction. Defecting to the family, stealing secrets, these two crimes in any family are capital crimes. Young Master Chu represents the Chu family. This is an internal matter of the family. He, Nangong Yi, has no right to interfere. It doesn't matter if he forcefully interferes. Luo Yuanshan gave a sinister smile. The Luo family is in charge of supervising the judiciary in Central State, directly reporting to the main city lord. The main city lord and the Nangong family have a grudge. So I've long been dissatisfied with this Nangong Yi. If Nangong Yi retreats in the face of difficulties, then it's fine. But if he dares meddle in this matter, I'll interfere as a judicial elder and directly terminate Nangong Yi's authority as the mayor and replace him in this matter. When we return, we can also report him. Good, good, good. Du Jintian laughed. If we report this, it'll be a light case of interfering with his family's matters, a heavy case of colluding with a foreign trader, stealing secrets for profit. Nangong, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Yi Xiong nodded. The most important point is we can borrow young Master Chu's hand, justifiably take over his company. Wonderful plan. Wonderful plan. What's the first step? Create momentum. Yi Xiong paused for a moment before continuing. The Ye family's Du family has a large influence in the local area. We can forcefully interfere with the media, releasing the news of Chu Tian's betrayal and stealing secrets. This will cause an uproar in the city, creating a strong pressure from public opinion. Under this situation, young Master Chu and Lord Luo will take action and forcefully take Chu Tian away. Like this, Chu Tian's reputation will be ruined. In this era, there were many families. Each family had a high degree of autonomy, therefore the family rules and regulations. As long as they did not cross the bottom line of the kingdom, then it was a reasonable and legal existence. Betrayal, stealing secrets, this was a huge taboo. No matter what family it was the same. In this kind of situation, how the family wanted to deal with it was the family's internal matter. Outsiders, especially those representing the government, were not allowed to easily interfere. Otherwise, they would be severely punished. Nangong Yi and Xiongbing wanted to protect Chu Tian. Not only would it be difficult to protect him, but they would also get themselves into trouble. This conspiracy was slowly spreading out. Yi Xiong's eyes flashed with the flames of revenge. He had prepared for many days, pulling in the Chu family and the Luo family's resources. Nangong Yi would not be able to protect him. Chu Tian would definitely not be able to escape. Chapter 53. Chu Tian went into closed-door cultivation for a few days and used up 5,000 pieces of meteorite grass, which was worth around 60,000 gold coins. He had finally managed to cultivate the starlight immortal body, but there was still a large gap from the small success glass body realm. Cultivating the cultivation technique did not require a constant amount of materials. As the cultivation technique deepened, it would increase exponentially. With the current size of Miracle Commerce's Miracle Commerce, it would be hard for a single person to cultivate. Not to mention taking out a portion of the money to invest in Miracle Commerce's other businesses. Not to mention training other people. Not to mention that Chu Tian could cultivate other cultivation techniques. How was this cultivating? It was simply burning money. But in the process of cultivating, Chu Tian had gained quite a bit. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th body refinement layer, but the increase in his cultivation was not very obvious. But the power of the stars had cleansed his body, the strength of his meridians and spirit energy had all increased by a large amount. Chu Tian's physical strength had increased by several times. This was without a doubt a solid foundation for the future. As long as there was a supply of materials, it wouldn't be long before Chu Tian would be able to cultivate the glass body realm. Miracle Commerce was a group. Without a strong enough person to oversee it, once it grew larger, it would be hard to make ends meet. So in order to increase the strength of others, Chu Tian was not stingy with his experience. He personally guided several core members in their cultivation. On this day, Meng Qingguo, Meng Yingying, Xiong Tianyan, and Zhang Liqing were all present. The few of them voiced out their doubts about the difficulties they faced in their cultivation. Chu Tian answered them one by one and guided them one by one. With a vision that was 30,000 years ahead, this was not a joke. Chu Tian's P had several more tricks than a normal person. He did not dare say that he was invincible under the heavens, but in terms of theoretical knowledge, he definitely had a strong vision. Every piece of knowledge was the accumulation of tens of thousands of years of wisdom. Every theory was the result of countless predecessors' research. No matter how profound the problem was, it could always be solved with the simplest method. Chu Tian's suggestions were always heavenly and extremely creative, giving people a lot of inspiration. Their progress in the starlight immortal body was not as fast as Chu Tian, but they had already touched the threshold. To them, this cultivation technique was just too profound and too obscure. The few of them listened with rapt attention. At this moment, Nan Gongyin suddenly rushed in with an anxious look on her face. Chu Tian, something big has happened. He threw a pile of newspapers to them. One after another, shocking headlines appeared in front of everyone's eyes. People Times headline, uncovering Chu Tian, an illegitimate son of a traitor. Tiannan Daily headline, Chu family suspected of stealing Chu family's secret technology. Golden Business Journal headline, Fishing for Fame Deceiving the World. Chu Tian is a big liar. Mercenary Weekly headline, Shameless Chu Tian, making a fortune by stealing technology. You don't deserve to stay in Tiannan City. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? The media that had been singing praises for the past few days seemed to have eaten several genes of aphrodisiac. In a single night, they all changed sides, wantonly condemning him and wildly bombarding him. There were three main points. 1. Chu Tian was a traitor. 2. Chu Tian was an illegitimate son of the Chu family in Central State City, a bastard without any status. 3. Chu Tian's technology was not his own, but rather when he defected from the Chu family, he stole it from them. Chu Tian was directly portrayed as a despicable, shameless, sinister, and deceitful person who stole his family's technology. Seeing a ghost. These bastards could think of anything. Without a doubt, Tiannan City was once again shaken. Chu Tian was once again pushed into the teeth of the storm, and Miracle Commerce once again became the focus of everyone's discussion. Miracle Commerce was like a shooting star, but in just a few short days it was thrown down from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. This dramatic turn of events had caught the citizens by surprise. Of course, the success of the Source Energy restaurant caused countless people to be jealous. These articles were well-founded. It was as if Chu Tian's entire life experience was dug out. A 16 or 17-year-old youth. How could he grasp this kind of advanced technology? It was impossible. There had to be a problem. All kinds of questioning voices came one after another. Zhang Liqing knit his brows and said, "This is too vicious. They want to ruin Chu Tian's reputation." Xiong Tianyan impatiently said, "Bullshit! Do people actually believe these things? Let's quickly explain it." Nan Gongyan's beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She slammed the table into pieces. Her phoenix eyes opened wide as she angrily roared, "Fuck! What use is there in explaining? These bastards are playing dirty tricks on us. This old lady will go and destroy them." "You guys calm down." Meng Qingwu was holding back her anger, but ever since she took charge of Southern Cloud Commerce, she had experienced many big and small waves, so she did not lose her mind. "This matter has nothing to do with the media." "Then it must be the Chu family," Nangong Yun angrily said. "The Chu family's ability is only concentrated in Central State City. What does South Sky City count for? What is there to be proud of? My Nangong family is still a large family in Imperial City." Meng Qingwu quickly said, "Because of this, it is even more strange. This matter was clearly done by the Chu family, but the Chu family does not have any foundation in South Sky City. Do they have this kind of ability to change the public opinion of South Sky City in one night?" "You're saying—" Meng Qingwu solemnly nodded her head. "On the surface, this matter seems to be caused by the Chu family in Central State looking for trouble. But in the end, there is still a local power causing trouble. Without them secretly fanning the flames and supporting us, the situation would not have suddenly turned around." She understood that the Ye family and the Du family had deep roots in South Sky City. It was under their coercion that all the major media outlets changed sides and cooperated with the Chu family to attack. It was a conspiracy from the beginning. First investigate Chu Tian's identity. Then leak the news of Chu Tian to the Chu family. Finally provoke the conflict between Chu Tian and the family. Using all kinds of resources, they weaved a large net. Yi Xiong was hindered by Nangong Yi and Zhang Liqing, so he could not directly make a move against Chu Tian. So he thought of this method of borrowing a knife to kill. Meng Yingying worriedly asked, "How should we deal with this?" "Don't act blindly. This is only using public opinion to create momentum. The real killing move has not been made yet. We can't stop their mouths. Let them say what they want. We can't do nothing. This is related to Chu Tian's reputation. Don't worry. These words may seem shocking, but if you think about it carefully, it will be full of flaws. The more we explain, the more people will say, "Why don't we wait quietly for a few days?" It's best to wait for the limelight to pass and for everyone to calm down. I will then mediate and change the direction of public opinion. Otherwise, if we act rashly, we may fall into a new trap. Meng Qingguo was very calm. She was obviously very experienced in dealing with such a crisis. Chu Tian thought, "Too passive, we should take the initiative to attack." Meng Qingguo said with a bitter smile, "Attack? They have the upper hand." Chu Tian narrowed his eyes and scanned through the newspaper, an unfathomable smile appearing on his lips. "It's just a facade. The idiots think they have the advantage, but they don't know that they have dug a big hole and buried themselves in it." Dug a big hole, buried themselves in it? What does this mean? A few guards ran over in a flustered manner. "Miss, bad news. There are a lot of people outside. They are about to charge in. We can't stop them." The sky was gloomy and dark clouds hung low. Faint flashes of lightning could be seen. It was a depressing atmosphere of a storm. Several hundred armed men swarmed in, surrounding the main door. Stones and Molotov cocktails were thrown into the courtyard. A sharp shout was heard in the main hall. "Chu Tian bastard, come out for me." Chu Tian had hyperfocus and his mind's eye, making him invincible in the same realm. Not to mention, he had recently cultivated the starlight immortal body. As long as he did not meet an awakened soul cultivator, he did not care. Not to mention, he had Xiong Tianyan, Nangongyan, and Zhang Liqing to protect him. "Let's go out." Chu Tian swaggered out. "The weather is gloomy today, but everyone is so passionate. This one is truly flattered." "Stop talking nonsense. You traitor of the Chu family." "We were blind. We never would have thought that you were this kind of shameless villain." A few guards dressed in the Chu clan's attire were glaring at him furiously, as if they were facing an enemy who had killed their father. Among the crowd, there was a 30-year-old youth. He was tall, his aura was condensed, his eyes were like two dots, and his voice was like muffled thunder. It was clear his spirit energy was deep. He was a peak expert. If this kind of character was in South Sky City, he would not be much worse than Xiong Tianyan. The surrounding crowd began to discuss. This time Chu Tian was truly in big trouble. "Everyone, I am Chu Yi, Central State Chu family's fourth elder son. Chu Tian is the shame of the Chu family. He should not be living in this world." The Chu family was kind and spared his life, but who would have thought that this thief would not be grateful and would even steal the family's core technology? This so-called new technology, it all came from the Chu family's research institute. That is the life's work of the Chu family's elders and sages. Chu Tian not only stole the Chu family's secrets and tarnished the family's reputation, he also injured the people who came to argue, causing the tragedy of one dead and two crippled in the Chu family. Such a cruel and unscrupulous thing, such a vicious and merciless person. If he is allowed to live, there will be endless troubles in the future. When the crowd heard this, they were all filled with righteous indignation. No wonder Chu Tian was able to create so many miracles at such a young age. After all this trouble, this fellow's things were all stolen from the family when he betrayed the family. I never thought. He was actually such a scum. You are not fit to be in South Sky City. Quickly scram. Everyone, let's suppress the scum. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd immediately began to shout. If one looked carefully, it was not hard to see that these were the Ye family's mercenaries, deliberately guiding the crowd's emotions. The crowd's emotions were stirred up. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Chu Yi loudly shouted, "Capture this thief! Execute him on the spot!" Several fierce Chu family guards suddenly rushed out from the crowd, looking like they wanted to capture Chu Tian alive. Scram! Nangongyan's delicate voice exploded. A palm shot out. The palm wind was like a wave hitting the guards, instantly pushing them down. "Who dares move? I'll kill him." Chu Yi's eyes flashed with a cold smile. In front of everyone's eyes, the mayor's daughter still dares to protect this traitor? Come, capture him. Dozens of people rushed out from the crowd. These were all experts from the Ye family and Du family. A fierce pressure suddenly erupted from the distance. A deep roar came out. Who dares capture people in front of my eyes? Nangong Yi jumped out from the beast carriage. Like a hawk flying through the crowd, he landed in between the two sides. The mayor had appeared. When Chu Yi saw Nangong Yi appear, he was not surprised at all. Mayor Nangong, my Chu family is capturing the traitor. What qualifications do you have to stop me? Chu Tian came from the Chu family? Chu Tian was an illegitimate child of the Chu family? This news really surprised Nangong Yi. However, if one were to say that Chu Tian's knowledge was stolen from the Chu family, Nangong Yi would not believe it, even if he died. If the Chu family had this kind of background, how could they settle in a small county? Wasn't this a big joke? Then again, an unreliable, illegitimate child. How could he grasp the profound meaning of the mind's eye? An unreliable, illegitimate child. How could he find a way to control crystal oil? If the Chu family really had this kind of background, how could they research the source energy lamp and the source energy pot? How could they not have any news about it? If you want to punish someone, you can always find a pretext. Nangong Yi stood in the middle. He was not angry. His powerful aura suppressed everyone. A trivial junior dares to put on airs in front of this mayor. If Chu Jiangshan has the guts to come, I'm interested in exchanging a few blows with him. You. Chu Yi's complexion slightly changed. This Nangong Yi's tone was really big. He actually wanted to exchange blows with the family head. The Nangong family was one of the kingdom's 3 great families. Nangong Yi was only a branch family. Nangong Yi took a step forward. A powerful pressure, like a mountain-toppling sea, suddenly forced everyone to take a step back, still not scramming. Do you want me to make a move? Mayor Nangong, such a powerful official. At this time a low voice came from the crowd. But you are using your status and power to interfere in the private affairs of the Chu family. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Who was it? Everyone was shocked. Who in South Sky City dared to speak to the mayor like this? Chapter 54. A slightly fat, balding, middle-aged man calmly walked out. This person had a sharp, hooked nose. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. His whole body was filled with a strong aura. Although it was not enough to compete with Nangong Yi, it was enough to block Nangong Yi's might. An awakened soul, realm, cultivator. Nangong Yi's face slightly changed. Why would this fellow appear here? Luo Yuanshan gave a taunting smile. He took out the white jade token from his chest and raised it up high, loudly announcing, Main City Supervisor's Office, Law Enforcement, Elder Luo Yuanshan is here. The Supervisor's Office was the main city's authority. It was directly under the Central State Main City's Mayor's Palace. It had the authority to supervise the various military officers and administrators. This was a very powerful department. Luo Yuanshan continued to loudly announce, Nangong Yi has crossed the line without permission, interfering with the Chu family's internal affairs. This is against the kingdom's laws. This elder cannot just sit back and do nothing. I ask the mayor to stop interfering until this matter is clearly investigated. Nangong Yi's face was cloudy. Luo Yuanshan confidently said, Mayor, my words are very clear. I ask the mayor to move aside. Don't waste everyone's time. The supervisor's office was the main city's authority. Nangong Yi's position was already unstable. If the supervisor's office took this opportunity to cause trouble, perhaps Nangong Yi would not even be able to keep his position as the mayor. Would Nangong Yi still dare to move? Nangong Yi realized this was a conspiracy. What do you want? Sir Mayor's question is wrong. Luo Yuanshan had a righteous look on his face. The Chu family's matters, you have no right to interfere. I also have no right to interfere. How to deal with it? You should ask the Chu family. Chu Yi sternly said, The crime of betraying the clan. There is no way to live. This thief, not only betrayed the clan, he also stole the clan's secrets. He should be hacked to pieces and bitten by 10,000 insects in order to uphold the prestige of the Chu family. Did you hear that? Luo Yuanshan snorted, gently waving his hand. What are you staring at? Drag this thief away from me. He will be hacked to pieces and bitten by 10,000 insects. Meng Yingying clenched her fists in anger. Not only did they frame Chu Tian, but they also wanted to use cruel torture to kill Chu Tian. Before Meng Yingying could speak, everyone felt the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly. Nangong Yi's city, Lord Robe fluttered, even though there was no wind, and a surge of fiery energy surged out of his body. The dense Yuan energy released an intense fiery light, and a suffocating heat wave enveloped a radius of a few hundred meters. Boom, boom, boom. The volcano source, Spirit, slowly appeared. A terrifying aura burst out. A destructive power began to brew, like a volcano that had been suppressed for thousands of years. Once released, it would destroy the heavens and earth. Luo Yuanshan turned pale with fright, retreating a few steps, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Nangong. Don't tell me you want to make a move against the people of the Inspectorate Manor? Are you tired of sitting here? Nangong sneered. It's fine if you don't want to be the city lord. As long as I, Nangong am here, I will not tolerate the success of ordinary villains. Chu Tian's value far surpassed that of a city lord. Even if it was a cultivation technique to train one's spiritual energy, Nangong would still protect Chu Tian to the end. Luo Yuanshan's imposing manner fell into a disadvantage, but he still fiercely roared. Nangong as the city lord, you have disregarded the laws of the kingdom. What crime do you deserve? If you want to punish someone, you can always find a pretext. Nangong Yi's imposing manner became more and more powerful, even releasing a strong killing intent. Luo family is just a trivial elder. Do you really think I will put you in my eyes? Even if I kill you, can the law punish me? To put it bluntly, in this world, strength was everything. Nangong did not have any way to legally protect him. Then, he could only use violent methods. No matter what, he had to protect Chu Tian. Luo Yuanshan did not think it would be like this. The entire plan was built on the assumption that Nangong would retreat. Who would have thought that for a waste brat, Nangong would not even want to be the city lord? When Chu Tian saw this, his lips curled into a faint smile. Actually, Yi Xiong's reaction, even his current methods, were all within Chu Tian's expectations. After the summit, Chu Tian had already made his preparations. These grandsons want to fight with me? Far from it. Nangong Yin excitedly laughed. Good job. That's my dad. Luo Yuanshan was riding a tiger. It was hard to get off, so he steeled his heart. The city lord is determined to protect this thief, breaking the kingdom's laws and bottom line. As a judicial elder, I have to protect the law and protect the kingdom's dignity. Good. Elder Luo is truly righteous. We'll lend you a hand. Several figures landed around him. Yi Xiong, Du Jintian, Li Chanyin, and several other top experts. The many experts instantly surrounded Nangong. Awakened soul cultivators teamed up to deal with the city lord? The onlookers were all shocked and panicked. Nangong angrily smiled at the many awakened soul cultivators. Good. Since you want to make a move, don't say this city lord didn't give you a chance. All of you come together. The city lord is righteous. This old man will help you. Zhang Liqing gently stepped forward, like a gust of wind, teleported several meters away. Floating next to Nangong a pair of giant blue eagle wings appeared on his back. Shi! An ear-piercing eagle cry exploded in the air. The blue spirit energy condensed into the shape of a giant eagle, soaring through the 9 heavens, disdainfully looking down on all living things. A strong and powerful pressure covered everyone present, a sharp killing intent, making people tremble. Nangong Yi's strength and anger were brewing to the extreme. If you want to fight, I'll fight. In this fart-sized South Sky City, I've never been afraid of anyone. A small Chu Tian wanted to cause a big battle between awakened soul cultivators. The destructive power of awakened soul cultivators was huge. If they fought each other, it would simply be a catastrophe. Nangong Yi, Zhang Liqing. Only the two of them had the advantage in strength, especially Nangong Yi. His cultivation was unfathomable. His volcano source spirit's destructive power was shocking. It had overwhelming power. The surrounding area was a densely populated area. Nangong Yi's volcano power. Its destructive power was too strong. If it was used even a little, it would inevitably cause innocent deaths. Considering this point, Nangong Yin could not fight with all her strength. Zhang Liqing's cultivation was also very high, but two fists could not fight against four hands. Once the battle started, the two of them would inevitably be restrained. The Mengqing Wu sisters were at a loss. The situation was out of control. The top powers of South Sky City clashed. The consequences were unimaginable. Once this matter became big, for miracle commerce, for Chu Tian, it would be very bad. What should they do? When the atmosphere of the scene reached its peak, a lazy voice, very untimely, rang out. Sir City Lord, why are you so angry? It's not a big deal. First step back. This little one will say a few words. The entire conflict was caused by Chu Tian. The person involved did not have any awareness at all. Nangong Yi was so angry that he almost became muddle-headed. They already wanted to cut you into 1,000 pieces. You still act like you don't care. Do you even have a few lives? Under everyone's gaze, Chu Tian leisurely walked to the center, facing Chu Yi's group. You keep saying, I am a member of the Chu family, betrayed the family, and stole the technology. But now the problem is... Chu Tian revealed a cheap smile. Am I really a member of the Chu family? Everyone was stunned. What did these words mean? Did Chu Yi recognize the wrong person? Chu Yi angrily said, If you aren't a member of the Chu family, then did you come out of a rock? You need evidence to speak. Chu Tian revealed a treacherous smile. Where's the evidence? Why don't you take out the genealogy and show it to everyone? If the genealogy has my Chu Tian's name in it, so what if I stretch out my neck to be executed? Disgraceful thing. How can an illegitimate bastard tarnish the genealogy? That's strange. If I can't even enter the genealogy, how can I be considered a member of the Chu family? Since I can't even enter the genealogy, how can I be considered a member of the clan? Since I can't even enter the genealogy, what right does the Chu family have to use their clan rules to restrict me? These words came out. Everyone was stunned. The continent's clan system was very strict. Every descendant, whether it was a branch or a direct descendant, they all had to be registered in the genealogy. The kingdom allowed clan rules to exist, but the scope of the clan rules was not unlimited. Otherwise, what was the use of the kingdom's laws? The clan rules only had a limited scope. The scope was within the clan. The genealogy was how the clan was divided. A person who couldn't enter the genealogy would automatically lose all resources, privileges, status. They couldn't vote in the clan. They couldn't practice the clan's martial arts. They were no different from outsiders. Since they couldn't enjoy the clan's privileges, then naturally they couldn't accept the restrictions of the clan. If he didn't enter the genealogy, the clan wouldn't recognize him. How could he be considered a member of the Chu family? If Chu Tian wasn't a monk, the nature of this matter would be completely different. Yi Xiong never thought that Chu Tian would be this cunning. You're trying to confuse the public. Chu Yi was seething with anger. What a good treacherous thing. You have the blood of the Chu family in your body. The Chu family raised you for 10 years. This kind of disgraceful words. You still dare to say them? You really are a heartless and unscrupulous beast. Raised for 10 years? 10 years of house arrest. Although his memories had disappeared, Chu Tian could feel that those 10 years were worse than pigs and dogs. His father couldn't bear the torture and humiliation, so he brought Chu Tian to escape. In the end, one was chased to death and the other was reduced to a slave. Chu Yi changed his angle. You stole the Chu family's secrets. Just this one point is enough to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Saying that I stole the technology, where is the evidence? Chu Tian saw Chu Yi's constipated expression. He smiled and shook his head. Please don't treat everyone as fools. Anyone with a bit of brain wouldn't believe this kind of stupid words. Chu Yi bit down. Don't even think about quibbling. Chu Tian looked up into the sky and laughed. His tone suddenly became tough as he loudly questioned him. Then, I'll ask you a few questions. The Chu family invented the source energy lamp and the source energy pot, but in half a year, they didn't even let out a fart. Instead, they let me set up a company in South Sky City and earn my first bucket of gold? Could it be that the Chu family is a group of good-for-nothings? If the Chu family really had these precious technologies, why would they be stolen by a trivial person who doesn't even have any cultivation base? Moreover, after being stolen for half a year, there hasn't been any movement or reaction. Could it be that the Chu family are all idiots? If I really stole the technology from the Chu family and was discovered by the Chu family, such a big matter, why didn't the Chu family have any reaction, instead sending a junior to deal with it? Could it be that the entire Chu family is dead? You answer me. Why? A series of questions, sharp and crafty. Each one was aimed at a vital point. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized that this matter was very strange, but the development was too sudden, so they didn't think too deeply about it, adding in the fact that there were people fanning the flames, so their emotions were tied up. Yi Xiong, Luo Yuanshan, and Du Jintian's expressions all changed. Such a good, eloquent mouth. The reason why they acted so quickly was to not give Chu Tian any time to think. They wanted to gain the upper hand by a show of strength, using a thunderous momentum. They wanted to get rid of him first. Yi Xiong had underestimated the importance that Nangong Yi placed on Chu Tian. He had also underestimated Chu Tian's ability to fight a war of words. What a joke! This father came from 30,000 years in the future. I am the continent's youngest great sage. Usually when I have nothing better to do, I like to fight with those old farts. These fellows want to win against me. They're too tender. Chu Yi was speechless from this question. Yi Xiong saw the situation was bad. Such a glib tongue thief. Do you think you can deceive everyone by inverting black and white? You keep saying that you didn't steal the Chu family's technology. But what evidence do you have to prove yourself? You spent 10 years in the Chu family. You escaped from the Chu family for less than half a year. You were even reduced to a slave. How could you have this technology? Luo Yuanshan nodded his head. Brother Ye's words are reasonable. First capture this person. Lock him up, interrogate him, and investigate the truth. Chu Tian was locked up. Would he still be alive? Chu Tian gave a faint smile. All right, I'll prove it to you. Everyone was stunned. Could this little brat really prove himself? How about this? The Ye family, Du family, Luo family, Chu family. Chu Tian named them one by one. His smile gradually disappeared. His tone became stern, suddenly becoming very strong, like a thunderbolt. To tell you the truth, you 4 families waste. This father has never placed you in his eyes. So go ahead refining, alchemy, talismans, any field is fine. I'll give you 3 chances if I can't win even one. You don't need to do anything. Just commit suicide. These words came out. Everyone was shocked. What kind of boldness was this? A single person challenging 4 families, even if it was a knowledgeable master. They wouldn't dare say this kind of crazy words. Zhang Liqing quickly stood up and said, Don't let your emotions affect your decisions. This is an impossible matter. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses, no matter how knowledgeable you are. It is impossible to cover everything. Zhang Liqing's attainments and talismans were profound. How could he say he was invulnerable? The strongest people here were those with the highest comprehensive attainments. Some are good at fire talismans, some are good at earth talismans. And in a large field, there were many small branches. Chu Tian disdainfully curled his lips. Old Zhang, don't worry. This uncle will give them 3 chances to prove that I am an incompetent person. If they can't do it, then these fellows are a group of rice buckets. Why would I, Chu Tian, steal skills from a group of rice buckets? Although they already knew that Chu Tian was crazy, they never thought that he would be crazy to this degree. He was simply insane. 1 person challenging 4 families. This was something that was almost impossible to achieve. Yi Xiong gave Li Changyan a look. Li Changyan understood. Arrogant little brat, you're asking for humiliation. This old man will help you. South Sky City's Alchemy Guild's president, challenging a wet-behind-the-ears brat? This was too unfair. Not to mention South Sky City. Even if Li Changyan went to Central State City, he would still be considered a character. Chu Tian gave a faint smile. Fine. Everyone revealed a look of horror. But I'm betting my life and reputation. You can't just take it for nothing, can you? Chu Tian said this, then suddenly paused. If you lose, you will step down from the position of Alchemy Guild's president and leave South Sky City. Ignorant old man, do you dare to bet? Li Changyan's face changed. This brat was eyeing the position of president. The position of president was not just a title. The Alchemy Guild president had the greatest advantage in alchemy in the city. Once Li Changyan stepped down, Xiong Yan would most likely become the president of the Alchemy Guild, and Southern Cloud Commerce's alchemy business would instantly flourish. Adding Zhang Liqing's talisman support, Southern Cloud Commerce would be invincible. Yi Xiong's face was also gloomy. The Ye family being able to hold such a position in South Sky City was inseparable from Li Changyan's cooperation. If Li Changyan lost his position and left South Sky City, it was the same as cutting off one of the Ye family's arms. Chapter 55. A teenager in the body refinement realm dared to bet his life. An awakened soul cultivator. The president of the Alchemist Guild. He was a famous and influential figure. How could Li Changyan be afraid in front of everyone? He could only say with a gloomy face, I accept your conditions. This immature brat can beat me? A guy who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a joke! Since you are not afraid of any challenges. Li Changyan's mind came up with a sinister plan. Then this old man will use the art of refining poison to exchange pointers. Poison? Was he going to make poison? Everyone's face slightly changed. Zhang Liqing's expression became serious. Li Changyan was very utilitarian. He especially liked to take advantage of others. He studied the heretical path of Pan's Gate. His skill in refining poison was famous in the entire Central State. If he wanted to poison someone to death, no one would be able to escape. Chu Tian was not afraid at all. He laughed loudly. Old man, you are not afraid of death. What do I have to be afraid of? You can decide the rules. I'll accompany you to the end. He readily agreed, seeking death. Don't blame me. Ha, 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 your ignorance and stupidity is rarely seen in this world. Li Changyan laughed sinisterly. You and I will refine a poison, exchange for an antidote, then take the antidote with the poison. If there is no poison, then you win. If the poison is activated, then you lose. The audience felt their blood run cold. How was this a competition? This was simply playing with one's life. Both sides would refine a poison and give it to the other. Then they would refine the antidote on the spot. The antidote and the poison would be consumed together, and the one with the poison would be defeated. Refining poison was easy. Detoxifying it was difficult. How dangerous was this? If one was not careful, they would lose their life. This was not only a test of one's skill in refining, but also a test of courage and courage. The worries in Yi Xiong's heart immediately disappeared. Li Changyan's poison, no one could detoxify it. Anyone who was poisoned would die immediately. This brat was dead for sure. This way he could kill Chu Tian in this competition, to avoid a direct confrontation with Nangong Yi. No, this is not fair. Meng Qingwu's eyebrows knit together as she walked out. An awakened soul cultivator can refine level 2 medicine. while Chu Tian can only refine level 1 medicine in the body refinement realm. This kind of level suppression competition is simply unfair. Xiong Tianyan also expressed his position. This doesn't conform to the spirit of alchemists. They can't be compared. Li Changyan's words were sharp. Who can you blame for your arrogant words? There's no way out now. Either admit defeat and accept your death, or fight with this old man. Meng Qingguo said angrily, "The one with the surname Li, you are also a famous person. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for being so shameless?" Li Changyan disdainfully said, "Against a shameless person, there is no need to talk so much about morality." Xiong Tianyan cursed, "You old dog! Who was the shameless one? I think you're shameless to the end." Li Changyan was also angry. "Xiong, you have no right to speak here." "Old bear, young miss, I'll have to trouble you to go back." Chu Tian calmly smiled. "I remember saying that some old thing isn't even qualified to carry my shoes. Even now, these words are still the same. If he wants to compete, then I'll compete. Why would I, Chu Tian, fear a fight?" Arrogant, arrogant. Even Chu Tian had said this. Meng Qingguo and Xiong Tianyan had no choice. Li Changyan was so angry that he almost suffered internal injuries, but he forcefully suppressed his anger. Like a dead duck, he would like to see how long he could be proud. Li Changyan coldly reported the list of materials. Ghost-faced spider, 6-colored centipede, corpse scorpion, scarlet blood toad, 2-headed viper, one of each. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. 5 different poisons. Any one of them could kill a 9th body, refinement layer, cultivator. 5 different poisons were mixed together to create a poison. Even an awakened soul cultivator would not be able to escape death if he took it. Nangong Yi's and Zhang Liqing's expressions changed. This old man wanted to refine the 5 poison water. The 5 poison water, as the name suggested, was made from 5 different poisons. It was a mixture of different poisons, so the ingredients were very complex. Not to mention, after being refined by a source energy array, the ingredients were even more complex. Even the refiner himself would find it hard to detoxify this poison. Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyan were originally confident. At this moment, he was still sweating for Chu Tian. Meng Qingguo tightly pursed her lips, her body trembling. If he didn't succeed, she didn't dare to imagine it. This young man, who wasn't tall, at this moment bravely stood up, like a tenacious reef, resisting the torrential waves. Chu Tian also reported the list: blood demon essence fruit, 3-leaf flower, morning grass. The young man was calm, not impatient, like he was doing something unimportant. Meng Qingguo looked at his handsome face. That pair of calm eyes seemed to have a calming effect. The anxiety in Meng Qingguo's heart inexplicably disappeared. What Li Changyan asked for were all poisons. Chu Tian's ingredients seemed ordinary. The contrast between the two was so big, people were even more worried for Chu Tian. Yi Xiong whispered to Li Changyan, "Grandmaster, are you sure? This person doesn't play by the rules. Relax, this kid really has some skill. He wants to refine the blood demon essence medicine. This is indeed a level 1 poison, one of the most violent poisons." Li Changyan clearly understood Chu Tian's plan. He confidently smiled. If it was any other alchemist in Tiannan City, they would have a hard time dealing with this medicine. But for this old man, it doesn't pose a threat. The ingredients from both sides were quickly delivered to the scene. The 2 people immediately took out their tools to refine. Li Changyan prepared 6 refining bottles in a row. First, he refined each of the 5 poisons. Then he combined the 5 poisons and poured them all into a single refining bottle for the final refinement. Nan Gongyan was very puzzled. "What kind of technique is this? I've never seen it before." Chu Tian is in trouble. Xiong Tianyan wrinkled his brows. "This is a very high-level alchemy technique." "What's going on?" First, he separately refined the 5 poisons. After the alchemy array's reaction, these poisons completely changed. Then, he fused them together to refine the medicine. The entire alchemy process goes through 2 alchemy arrays. The changes are impossible to calculate. This way, no one knows what his 5 poison water is made of. Nan Gongyan's eyes widened. First, he refined the 5 poisons. Then he used the 5 poisons as ingredients to refine a new poison. He can actually do this, although Li Changyan's character was not good. No one dared to question his skill in alchemy. Chu Tian had a refining bottle and a set of alchemy arrays. He refined the medicine step by step without any changes. The entire process was like a normal alchemist refining a normal medicine. The medicine gradually turned bright red. From the color, it was indeed the blood fairy medicine. The blood fairy medicine was a type of poison. It would cause the blood in one's body to coagulate. Finally, one's heart would stop beating and they would die. Chu Tian being able to refine the blood fairy medicine showed that his skill in alchemy was not shallow. But this level of medicine, could it really be used to deal with someone like Li Changyan? Everyone sighed. This kid was dead for sure. He dared to accept the Alchemist Guild leader's challenge with this little ability. Both sides finished refining at the same time. Li Changyan exchanged for the poison. When he saw the bright red medicine inside the bottle, he revealed a disdainful sneer. Blood, fairy medicine? You've already lost. Chu Tian held the 5 poison water. Within the dark green medicine, there were constantly bubbles. Chu Tian calmly said, "Is that so?" Li Changyan coldly laughed and said, "After drinking the 5 poison water, your entire body will fester and you will die within 10 breaths. Your corpse will be enveloped by the poison and your life will be extinguished." What a terrifying poison! Everyone retreated, creating a large space. Chu Tian disagreed. So powerful? Then I really want to try it. He picked up the 5 poison water and shook it a few times. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled, then relaxed, and a smile hung on his lips. Now, let's start making the antidote. I want the fig fruit, light cleansing insect, 9-leaf ginseng. Li Changyan was very confident as he calmly reported the list of the standard antidote formula. This was specially made to neutralize the blood fairy medicine. Li Changyan was indeed experienced. Immediately refining the antidote, the bad feeling in Nangong Yi's heart became stronger and stronger. Especially when he saw that Chu Tian still did not move, he quickly asked, "What antidote ingredients do you need? I'll help you find them." "No need." Chu Tian's words shocked everyone. What Chu Tian did next made everyone's jaws drop. He drew a source energy refining array on the spot and placed the 5 poison water in the middle. After the source energy refining array was activated, it suddenly released a dazzling light and the dark green liquid inside the refining bottle began to boil. What was he doing? Everyone was confused. Li Changyan also could not understand. Chu Tian did not ask for any antidote ingredients. He just placed the 5 poison water in a new refining array and began refining again. Was this guy crazy? What was the point of doing this? Actually, this source energy array was called the purification array. It was actually a very common array in the future, and its main effect was to purify harmful substances and dark attributed energy. Under the effects of the purification array, any poison would be dissolved and become harmless. The 5 poison water refined by Li Changyan was undoubtedly a level 2 poison, but it was made from 5 different level 1 ingredients. Therefore, the substance in the 5 poison water was still a level 1 substance. Chu Tian used the level 1 purification array to easily eliminate the poison within. After a few minutes, Li Changyan poured the antidote of the blood potion into the poison refined by Chu Tian and looked at Chu Tian with a taunting gaze. "Can we start now?" Chu Tian had already finished refining the poison. The poison inside the bottle had already turned light green and was no longer releasing any bubbles. "You drink first, or I drink first." insignificant skill. What's there to be afraid of? I'll let you see the difference between us. Li Changyan drank the red potion in one gulp and smashed the bottle. The blood fairy potion is only SOSO. Chu Tian raised his head and drank the 5 poison water in one gulp. Hiss! He actually drank it all. Everyone quickly retreated in fear. Chu Tian was now like a bomb. He could die at any time and his corpse would release a deadly poison gas, enough to threaten the lives of the people around him. Chu Tian, how do you feel? Nan Gongyin, Meng Qingguo, and Meng Yingying were extremely nervous. Li Changyan revealed a cruel smile. This kid really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think the 5 poison water is that easy to deal with? Moreover, without the help of any antidote, he hastily refined the unknown 5 poison water, which would only make the poison more complicated. Even if a deity descended, it would be difficult to save him. Nangong Yi, Zhang Liqing, and Xiong Tianyan all stared at Chu Tian. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 10 breaths had passed, not to mention death from the poison. Chu Tian's face was rosy and glowing. Not a single thing happened to him. Li Changyan revealed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? This taste. Chu Tian licked his lips and smacked his lips. Not bad. It tastes like sour plum soup. Everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Such a deadly poison, in Chu Tian's mouth, turned into sour plum soup. Yay! Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyin high-fived each other, excitedly cheering. Meng Qingwu's clenched fists gradually relaxed. Her mouth hung a bitter smile. This fellow really makes people worry. How could you break my 5 poison water? Li Changyan's old face was gloomy. Impossible, this is impossible. Yi Xiong also knit his brows. Chu Tian really did have some skill. Luo Yuanshan stood up and said, both sides did not have any poison, so it's a draw. Chu Yi quickly said, this fellow promised himself that if he did not win, you would commit suicide. Now it's a draw. So you did not win. What else is there to say? That's right. Commit suicide. Someone in the crowd immediately responded. I think Chu Tian is better. Meng Qingwu's voice came. A 10-year-old youth, under the suppression of their levels, can fight Li Changyan to a draw. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Meng Yingying quickly shouted. Elder sister is right. Yi Xiong insisted. A draw is a draw. Du Jintian, a draw is not a win. That's right. Don't try to quibble. Both sides began to argue endlessly. The spectators began to whisper in their hearts. This kind of competition was enough to explain the problem. Chu Tian didn't have an undeserved reputation. Yi Xiong's group wanted to put him in a dead end. What was their intention? Ha ha ha! A draw? Who said it was a draw? The one who said this was Chu Tian. Everyone was surprised. They all looked over. Chu Tian's eyes were strange. He said in a mocking tone, This master, you wouldn't really think that I refined a bottle of blood fey essence poison, right? If you really think that, you're too naive. Chapter 56. If this wasn't the blood elf medicine, then what was it? Deliberately mystifying. Li Changyan had a disdainful expression. Whether it is the ingredients or the color and smell of the medicine, they are all the characteristics of the blood elf medicine. How could this be fake? These ingredients are indeed for the blood elf medicine, but I made some slight changes to the ratio of the ingredients. If the ratio is changed, it will be completely different. What did you say? You were too careless, so you didn't notice that I added 5 times the amount of lamenting grass in the refining process. Li Changyan's expression changed. So what? The blood elf poison was a disguise. The lamenting poison was hidden. That was the true killing move. The lamenting poison is colorless and odorless, and it was covered by the blood elf medicine, so it was flawless. Lamenting poison? What was the lamenting poison? Li Changyan had never heard of it before. He forced himself to remain calm and said with a cold smile, Stop bluffing. You are only refining one bottle of medicine from start to finish. That's because the two poisons were refined in the same formation, including Xiong Tianyan. Everyone present who knew how to refine medicine was shocked. One refining bottle, one refining formation, and one set of materials. How could two kinds of medicines be refined? If Li Changyun's second refining technique was considered a high-level refining technique, then Chu Tian's technique of refining two medicines at once was unheard of. Chu Tian continued, "You used figs as the main ingredient to make the antidote, which is indeed the method to cure the blood elf poison. However, what you don't know is that the ingredients of the figs used as the antidote can cure the blood elf poison, but it can also increase the effects of the lamenting grass poison by 10 times. W8. What? Li Changyun swayed a few times, his vision blurring. He could barely stand. The lamenting poison is acting up. Chu Tian's calm voice once again echoed in his ears. Old man, you lost. Lost. Li Changyun lost. Li Changyun was really poisoned. Medicine refining techniques were miraculous, beyond the comprehension of normal people. The same ingredients, different ratios, the same refining bottle, the same refining formation. Chu Tian had refined two different poisons at the same time. One was exposed, one was hidden within. The most frightening thing about Chu Tian was that he had already predicted what kind of material Li Changyun would use to detoxify the poison. Through complex pharmacological effects, he could greatly increase the power of the hidden poison. No, this is impossible. Li Changyun lost his mind and roared. At this moment his vision was blurry and his mind was muddled. He was practically unable to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. It was even to the extent that the sounds in his ears were distorted and chaotic. It was as if a terrifying evil spirit was coiling around his body and emitting ear-piercing wails. Ignorant child, how could I lose to you? Li Changyun was hysterical as he faced the sky and let out a roar. A giant python origin, spirit, soared into the sky from his back. I want you dead. The giant python source spirit roared and released a terrifying spirit energy, but the moment the giant python was about to attack. Li Changyun let out a blood-curdling scream as he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. The giant python's source spirit seemed to be corroded by some kind of power as its body began to break apart inch by inch, turning into ashes in an instant. His source spirit was heavily injured. What's going on? Chu Tian stood in the same place without moving because everything seemed to be under his control. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, the lamenting grass poison is a kind of spiritual poison. It is not a fatal poison. But without removing the poison, rashly using your source spirit will leave a scar on your spirit, and your source spirit will also suffer permanent damage. Li Changyun fell to the ground, his face pale and dying. You! Powerful! Truly powerful! An awakened soul realm cultivator was played in the palm of Chu Tian's hand. Nangong excitedly clenched his fist. Li Changyun has been defeated. According to the bet, he will be exiled forever. Immediately execute it. Li Changyun spat out another mouthful of blood. He completely fainted. Nangong Yi's eyes swept over them with excitement. Chu Tian was able to defeat Tiannan City's chief alchemist in one fell swoop in the field of alchemy. Who would still dare to call him a swindler? A swindler could defeat a person like Li Changyun? Wasn't this the biggest joke in the world? What are you standing there for? I am only a little thief who stole your skills. Please teach me a lesson. Chu Tian's voice was filled with ridicule and ridicule. Don't you still have 2 more chances? Don't be afraid. Don't be a coward. Whatever methods you have, just use them. Chu Tian had used his own strength. He actually dared to provoke the great families. Nangong giggled. Good. Chairman is so domineering. This old lady likes men like you. Quickly, teach them all a lesson. The great demoness Nangong had no filter on her mouth, saying whatever she thought. Meng Qingguo and Meng Inying couldn't help looking at her. The Ye family, Du family, Luo Yuanshan, and Chu Yi, all of their faces turned very ugly, facing Chu Tian's unbridled ridicule and humiliation, and seeing the questioning gazes around them, they began to realize a serious problem. This time, not only did they fail to do anything to Chu Tian, they had instead shot themselves in the foot. Chu Tian loudly shouted, "What's wrong? It's only one round. Are you already scared out of your wits? Don't be arrogant. I'll fight you." Luo Yuanshan's face turned green with anger. "I'll compete with you in talisman making." After competing in alchemy, competing in talisman making? Luo Yuanshan was quite famous in the main city. He was proficient in talisman making. He was not inferior to South Sky City's Zhang Liqing. Luo Yuanshan did not believe this. Chu Tian was so young. How could he know alchemy and talisman making? When Zhang Liqing and Nangong Yun heard this, they almost laughed on the spot. Competing in talisman making? This fellow was really out of luck. Chu Tian rubbed his chin. "This is difficult. You're from the Central State main city. You don't have any assets in South Sky City. I'm using my life to play with you. What can you give me?" "You being able to win this round. It's nothing more than a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. It's hard to guarantee that you didn't already plan this. This time, you have no chance of winning." Chu Tian shook his head. "That won't do. I won't do it without a stake." Luo Yuanshan gritted his teeth. He pulled out a golden crystal. "This is a 500,000 gold coin card. It should be enough to pay for your cheap life." "Not enough." Chu Tian's eyes turned. "I want the Du family's model manufacturing factory." "What?" Du Jintian was shocked. He did not think that Chu Tian would suddenly have ideas about him. "My Du family's property. How can I let a thief covet it?" The Du family was in the military business. Their factory was the most advanced in South Sky City. Although this era was backward, the simple 3D printing technology had already begun to take shape. For example, to build a scabbard, the materials were placed in a source energy array. Then the source energy array was activated. The materials would automatically adjust to the shape, creating a simple model. This was the 3D printing technology. In the era that Chu Tian lived in, from small parts to large spaceships, almost everything could be directly made using 3D printing. But in this era, they could only make simple models. If Miracle Commerce had such a factory, then the production speed of electric lamps would increase by 100 times. Making tens of thousands a day would not be a problem. Du Zhentian had a factory with 3D printing equipment. It was worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins. It could make up for Miracle Commerce's shortcomings. Luo Yuanshan and Yi Xiong both knit their brows. This brat really dared to ask for anything. Yi Xiong said, "Does brother do not believe in Sir Luo's ability?" Luo Yuanshan also said, "Relax, he won't have any more chances." Du Jintian was a little regretful. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have stepped into these muddy waters. The Du family did not have any deep grudges with Chu Tian. It was purely because Du Jintian was afraid that if Chu Tian grew up, it would affect the Du family's business in the future. Now, not only would Chu Tian not be able to win, he would also have to form a hostile relationship with the mayor, Zhang Liqing and Xiongbing. "All right, I'll bet." Du Jintian had no other way. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Luo Yuanshan coldly looked at Chu Tian and said, "You also know talisman techniques are very important support in battle. A kingdom's talisman techniques is strong or not. It directly determines the strength of the kingdom's army. What I want to compete with you is the power of talisman techniques." With these words, Nangong Yin and Zhang Liqing's expressions became serious again. What a cunning Luo Yuanshan! The quality of a talisman was reflected in many aspects, such as its effect, creativity, practicality, difficulty of making it, consumption, difficulty of using it, etc. Luo Yuanshan threw it all aside. He only competed with Chu Tian in the power of talisman techniques. Was there any comparison? Luo Yuanshan was an awakened soul cultivator. He could refine and activate level 2 talismans. Chu Tian was a trivial body refinement cultivator. He could only use level 1 talismans. This was a difference of heaven and earth. Luo Yuanshan had a scheming look on his face. What? Are you afraid? Chu Tian said without hesitation. Isn't it just comparing the power of talisman techniques? I'll compete with you. He really wanted to compare power? With such a large disparity in strength, Chu Tian did not have any chance of winning. After all, with such an overwhelming power, it was hard to make up for it with skills. Everyone was a little worried. All kinds of talisman materials were quickly sent to the scene. This talisman technique battle immediately began. Luo Yuanshan was indeed a famous talisman master in the central state main city. With a crystal pen in his hand, in one breath, he instantly completed a level 2 talisman array on top of the beast's skin. A burning hot aura burst out, a strong power almost penetrated through the paper. Every symbol, every rune, was filled with a violent power. Zhang Liqing's face couldn't help changing. Level 2 explosive talisman. Nan Gongyan also understood talisman techniques. Isn't this a level 2 talisman, one of the most destructive talismans? Zhang Liqing's expression became serious as he nodded. The explosive talisman is a famous talisman. Its power is enough to easily break an awakened soul cultivator's spirit energy, enough to pose a fatal threat to an awakened soul cultivator. Nan Gongyan indignantly said, "Such a sinister fellow!" This old thing had the advantage of cultivation, comparing the power of a level 2 talisman technique with a level 1 talisman technique. It would not be glorious if it was spread out. Luo Yuanshan not only used a level 2 talisman technique, he even used the most powerful level 2 talisman technique. How could they compete? The gap between realms could not be crossed. This was just like a body refinement cultivator fighting an awakened soul cultivator. Talismans were divided based on the energy it consumed and released. In other words, the strongest level 1 talisman, in terms of total energy, could not compare to the weakest level 2 talisman. This was the gap, a gap that was hard to make up for. Chu Tian could certainly distinguish the type of talisman Luo Yuanshan used. The explosive talisman was indeed a classic talisman. Even after tens of thousands of years, after countless improvements, this talisman still existed. It had not been eliminated by the continent. Its specialty was its destructive power. If the difference in strength between the two sides was not much, Chu Tian could easily win. But in his current state, if he wanted to win, it would not be an easy matter. Of course, it was not like there was no way. Several ideas flashed through Chu Tian's mind, such as using the dust explosion talisman. This was a dual attribute talisman. It could instantly produce a large amount of dust and ignite a flame, causing a dust explosion effect. The destructive power was very shocking. Or he could use the laser talisman. This was a high-density compressed energy. The area of destruction was small. The penetrating power was very strong. The killing power was very strong. The dust explosion talisman was also good. The laser talisman was also good. These were all classic talismans from the future. If any of them were used, it would certainly cause a big stir, but it was not shocking enough. Chu Tian needed something that could shock the audience. With an overwhelming advantage, he needed to win. He needed to convince everyone, even making their eyes pop out of their sockets. Only then would he be able to completely convince everyone. A level 1 talisman array, could it really achieve this kind of effect? Chu Tian looked up at the sky. A thought appeared in his mind. Good, I've decided I'll use it. Both sides prepared their talismans. Nangong Yi said, "This place is not suitable for testing. Please move to an open space in the square." Chapter 57. Dark clouds hung low. The sky was gloomy, the wind was raging. The atmosphere was filled with killing intent. South Sky Square, people were moving. It was a sea of people. Countless citizens had come to ask. They wanted to personally witness this legendary battle. One was a 17-year-old youth. One was a mysterious youth. One was an awakened soul realm expert. The other was a high-ranking elder. Two people from completely different worlds. In front of everyone's eyes, they were going to have an unbelievable battle. Both sides were already prepared. What would be the result? This mysterious youth, would he be able to resist Luo Yuanshan's suppression and once again make a miraculous comeback? The central plaza had a diameter of around 200 meters. All of the onlookers were blocked outside, leaving only Chu Tianhe and Luo Yuanshan. They were separated by 100 meters, staring at each other from a distance. They were already prepared. Luo Yuanshan asked in a clear voice, "Do you want to go first, or should I?" "I don't have any problems, other than being righteous, brave and fearless, loving of peace, respecting the old and loving the young. I can't change that." Chu Tian shrugged his shoulders. "So, you are my senior, so please go first." Luo Yuanshan was not polite. He calmly took out the talisman. Holding it between his two fingers, he closed his eyes. His body was surrounded by a strong wind. A red spirit energy fluctuation suddenly spread in all directions. Ho! A red lion image suddenly appeared behind Luo Yuanshan, the raging flame lion source spirit. Luo Yuanshan's source spirit was inclined towards the fire attribute. This meant that when he used a fire attribute talisman technique, it would have a certain degree of power increase. The talisman was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the surrounding spirit energy. The lines on it gradually lit up with a red glow. The energy fluctuations became stronger and stronger, finally reaching a critical point. Chi, a burning hot aura, surged out. The entire talisman spontaneously combusted. Exploding flame curse. Luo Yuanshan wildly roared, "Go!" The self-combusting talisman released a dazzling flame. A dense fireball appeared in his hand. It quickly rotated, it quickly expanded, from the size of a fist to the size of a wash basin. It finally expanded to the size of a water tank. The high-speed rotation stirred the surrounding air, even the people standing far away. At this moment, he could also feel the scorching heat. Luo Yuanshan's 10 fingers continued to release spirit energy, forming 2 source energy arrays, stabilizing the incomparably large fireball, slowly raising it above his head. At this moment, the fireball's power was at its strongest. It was as if a small sun was being raised, and it was emitting a blinding light. Everyone's expression changed. An awakened soul realm symbol master's strength was terrifying. "Do you see that? You overestimate yourself." Luo Yuanshan wildly laughed. "This is the strength of an awakened soul, realm, cultivator. What do you have to compete with me?" Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luo Yuanshan's mind. Due to the fact that Chu Tian had defeated Li Changyin, Nangong, he already had a reason to protect him. Even if his talisman techniques were more powerful than Chu Tian's, he still might not be able to eliminate him. Why not beat him at his own game and kill him when he least expected it? This person must die, even if he had to resort to any means. "Do you think you're qualified to challenge me?" Luo Yuanshan fiercely threw the fireball at Chu Tian. "You don't need to embarrass yourself. Go die now." This scene stunned everyone. This was clearly a competition of talisman techniques. Luo Yuanshan disregarded the competition rules and used talisman techniques to attack Chu Tian, a body refinement realm cultivator. How could he block an awakened soul realm symbol technique attack? Luo Yuanshan was deliberately trying to kill Chu Tian. This was simply murder. Moreover, it was an incomparably despicable and despicable sneak attack to kill someone. A dignified awakened soul realm cultivator. Sneak attacking a body refinement cultivator. This is bad. Nangong Yi and Zhang Li Qing turned pale with fright. Nangong Yi's source spirit was the volcano source spirit. Its destructive power was incomparably shocking. It could threaten people several levels higher than him. But the volcano source spirit's power gathering speed was slow. It could not deal with this kind of sudden attack. Zhang Liqing released his blue spirit energy. Turning into a majestic eagle with an extremely fast speed, he soared into the sky, swooping down towards the fireball, forcibly crushing it. The moment the fireball was crushed, it exploded. A terrifying flame shockwave mightily submerged everything. Chu Tian faced the surging flames. His two sword-like eyebrows suddenly twisted together. He suddenly clenched his fists. His body emitted a faint glow, both palms heavily pushed forward. In the next second, the flame shockwave completely submerged him. No! Meng Yingying cried out in fear. Chu Tian. Meng Qingwu's face was pale. Her beautiful eyes were like two round balls. Nan Gongyin angrily stamped her foot. A phoenix cry filled the 9 heavens. She soared into the sky. A pair of phoenix wings appeared on her back. With a sudden flap, she was like a meteor, brazenly attacking. Despicable old dog, I will definitely kill you. Nan Gongyan's fists were like a violent storm. Each fist contained an ancient and tyrannical strength. It was like an incomparably strong fire meteor. Luo Yuanshan's face changed. The raging flame lion roared, suddenly punching forward. The two of them both retreated a few steps. Luo Yuanshan revealed a shocked expression. Blocking Nan Gongyan's punches, he felt his blood boil. A trivial peak 9th body refinement layer, actually able to fight against an awakened soul cultivator. This was not just a normal level, but an entire realm. This was the power of a god, level source spirit. It really was very terrifying. Nan Gongyan was not an awakened soul cultivator, but she could fight against an awakened soul cultivator. Nan Gong knit his brows. Yun Er, stop! Nan Gong knew his daughter's strength. Her direct destructive power was not inferior to a first awakened soul layer. It even slightly surpassed it. However, she was still in the body refinement realm. Her spirit energy could not compare to an awakened soul cultivator. A short burst was fine, but if she could not kill the opponent, then after a long time her spirit energy supply would weaken and she would be at a disadvantage. Nan Gongyan's phoenix eyes widened. You also saw it! This bastard sneak attacked Chu Tian. Luo Yuanshan coldly said. He was going to lose anyway. I'm just sending him to his death ahead of time. You're going to die. I'll send you on your way. Nan Gong shouted. Chu Tian is fine. Lightning flashed in the sky. Thunder shook the earth, only to see the pattering of rain falling down. At the center of the terrifying fireball explosion, there was an incomparably large pit. The surroundings were filled with scattered flames. Cuckoo! Chu Tian climbed out of the pit with his face covered in soot. His clothes were burnt black, and his handsome face had also turned black. Only his eyes were still black and white, bright like the morning stars. He laughed. On his black face, he revealed his snow-white teeth. I didn't see it before. It turns out you care about me this much. It can't be. You didn't die. Your life force is too damn strong. Nan Gongyan let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest to calm herself down. You scare me to death. It doesn't matter if you die, but if you die like this, who am I going to ask for my salary from now on? Fuck. She really thought too highly of herself. Luo Yuanshan's sudden sneak attack. It was indeed very dangerous, but at the crucial moment, Zhang Liqing tore the fireball apart, causing it to explode ahead of time. Chu Tian had practiced the Starlight Immortal Body. His defense had been greatly increased, so he was able to block the strong shockwave. Although he was injured, it was not life-threatening. Nan Gongyi's voice became ice-cold. Elder Luo is a member of the Supervisor's Palace. This kind of behavior is despicable. From what I see, there is no need for this competition to continue. The onlookers all nodded. One by one, they began to discuss. That's right, Luo Yuanshan really was a despicable person. Since these fellows were all despicable people, what was the point of competing? Chu Tian was innocent. No one would believe those slanderous words. Sir Mayor, this won't do. Chu Tian suddenly interrupted. This old dog has caused me so much trouble. If I don't get back at him, it's not my style. Nangong, he finally found a way to step down. But this brat did not appreciate it. He simply could not understand. You still want to compete? Is there something wrong with your brain? Wasn't this nonsense? Compete? Of course they would compete. 500,000 in cash, a factory worth $1 million. If these cooked ducks flew away, would you have to pay me back? Chu Tian stared at Luo Yuanshan. You used a talisman technique to attack me once. I'll use a talisman technique to attack you once. You won't object, right? Luo Yuanshan gave a disdainful smile. With just you? What a joke. I want to see what methods you have to hurt me. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Chu Tian held a talisman. His hands glowed with spirit energy. Most of his spirit energy was poured into the talisman. Z. The talisman was gradually activated. Arcs of electricity were released. Everyone looked at each other in amazement. Could it be a thunder-attributed talisman? Chu Tian suddenly waved his hand. The talisman was released in the air. It released a purple-red lightning. With an unbelievable speed, it suddenly struck at Luo Yuanshan. Was it really a thunder-attributed talisman? This kind of rare attribute talisman. There were not many people in Central State that could make it. No one thought that Chu Tian would take out this kind of talisman. The lightning struck Luo Yuanshan. Ha. Luo Yuanshan's entire body flashed with lightning. No matter how the lightning spread, it could not penetrate his protective spirit energy, a rare attribute talisman. How strong of an attack would it be? This kind of power is not even comparable to an ordinary level 1 talisman. Using such a low-level talisman technique, you want to defeat me? Chu Tian stood in place without moving. He began to count down. 10, 9, 8. Luo Yuanshan was bewildered. He was surprised to find that the surrounding arcs of electricity did not disperse. The arcs were interweaving, faintly forming a profound rune. What was going on? Although the power was not strong, this phenomenon was really strange. 3, 2, 1. Chu Tian's countdown was complete. Wah! What is that? Look at the sky. The crowd burst into exclamations. Luo Yuanshan looked up. A bald old face was reflected in the light, blue and white. He did not know when, but between the clouds above Luo Yuanshan's head, a large amount of lightning had gathered. Natural thunder and lightning. The power of heavenly thunder. Its power was unfathomable. Luo Yuanshan felt a terrifying power lock onto him. A feeling of fear from the depths of his soul instantly enveloped Luo Yuanshan's body. No. Luo Yuanshan reacted. Want to escape? It was too late. A bolt of lightning finished brewing. It fell from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth, directly bombarding the square, very accurately striking Luo Yuanshan's body. That protective spirit energy was like paper, almost unable to withstand a single blow. Boom, boom, boom. The heavenly thunder split the earth. Luo Yuanshan's body was split into pieces on the spot. Nangong revealed a look of horror. Luo Yuanshan was killed by a bolt of lightning. He was actually killed by lightning. Chu Tian looked at the ground full of charred corpses, coldly saying, Lightning Guiding Talisman is a level 1 talisman. By itself it is not strong, but it can attract a bolt of heavenly thunder. I had no intention of killing you. You only have yourself to blame. Yi Xiong and Du Jintian were almost paralyzed with fear. Chu Tian could actually summon heavenly thunder. How was this possible? What kind of power was heavenly thunder? Even a peak-awakened soul cultivator would not be able to freely control it. But Chu Tian had done it. He had summoned heavenly thunder, directly killing Luo Yuanshan. Chu Tian's eyes swept across the crowd. If anyone dares to provoke me, I will bury several dozen lightning guiding talismans in their homes, letting them have a taste of heavenly thunder. This idiots today will be your group of idiots tomorrow. Overbearing, Crazy and scrupulous threats. Everyone felt their hairs stand on end. Not to mention several dozen bolts of heavenly thunder. Even one bolt was not enough for them to endure. Actually, Chu Tian was just scaring them. The level 1 lightning guiding talisman was amazing, but it still had many limitations. It could only be used in a thunderstorm, and it could only attract one bolt of lightning. The location of the lightning was fixed. Actually, if Luo Yuanshan reacted a bit faster, he would have left the area of the lightning guiding talisman. Then he would not have been struck to death. How could these people think so much? Now, they were all scared silly.